the beat. The beat.
they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Didn't really think we would be on a hot streak coming into LCS.
Tough first week for CLG, going to be 0-2 in series. Definitely going to be motivated to come back strong next time around.
We haven't been so lucky with how it's gone, I guess. Definitely could have won better.
There are definitely a lot of problems for Team Liquid that they need to work through.
I feel as though right now maybe we're not matching up comp for comp, and we don't really have the firepower. We just have to relearn the meta.
This season's going to start pretty similar to last season. If we're making the same improvements that we did in spring split, I think we'll definitely be on the path to a successful split.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 2 of the North American LCS. We kicked off last weekend, or this weekend rather, last night with 2 3-game series and are on course for another day of action-packed League of Legends. Here's Darshan warming up under the watchful eye of Zix, the coach, and he'll be facing off against Dardoch and the rest of Team Liquid, who are still looking for their first win of the split as well. Over in the Battle Theater, we have GBM setting up and is still on the hunt for NRG's first series win as they take on Echo Fox and the likes of Froggen in his opponent in the mid lane. LCS action is spinning up here in our Los Angeles studios. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. Pleased to introduce alongside me 2 of my favorite analysts. Mark.
Your only analyst.
Mark
friends.
Zimmerman. Yeah, exactly. That's the
That
thing.
cut.
Basically, you're my last resort.
Yeah.
Mark Zimmerman and Alberto Crumbs-Rengifo. Gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. Well, welcome back and welcome to the desk here. Summer split. I love to hear that. Anyway, starting off the day with some big news. The North American LCS Summer Finals have found a home in our neighbors to the north, Canada. On August 27th and 28th, the Air Canada Centre in Toronto, Ontario will play host to the Summer Finals as the top teams compete for North America's highest honors. Crumbs, as a Canadian League player, how excited are you to see an event finally make its way across that border?
It's about time, man. Canadian fans are so passionate. You know, there's been always Canadian players in the LCS since the very beginning, and these guys really know how to play. UBC, the main university of it, even has a top collegiate team, and they're from Canada. So Canada fans are going to be really wild. I'm expecting them to really give a good show.
A surprising number of our pros come from Canada.
Right, that's something that I was talking with him about, was that you see these 3 kind of hotbeds of talent. There's Canada, the West Coast, and Florida. And that seems to be where almost every single pro is from if you start where'd you come from and stuff.
So what you're saying, we need the Midwest to step up?
Where's the Boston ones? I'm from Boston.
All right, okay, we need a
some
Boston to represent.
Yeah.
I like it. Well, moving on, last night, Immortals and Team Envy kept their top spots, taking away the victory in their matches last night against NRG and Apex. I want to start with Immortals, our top team in the regular season in the spring split, off to a 3-0 start here in the summer.
Yeah, it's 3-0, but it's not the same kind of 3-0 we saw last season where it's like, oh my God, these guys are super dominant. You're seeing a lot of these kind of risky plays here. They barely get the kill on Quas, almost gets turned back. They're able to win a lot of these fights, but they're very, very close. And 2 of their wins have been 2-1 so far. So it's kind of not the same Immortals we expected to see. They've always been a little loose, but it's looking even looser, and with the changes to best of 3, their pick ban is something that we're gonna have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I think a problem with them so far has been that in the previous split, they came in with these compositions that they would just flat out win the early game, win the laning phase, and it never really mattered what they were picking because they'd get so far ahead early. But now in this new season, teams have stepped up, and you're not gonna be able to get that big, strong lead in the early game, especially with the randomness of the Dragons. So they have to really boil down their compositions to something more effective and play more with more restraint. A lot of times they're going a little bit too ham. They're going too hard and really straying away from how they're going to win the game.
And funnily enough, we've heard stories about the fact that, and they've been very vocal themselves, Immortals, about struggling figuring out the meta. But the reason being that they mostly crush everyone in scrims, and so to them, almost everything feels like it could work in the meta, and it's not until they make it onto the stage that they see evidence of, miscues. The other team that we want to talk about, Envy, they came out swinging and took down Apex to keep their hold on first place. Crumbs, you've played with a number of the players on that squad, so I want to get your thoughts on how they've been shaping up the season as they are currently undefeated.
I think Envy really likes to play a strong macro game. Their focus is primarily on objectives, and you can see that they have a lot of restraint when they go for team plays. Oftentimes, while they might get caught out on their own, they really go for plays that revolve around the objectives and won't leave anybody to to go an overdrive. They're really structured in this, and I like that about their play because it shows that they know what their objectives are and everybody's on the same page.
They seem a bit ahead in terms of team synergy than a lot of the other teams that we're seeing. I think even some of the teams higher than them on a lot of people's lists, like a C9, I would say that Envy as a team is playing better than those kind of teams.
Yeah, they've been very impressive so far. We'll continue to track their progress as we look ahead to today's games. We'll be seeing Liquid in action in our first series, and we have to talk about Darduck returning to the lineup here and what that means for Liquid. We did see a glimpse of him last week, and already they looked immediately improved just from his mechanical ability, but still a little bit slow on the uptake in terms of communication and overall team play.
Right, they weren't really scrimming with him at all that week, and even I think 2 weeks prior, they hadn't been using him at all. So there had been a disconnect a little bit with how they wanted to play the game. But one thing I'll say about Darduck, he's extremely vocal in what he wants. Not necessarily shot calling, I don't think it's fair to call it. He's not telling people exactly what to do in like the mid and late games, but if he wants to do something, he'll tell them like, this is what I want to do, and people will fill in what they need to do to help him get that done. So having a vision for like what you want to do in the early game is something he brings that I think is pretty unique to him.
What's your diagnosis of him as a jungler and the difference between him and the likes of Moon, who was playing in the first week?
Well, I love the storyline behind all of this. You got a bad boy jungler who's really talented, but gets benched from attitude, and then he has to get brought back just from his sheer skill, and now he has to make sure that he can bring the team together back and make these guys work. And to be honest, in that last game that they played last week, it looked like the entire team and not him was shaky. So something about how they're clicking has to get back in order. And particularly, I'm looking at Matt to work again with Darduck and work in that synergy, because they're a team that revolves around the bottom lane, but Matt has to step up and get back to the level of Darduck.
Yeah, starting 0-2, they're going up against CLG, our other 0-2 team. So both of these teams are going to be very hungry for their first win of the summer split. Now, one thing we talked about on the analyst desk last night that I want to hear your opinions on is the top lane meta. So let's jump up there real quick. We've talked about how we have a stacked top lane talent pool, as you can see it illuminate behind us, and then coupled with that, all of the changes that we've seen in the most recent patches affecting that diverse champion pool that any of these guys can grab from.
So the first thing to understand about the top lane meta is that tanks aren't bad still. Tanks are still a fine champion to play, but it's just that these other carry champions are emerging. So it's a balance between both. But the cool thing about these metas now is that it's not going to come down to how these guys play the matchup, but how they handle the waves and get ahead in CS that way, and then how the team utilizes that to capitalize on their advantage. So by either split pushing and using that time that they bought with CS to get an objective. And we saw yesterday where Envy, even though they had a matchup that you could argue is in favor of the Jax, they went ahead and gave the Herald to the Fizz to ensure that that matchup swings in their favor. So I think that we're going to see a lot more priority on the Herald now that these top lane matchups are just so versatile.
That was definitely something I wanted to touch on, was the importance of Herald. We were talking last week about how effective is it really, and I think the more we see it used, the more everyone's kind of understanding that this is a very high priority objective, especially if you're starting to do these kind of more split push focused champions. They'll start mowing down turrets, they'll win the 1v1s, and it just creates so much pressure on the map that you're going to need to start pulling extra people over to deal with, and that opens up the other side.
Now, we threw this stat out last night, but just kind of as an illustration of contrast between the spring and summer splits. We've seen increases in kills per game for top laners. In the spring, we had 4.1 kills per game and a 16% kill share shared amongst the top laners. In the summer, we've got 5.38 kills per game and a 21.75% kill share. So top laners much more involved, much more focused when it comes to the team putting resources into them, as you mentioned. Now we have the possibility of tanks and carries. It's going to be fun to watch these teams really struggle to figure out, the rock, paper, scissors of it all, who beats who and what works for them. That's the other exciting thing, right? When we look at those top laners, we look at some of them, we say these are quintessential carry top lane players. And then we've got the guys who really do just perform on the tanks, and that option is still available to them. In terms of guys that I want to see pick it up, and I want to get your opinion here, is Darshan, right? When you look at that top lane talent pool, a split ago, you would have said, well, Darshan's at the top of the league, and yet now he's stumbled in the first couple series of the split.
I think a lot of that came down to team synergy. I think CLG as a whole just looked a little off, and Darshan's a really good team player. He's not just this split push, put me on an island, don't talk to me, I'm going to win the game kind of player. He will respond to TPs, and so there were a lot of instances where you saw him TPing into these situations that are just not going to work out from the very beginning, and there's no top laner in the league who is calling for himself to TP into those. He's not like, yeah, let me go into a horrible position. It's his team being like, hey, we need you, and him responding well because he's a team player, and then he's the one who looks bad as a result. So I think when you go back and rewatch a lot of those plays from last week, it wasn't really Darshan's fault. It was the team as a whole, like Smithy getting invaded on his red constantly and losing his buffs, and then they try and help him, and it doesn't work out.
That reminds me of the game, that last split when CLG took the game off Immortals, where they had a lot of good synergy between like Smithy and Darshan to be able to shut down Huni. So they're clearly capable of reaching a point where they can fight the best 2v2 duo lane in the league, but they're really not there. I don't know if this is a common term, but it seems that CLG has a little bit of league atrophy just from having not played. Their meta and their mentality and just the way that they're playing, everything has just been toned down a notch.
Right, well, with another week of practice in the books, hopefully they come back a little bit stronger this week and look more like the MSI CLG that we know and love. Now, before we go any further, though, we've got to take a look at how the teams stack up coming into this Saturday. Immortals and Team Envy, they lead the pack with 3 match wins each. They're followed by TSM, who has an opportunity to join them today. Apex, Echo Fox, and Cloud9 make up the middle of the pack, while our bottom 4 teams, CLG, Phoenix One, Liquid, and NRG, are all hungry for match wins this week to move up that ladder. Now, for an overview of the upcoming matches on NALCS 1, the Battle Arena hosts Liquid's Brawl with Counterlogic Gaming, followed by Echo Fox and NRG in the second series. NALCS 2 is where you can tune in to find Phoenix One against Cloud9 and TSM versus Apex after that. Make sure to come back tomorrow, though, where we see another 4 series, including one we're all very excited for, TSM and Immortals. And maybe before we talk about those 2 powerhouses, let's talk about some of our series today. I know we've hammered a little bit on CLG, but that's a big matchup. Team Liquid and CLG, both 0-2, both teams that coming out of last split, playoff teams, contenders for top 3, top 4, and then CLG winning it all. We had much higher expectations for both of these rosters coming into week 1.
Right, for me, this is the game of the week to watch. I don't think, this is a must win. It's too early in the season to be like, if you guys lose this, you're in trouble. But I think we need to see improvement. We need to see that they look better from last week. So even if CLG wins, TL wins, as long as they look better as a team, then that's what we want to see. If they can't, even if they, it doesn't matter who wins, if they both look terrible, then that's still concerning, right? It's not about the outcome, it's how they look in this series. Okay. So that's why I want to watch it.
The ones that I really want to look out for, though, are the mid laners in these series, because in the games that they played, they both look incredibly underwhelming. I mean, Huhi was being able to keep up with FLICKR at MSI, and now all of a sudden he's struggling in every single lane. And Phoenix, has been looking even worse. So we really need these guys to be able to hold down the mid lane for their team, because if you bleed out of mid lane, every single side lane is going to lose. So I'm looking out for these guys to actually pick champions that they can survive lane with at least, or use the help of their jungler to come back.
All right, well, we'll put a spotlight on those guys as we watch the games unfold. Before we jump into our matches, though, last night we saw some incredible LCS big plays coming out of Ray in Game 2 of his series against Envy. Let's take a look back at some of the night's biggest dunks.
He's basically Rengar ranges away from this Jarvan. And that's exactly what
Oh my god!
And this through the traps of his own teammate. That's how distracted I am by how much burst damage that was.
Just insane. 2-shotting a Sivir. That's so depressing as an ADC.
I was driving to start working here at that time, so I wasn't watching the games, and all I heard was just Freak laughing because I was listening to it on my phone. I was just like, what is happening in this game? I couldn't even imagine what was causing that.
Play-by-play halted for the last 10 minutes of that game,
cackling.
and it was literally just Freak cackling every single time that someone got zeroed out by the Jarvan.
I saw that play yesterday, LOD commenting that to him it was like a under-leveled boomerang princess thrusted by Crown Prince, 4 levels down. It was brutal.
Absolutely terrifying, that Jarvan play out of Ray. And for everyone at home, keep a lookout for those big LCS plays and send your favorite moments from this weekend our way on Twitter. We want to showcase some great plays from today later in the show, so tweet your submissions to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. That's going to do it for us here at the Analyst Desk. And the casters, well, they're ready to go, as well as the players, so let's send it over to them now to get our matches underway.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dominic Romer, and joining me on the cast today is Isaac Azael Cummings-Bentley. How are you?
I'm doing really well. I'm very excited to see this. It's going to be a great game.
Yeah, we're looking forward to this. We're getting ready to start up this 3-game set between NRG and Echo Fox. Now, we saw NRG in action yesterday against Immortals, and they were, in fact, able to take a game off of Huni and the gang.
Yeah, and they honestly looked a lot better yesterday than they did last week, even though they lost. taking a game off Immortals is something only one team was able to do in the entire last split. So it is encouraging, and they were competitive even in the games that they lost. One thing that is a bit concerning though for NRG is that Quas has really been struggling. He's been losing lane a lot, even when getting help from Santorin. They're kind of putting him on Maokai over and over. This is a guy who we've heard a lot about how successful he is when he's playing carry champions. Why is he on a tank every game? But as far as the rest of the team, GBM has been absolutely crushing it on Vlad. When they do get Vlad, they tend to win. When they don't, they tend to lose. They have a 4.76 team KDA when they have Vlad, and NRG without that Vlad is at a measly 1.25 team KDA.
Yeah, so we know the priority for Echo Fox, ban Vladimir. We'll see if they follow through and do that. But Echo Fox, on the other hand, they should prove to be a pretty tough opponent for the still improving NRG. They looked really good in week 1.
Yeah, they did look really good. And I think that one of the most surprising parts for me about their team was just how good KFO looked. I think this guy was an absolute monster. He was crushing on Fiora. I even felt like he was pretty much carrying on Maokai. He outdamaged Froggen in the mid lane. He had 100% kill participation. So this is a fantastic player. Froggen himself as well likes to play slow, likes to play methodically, farm it up, and he's doing very well for himself and the team. So there can be somewhat of a little contrast in how the team players do want to play, but I do think that if KFO wants to play late game, he can do that just as well as Froggen can.
Yeah, a little bit of a mismatch. We'll see if they decide to go for the faster style with KFO and have him try to look for that hard carry, or if they're going to methodically drag these games out a little bit more. And, this is going to be a pretty exciting matchup. There is the KFO Quas in top lane, but in the mid lane, Froggen versus GBM. These are two very talented mid laners.
Yeah, I agree. I think that GBM, who has been a guy who a lot of the hopes of his team have been resting on his shoulders, both last split and now this split as well. He has the highest damage share in the entire league. And, he's going to have to kind of continue to bring that level of play. But it's going to be tough because, Vladimir has really been his go-to champion. And I think that since everyone knows that now, we've seen it a couple of times. We've seen how good this guy is on it and how he can kind of carry games. Is Echo Fox really going to ever let him have a chance to get it? I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit interesting to see how he's going to have to sort of pivot off of this. What other champions can he play against Froggen? Obviously, the Mage update came out just recently, so he does have a pretty big pool to pull from in terms of these champions. And again, you could just go back to some of the staples like Victor and play it safe.
Yeah, certainly. And he obviously is renowned for his Gangplank play.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing on Gangplank. Varus is something we haven't really seen in 6.11, but we had been seeing it in Korea a lot in 6.10, and it was something that GBM played very well last split. I really do think that he exceeds, his play on some of these other champions when he is playing the high DPS champions, the ones who have a lot of poke, who can continuously, get in the mix of things and just put a lot of damage in the fight. When he has to be the initiator, when he's playing champions like Lissandra, it's very explosive. It's, split second decisions, trading your life for someone else's. I feel that's where he does worse. But when he has his champions like, his Vlad, his GP, someone else makes the fight start and he cleans it up. That's where he really excels.
Looking for those high impact champions in the mid lane, and it really has been GBM stepping up a whole bunch for NRG. And the question is, GBM, he does well, but if he doesn't get that Vladimir, if he doesn't get the opportunity to step up, it sort of creates a contrast because on the other side, Echo Fox, they've got KFO who's been playing well. They've got Keith, who has been excellent for quite a long time.
Yeah, Keith has been doing great. Last week he had some games where he was pretty much carrying. He also had, a game or two on Lucian where he didn't look so hot. OQ kind of like inversely. Last week I think he did not look so good. This week he actually looked quite good, I think, against Immortals.
Yeah.
He was going off on Twitch. He looked solid even in their losses, was putting out very high amounts of damage, doing a good job. So, there's high expectations for OQ, high expectations for Keith as well. And both players are going to be instrumental, in their team's victory if they're able to pull it off. But, Froggen, comparing him to GPM, I think Froggen is a guy who really can play pretty much everything. The other thing that we have to keep in mind is that Anivia is kind of considered this Vladimir counter. And guess who's pretty good at Anivia? Well, Froggen is a beast. This is his signature champion. So, if they do let Vladimir through, it's probably going to be to try to have Froggen smash him in lane and just kind of zone him out in the team fights, wall him out. Don't let him do the kind of things that he wants to do. But even with that counter pick, I still think it's kind of risky because this is like the only way that NRG has been winning.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that works out for them. Now, going into the split, Echo Fox is stepping it up. Let's actually hear from Echo Fox's jungler on how the team has been progressing.
We're definitely going to be a lot better than we were in spring. We still have to work on a few things. Just looking at how we play together, we're more of a group now, and Kfo learned how to speak a lot more English, and he's actually able to communicate with us, and so I think we're definitely going to play a lot better than we did in spring.
Yeah, this was always a team that was kind of pegged as that summer split team. You know, they had a lot of roster issues in spring split. They had to move players around a lot. Never really got to get their full squad together until the later half of the split. And when they did have it together, they looked great. And now they're coming into summer split, no changes. They're able to build up that synergy. You know, KFO improving on his English, the team working better as a whole. When individually everyone is already really good, you just need to work on the synergy. You just need to work on that macro play, and that's something that Fox has been improving on consistently.
The big question now is, can NRG do the same thing? Obviously, a much younger team. The pressure is a little bit more on them, I think, right now. Currently 0-3 in the standings. We saw them play relatively well yesterday, but the pressure is on for them. But the teams are all set. So let's check out who's spawning onto Summoner's Rift for this matchup. Up first, it's NRG. In the top lane, it's Quas. In the jungle, Santorin. In the mid lane, GBM. AD carry, OQ. Their support, Kiwi Kid, and Coach Herman.
And on the red side, it's their opponents, Echo Fox. In the top lane, KFO. Your jungler is Hard. Froggen going to be holding it down in the mid lane. And the bot lane duo will be Keith and Big. And they have Coach Cop helping them out with the draft.
Yeah, I am excited to actually take a look at this draft because obviously there is that big priority on the Vladimir. But from what we expected with the big changes coming into 6-11, how everybody would be sort of avoiding those S-tier champions, well, a lot of people are still playing them.
Yeah, there definitely is a lot of champions that are still, pretty popular. Vlad, not someone who got hit in 6-11, so he's still going to be, kind of kicking butt up there. He's definitely an S tier right now. A lot of the champions that did get kind of knocked down a peg, though, we're seeing a lot less Kindred. That was something that was almost 100% pick ban previously. Now it's fallen down a lot more. We're seeing a lot less, of champions like Echo, of champions like Nidalee still has high priority, but Lucian even is lower in priority. So there's a lot of changes that have come into effect. Vladimir definitely one that is still sticking around.
Yeah, Quas, again, still playing that Maokai. Did receive a few nerfs, but still very strong. Now we have entered pick and ban, and immediately Fiora is stricken away from KFO.
I don't blame him. KFO was looking pretty nasty on the Fiora. He was able to clean up a 1v3 to actually pretty much solo carry a fight after, I believe it was Big, I think, got picked off in one of their fights. It was a 4v5, and he was able to pull through for the team. So he's been massive on that champion. Relly going to be taken away as well. This is, one of the new emerging S-tier champions. This is a very, very strong top laner, especially with the Trinity Force changes. The ban's coming in pretty fast, but Zyra has been a Kiwi Kid special. He's been crushing on it. Not only that, but it's just a very strong support. And pretty much across the board, fairly expected bans. Anivia taken away from Froggen. GBM not going to have access to the Vlad. And Santorin will not be allowed to have that first pick Nidalee.
So we do have first pick now for NRG as they're looking to see if any more power picks made it through. Swain did receive a few nerfs, still a very strong champion, so we'll see if that is going to get through, or if they go back to Maokai for Quas. He's played it a lot.
He has. He's been playing it pretty much every single game, actually, and hasn't been matching up super well against a lot of these aggressive top laners. Maokai is always a champion that has been this hyper-scaling tank, and he got a lot of hits in his laning phase. His Q is 2 seconds longer cooldown. There's, the HP regen is nerfed, HP regen per level is nerfed, so you're gonna have a harder time in the early game. Karma, though, gonna be the first pick, and this has been an emerging trend in 6-11 as well as 6-10. Karma support, very, very strong. We've seen it played in mid lane as well. Faker played it a couple times last night, I do believe, in the mid lane. So this is a flex pick, but traditionally in North America has been a support. I do feel that Zyra is the best support right now, but Karma is very close to her, has a fantastic laning phase, can put a band-aid on even weak laning phases for other AD carries, and it also is giving you a Sivir-esque ult from a support, which is pretty fantastic.
Yeah, very good at enabling the team, which is something Kiwi Kid's going to be looking to do with this pick. That's generally how he's been playing with NRG. Now, Echo Fox on the other side are looking to answer with the next two. I'm a little curious to see whether or not KFO is going to go for a tank or a split pusher, but of course, we're not going to get to find that out yet. Rek'Sai going to be locked in, and Ashe for Keith.
I like it. Ashe is something that has been rising in priority very heavily lately. We heard Wild Turtle talking about it, saying he thinks it was actually the second best AD carry last patch, just below Lucian. Guess who got nerfed?
Yeah.
Lucian did. So now Ashe is rising even more. It gives you fantastic initiation, especially when paired with these mage supports. You have good poke and lane with your W in combination with a support, you know, like your Karma or your Zyra, or even Nami. We're seeing the rise of champions like that. So pretty solid laning phase, good scaling, fantastic initiation, which isn't really something that you can access from many other AD carries.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai as well, very, very strong, and pretty much solid at all stages of the game.
Yeah, very well-rounded first two picks for Echo Fox. NRG looking to answer now. Currently Victor being hovered by GBM, going to give that away right away, knowing that he can play it nice and safe into just about anything that Froggen picks.
Yeah.
As Santorin is going to return to his Gragas.
Yeah, I was hovering the Lee Sin quite a bit,
yeah.
but although Santorin is a solid Lee Sin, would have been surprised to see that matchup, especially into a Rek'Sai, where Lee Sin is quite at a disadvantage. Gragas, though, Rek'Sai, at least, those are kind of the new triumvirate, you know, with Nidalee almost taken out of the picture every game. Victor, as you said, has no real weak matchups. Solid wave clear, amazing team fighting. This guy's good all around, and I think it's something that really will work well here for GBM.
Answer now for Echo Fox. We'll see. We saw Alawi hovered, and for a moment I was about to get really excited.
It's possible. Alawi is actually really good this patch, so I would not be completely shocked to see that. KFO has shown flexibility, so it's something I'm sure that he can play. Fox is now going to have to reveal one of their solo laners, though. They're going to have to decide, hey, do we want the last counter pick to be for a mid laner? Do we want it to be for a top laner? You know, support's going to get locked in here, and we will see that last one. It's looking like Fizz. So Fizz is going to be the pick.
Yeah, Fizz locked in now for Echo Fox. Braum going to big. The Frel Yordian bot lane. We'll see how they do. And, you know, I'm a bit curious about this Fizz because it seems like a mid lane sort of thing. You typically see it as an assassin, but it's also very capable of going in the top lane.
Yep.
And I could definitely see KFO pulling some Ray-esque plays.
I think it can certainly be a mid laner. We saw Slushy play it last week to some pretty solid effect as that full AP assassin. So it can go to the mid lane. It's, you know, it is a flex pick, but it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it could go mid, but it's probably going top. Kind of similar to the Karma. Yeah, it could go mid, probably going support. So we'll see. It does keep their options open, though. You know, if they see something locked in there, they're like, ooh, I don't want to lane against that, right? You can actually rotate it to the mid lane. Put him in that matchup against Victor. See if Froggen can do some work with that. But they are going to save their last pick here for KFO. It's going to be Sivir. It's going to be Maokai. Pretty standard stuff here from NRG, who is going to have, you know, some solid initiation. You got the Sivir ult. You got the Mantra Shield from Karma. Both of those are going to speed up your whole team. Allows Gragas to get in there very quickly. Allows Maokai to get in there very quickly. You have a beefy front line. You have solid AP damage from your Victor. And then obviously, you know, late game especially, Sivir is a beast. A lot of ricochet damage can really bring the pain.
We'll see how Echo Fox respond. As you'll notice, this is not, in fact, blind pick. Those champions have already been locked in. We're just looking at the final pick for big.
Yeah.
And again, this could be flex for Froggen or KFO, depending on where that Fizz goes.
Yeah.
But Quas back on that top lane, Maokai, nice and safe. We did see him get relatively tanky in a few of his games against Immortals yesterday.
I do expect this to be a top lane Fizz, especially with the Maokai lock-in, though, because Fizz is actually traditionally a Maokai counter. You're going to pick yourself into that. When Quas has already been struggling on the champion, I expect KFO to say thank you very much and go into this looking very happy.
You wanted to play Fizz, Froggen? Yoink.
Yeah.
And he snags that for the top lane. In mid lane, though, final pick for Echo Fox is going to be Swain. So a lot of sustain, very high damage, high engage for Echo Fox. NRG, on the other hand, going for more of an enabling composition. Keep GBM safe, keep GBM alive, and let him do tons of damage.
their team is definitely very well rounded as far as Fox goes. If I'm just looking purely at drafts, I prefer NRG's team comp. I think one of the risks that you have as Fox is that because Ashe is really not this kind of like super hyper carry. Yes, it scales solidly into the late game, but it's not as powerful as some of the other AD carries as far as tank killing, in my opinion. I also think that Swain is not really so much of a tank killer as well. It's someone you want to go backline, you want to disrupt them, get in the middle of the team. So, you know, if Santorin is able to get really tanky, if Quas is able to get really tanky, you have a Maokai and you have that Gragas as well, who are being shielded up, and to be able to punch through that can be very difficult. And you know, Ashe has trouble, you know, getting away from these sorts of champions. So it's something that they're going to have to worry about. But you know, the game's not going to come down entirely to that. A lot of it is coming down to the lanes, and and Fox definitely has the ability to get ahead where that won't come into play.
Yeah, we'll have to keep track on that. But now grab your phone and send out a tweet. Tell the world who's going to win this series. Use hashtag NRGWin or FOXWin to show your support, as we have now loaded onto the Rift for game number 1 between NRG and Echo Fox. Everyone dashing towards the lanes as quickly as possible. And, you know, to talk about that a little bit more, it really creates a sort of interesting situation for Echo Fox, because Froggen, he's got that Swain, he's got that sort of, I'm going to stay nice and tanky, I'm just going to disrupt as much as possible. Same thing for KFO. So with the carry laners for Echo Fox playing well lately, it really creates a very multi-threat sort of pronged composition.
Yeah, and honestly, Froggen and KFO can also kind of be dive buddies as well, because they can go backline. You know, Froggen can get in the middle of the fight. Swain has a lot of innate sustain. You know, with that ultimate, you pop the ultimate, you drop your Zonias, you're still able to heal during that. So it's very, very powerful. And KFO on this Fizz, it's a super slippery champion. You can access the backline, you know, get on top of some of these squishier players like GBM, OQ, Kiwi Kid. All those are going to be viable targets for KFO. Also very excited to see what his take on the best Fizz build is going to be.
Yeah.
We've seen some variations. Seraph liked going, you know, more for that kind of offensive attack speed build with the new Trinity Force. Get 50% attack speed on that, very powerful. We've also seen Ray just go full tank and be able to crush team fights anyway. So I'm excited to see what his adaptations will be.
Yeah, and this is patch 6.11. Trinity Force did get a buff, so we could be returning to that Season 5 Trinity Force tank Fizz. I'm excited to see that. Just the flexibility of that champion offers so much for Echo Fox and really does quite a bit for their composition. NRG going to have quite a task on bringing down that Fizz and Swain if they do commit to that dive buddy style play. Now, a double lane swap has been called. Both Echo Fox and NRG send their duos to the top side. OQ and Kiwi did start off with a camp, but they took quite a bit of damage. Yeah, there is some give and take here as far as matching up in the lane swap goes. You know, Kiwi Kid has that range support, should be better in this 2v2. You know, Sivir and the Karma will have advantages there, but at the same time, by gaining that advantage, you are giving one away to your top laner because KFO gets the lane against Maokai as this Ignite Fizz. He wants the 1v1, he wants that matchup. We'll see if KFO can extend the lead here, and we'll see if Keith and Big can kind of survive the onslaught here from Kiwi Kid and OQ. Yeah, already you can see them getting pushed off by the consistent harass. That's just not going to be fun to lane against.
They're going to have to do this. They're going to have to back up and just play it safe, be able to just give up early CS.
Yeah, we just saw Froggen get ganked in the mid lane. Santorin, early gank, only one buff.
Had to get his flash already, though. So Froggen, no flash. And Santorin did not flash for that. So really good early aggression once again from Santorin. I loved his play yesterday. Already liking it today. This is a lane that he should be able to go for a repeat gank, but Froggen and Hard are roaming down to the bot lane, and it could be Quas in trouble as they're looking for a 3v1, but Quas, does he smell it? I don't think so.
Yeah, KFO's already going in. Quas is going to be knocked up.
Gone.
Oh, he dashes forward. There is still a flash, but the Never Move catches him. Oh, the final auto attack. Froggen gets first blood.
And that's big. You know, where's the communication from NRG? How is someone not calling out that Froggen left lane? This is something to me that is a pretty big mistake. And I think GBM was actually being gifted the blue buff. No, he wasn't. So I don't even know what was happening there, but that's something that seemed pretty telegraphed to me. They don't respect it, though. The flash gets blown from Quas. He dies anyway. Pretty rough start from him once again. But you know, Santorin, at least there's still no flash on Froggen. He needs to look for the return gank. He needs to make something happen there, convert on this, because GBM already had an advantage since he did get forced out of lane. Froggen roamed. You got to go back there. You got to look for a repeat gank.
Yeah, they're looking to capitalize right now on the top side of the map. Keith and Big shoved under the turret insistently by OQ and Kiwi. Santorin and GBM are on top of Ward, so Echo Fox know this is happening.
Yeah, but it's hard to get out of there. KFO does have his TP available, but they're going to try to push in the wave and 4v2 dive this. But this is a very dangerous dive. This is not a 4v1, it's a 4v2, and TP is available. Here it comes.
Teleport goes in. Keith takes a lot of damage. Heal keeps him alive. GBM takes a few turret hits. And Teleport is able to scare away NRG and Echo Fox. Oh, the ricochet.
Yeah, hard moving up here as well. Keith did have to blow the summoner, stays alive. Well played by him. Still a pretty good roam, and I think GBM will be able to catch most of the mid lane CS. So not too costly. He's going to be able to pick that up, maintain his advantage. And still Santorin and GBM have all summoners. Froggen, no flash. I really want to see him capitalize on it. I know I'm talking about it a lot, but those repeat ganks are massive. They need to punish Froggen, who has no TP and no flash. If you kill him, you push it out, he loses a lot.
Yeah, Froggen currently with the first kill for Echo Fox. It is even in gold despite that kill. In fact, Quas doing relatively well in CS as he has had some free time in that bottom lane against KFO. That's going to come in handy considering how KFO is putting a lot of pressure on that lane with that Fizz. And in fact, Echo Fox are now going to swap the duo down towards the bottom, feed that CS into Keith, and let KFO catch some minions on the far side of the map.
Yeah. And no kidding, it's a rough situation for KFO having to TP away from your lane with minions crashing into the turret. He had to help his team out. There was no choice there. It would have been, you know, a clean dive. So he does react. He loses out on it though, and Quas is able to get right back in. So good job by him.
Yeah, now it looks like NRG want to try to pull the same maneuver. They're a little bit slower on responding to this duo, and that's going to let Echo Fox send 3 people under the turret right quick. It'll be a bit difficult to see if they can break it down.
Yeah, they're just going to trade turrets. Quas is already up in the top lane. NRG says, forget it, we're not going to defend. We'll go top, and we will take the fair trade.
It's going to be tier 1 for tier 1, the delayed swap.
Yep.
As things shake out in the mid lane though, Froggen continuing to farm against GBM, currently level 6 with a minor CS lead, but GBM a little bit slower on his movements around the map because he doesn't have that teleport. Wasn't quite able to get back in the lane quick enough. Santorin gets some value for his Razor Sharp buff.
He is going to be able to clear that out. But at the same time got spotted, and Flash is coming back up for Froggen, so he has, you know, weathered the storm.
NRG are continuing to shove on this top side of the map. They might be looking to break down this tier 2, and Echo Fox are not responding in kind. There are the recalls.
Yeah, they're going to look to get some chip damage on this. They should not be able to take the turret, though, as players have already recalled. There's not a big minion wave. Either way, they get some chip damage in, which is always nice, and it can help you take this out a little bit easier later on.
Hard is going to clear out through the rest of his jungle. Whoa!
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, Santorin, he's been on a
Oh,
diet
and Heart smites it away.
Yeah. So securing that buff in the jungle as Echo Fox continue to keep Keith and Big safe, make sure that he can continue farming. And in fact, we're starting to see a pretty big CS discrepancy open up for those 80 carries. A 20 creep difference as OQ has been farming pretty hard. Keith has been having quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Keith in a bad matchup. They also rotate 4 up, try to dive him. He has to blow his summoners, so it means that he has to play more defensively. It puts him in a rough spot, and as a result, OQ is extending that CS lead, and NRG is barely down in gold at all, even though they did actually give up that first game.
Uh-oh, Kiwi might be caught. Flash knock up, and Hard is going to kill him. Trying to catch up with his bottom lane, but doesn't make it in time.
Yeah, smart move there by Froggen. Camps out the bush, knowing that the support was around mid lane, going to be walking down that river. Kiwi Kid gets caught. A great never move there from Froggen. Easy kill, and just costs Flash from their jump.
Yeah, meanwhile, NRG keep their duo pushing in the bottom. Without the support, they're still able to take this bottom tier 1 turret. And Echo Fox looks to do the same on the far side, while Froggen is gifted blue buff by Hard. There he goes, able to secure it with the never move in the final auto attack. Uh-oh. They don't have enough minions. Oh, gosh. There's
Next
one
wave
on
comes
there you
though,
go.
so
Yeah.
so they got it, and a little bit delayed on that, but no big deal as NRG did not elect to continue pushing, and once again they are staying pretty even here. KFO has picked himself up a Phage. He's grabbing a dagger as well, so he is working towards that Trinity Force. So that has been revealed to us, and Quas going back to the triple Doran's build once again that he really seems to love. He does it pretty much every game.
About 10 minutes in so far, and we haven't really seen, since the first 2 or 3 minutes, we haven't really seen KFO get the opportunity to lane against Quas, because it seems like Echo Fox have put a lot of priority into keeping Keith safe along with Big, making sure that OQ and Kiwi Kid can't just oppress them out of lane.
Yeah, you know, it's a trade-off, right? Your Ashe gets some free farm, you give up the lane advantage in that 1v1.
Yeah.
They did get the early kill on Quas, but after that, because KFO TP'd away, that was a big deal. It did not allow him to kind of extend that lead. Either way, though, KFO has picked up some good early farm. He's doing well for himself. Both teams keeping it very close.
Yeah, NRG escort a big wave towards the top side of the map. They're pushed very far forward, and in fact, they're actually going to shove it in.
Keith is almost 6'2", so they have to be careful. As Keith hits 6, he can level up his ult, he can shoot out an arrow, and look for that kill. So they're going to have to be careful. They respect it. They back off, knowing that he's about to ping 6.
Yeah, Hard is trying to sneak through the vision of NRG, but they have got pink wards, they have got sight stones. Quas is actually going to complete his recall, leaving OQ and Kiwi Kid on their own deep in Echo Fox's territory as blue buff is being gifted over to GBM. But it looks like Hard and Big are just creating a wall, allow Keith to continue farming.
Yeah, there's a lot of battles for vision, honestly, very aggressively into this Echo Fox topside jungle. You know, teams have had a lot of time in here, and it becomes this kind of dangerous game where you want to clear out as much vision as possible, but when you lose pockets of vision, you have to be careful about face checking, so you need to make sure you know where the players can be on the map and if you're safe to do so. Quas and KFO are going to be matching up here, and you can already see Quas is just backing up. Even though he does have the level advantage, he does not have ward coverage, and smartly, he's going to play it very, very safe because Hard has not shown in some time, does not want to give up an easy kill.
Yeah. Once again, the full Doran's build out of Quas. And oh, speaking of face checking, the arrow misses. Knock up over the wall, but Hard doesn't have a tunnel. There's a flash for Big. The stun is going to land. Keith even flashes as well. And Kiwi gets tagged
Here
by
comes
the
Santorin
slow.
at GBM, though.
He's going to go down. Santorin is going to follow up. He's got the cast.
They
going
blew
to
their
knock
summoners.
forward. Big takes a lot of damage, and OQ gets gifted. And there's the cast. Keith is going to drop OQ. KFO teleported in, but he's going to be able to drop GBM. OQ is still continuing to stay alive. Froggen is in the back, but he just doesn't have the damage as slowly but surely NRG are whittling him down. No, he's actually got enough. The completed Rod of Ages is giving him so much, and NRG are going to bail.
Yeah, and OQ and Santorin both backed out there, so even though Quas was healthy, they did not have the damage to punch through the healing. Good rotations, though. It does end up being a pretty good trade from both sides. I believe it was a 3 for 2 in the end. Or maybe, yeah, I think it was. So we're going to see this. Kiwi Kid face checks. He's able to flash the arrow, though, and now there's some kind of like, ooh, do we go for it? Do we not go for it? Once Big flashes over, Keith basically has to opt into this. He flashes in as well, so lots of summoners have been blown, and the rotations is made by Santorin, by GBM. Big is gone. Santorin holds the ult. Really smart play. Good ultimate, and Keith gets deleted. So great stuff here from Santorin. GBM gonna fall down as well, but KFO dies. It's a 3 for 2 in the extended fight, as Froggen does survive, but not able to clean anyone else up. So really good stuff, especially from Santorin there. I thought he played that fight very, very well.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, Cloud Drake was just secured by Echo Fox coming out of that battle, so a quick reaction to send down towards the bottom side of the map and try to deny any of these objectives away for NRG.
Yeah, good stuff. Hard does have access to the Rek'Sai ultimate, so he can move around the map very quickly. Goes back to base, zips right down there, picks himself up a nice early Drake, and they're off to the races. We'll see how many they can get this game. But NRG on the back of that fight is up on gold. Definitely something that is pretty nice for them, as especially because of the summoner commitment. You know, Fox is going to be down quite a few summoner spells for a while, and Keith always going to be vulnerable on this Ashe. Needs to be careful.
So far, Big and Hard have been playing bodyguard for Keith, trying to keep him safe as much as possible. And now it actually looks like Santorin and Kiwi Kid are going to take away this early Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think that Hard knows about it, though. He was moving around. Actually, I don't think he does, because they didn't move at all. So that was really smart. They didn't move whatsoever, so the Tremor Sense did not actually activate. Hard kind of sniffed this out, and he's like, ooh, let me go check with the Tremor Sense. But they did not move their characters whatsoever. They weren't needlessly pacing back and forth. Tremor Sense does not pick it up. That gives them the Rift Herald. Smart stuff there from Santorin and Kiwi Kid.
Yeah, that's going to be the glimpse of the Void buff going over to Santorin until at least that 34-minute mark, so he's going to be enjoying that. But again, this is giving the Rift Herald to the jungler, someone who later on in the game isn't really going to get a lot of opportunity to stack it.
Yeah, he will have the added damage though, and he's going to be, you know, if he gets in any of those dueling situations, he will be gifted that as well. So definitely going to be a nice buff, and if he has Runic Affinity, it will last even longer. So also a nice little benefit there, but good stuff from Santorin. Really liking how he's playing so far. Picking up some early CDR now as well. I think that's very intelligent, as you are going to be looking for those body slam flashes, the initiations to pop Keith into the team and just delete him really quick. You know, anytime Keith is able to get knocked into the team, GBM will say thank you very much, and he will one-shot him.
Drop the laser and the Chaos Storm.
Yep.
We'll see if Keith can recover. No flash for now, so that's about a 90-second window that Echo Fox want to try to avoid. However, with the Dragon and the Rift Herald gone, the only big objectives that remain are perhaps tier 2s on the sides and the tier 1s in the mid lane, and Froggen continuing to farm it up. GBM on Victor can clear those waves relatively quickly. So in fact, it looks like everyone's content to just trade farm on opposite sides of the map.
Yeah. You know, Froggen has just been consistently shoving in the waves. They're looking for the smaller wins, now going to try to steal away that blue buff. So, you know, anything that you can get is going to be nice. You're not only gaining it, you're taking it away from your opponent. And it is a pretty big deal, as these things do add up more and more throughout the game. And, you know, before getting that blue buff, he denied some CS, was able to shove it all the way into the turret. So GPM is down a little bit.
Ooh, Arrow is going to miss down the mid lane. Froggen is going to boldly walk into that bush, completely blind. But he's swaying with flash, should be fine. Keith, there he is, no flash, the Chaos Storm. Oh gosh, that damage tick.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage, and they're going to be pushing them back now with Keith and Big having to base. They can actually threaten the dive, as 4 members have kind of moved around here on the mid lane. You see Santorin sneaking around on the right side. We have Quas on the left side as well. They may look for this.
Hard is going to spot that out. Froggen still waiting, and again, Keith trying to play it safe. There's the teleporters. They're going to try to defend this tier 1 turret, and it's canceled by KFO. He's still pushing on the far side of the map.
Yeah, KFO did not really want to come in, but he wanted to kind of scare them off that dive, but still, you know, uses the TP, doesn't get anything for it. It does, however, give them some time to get Big back in there, and now at this point, I think it's really not going to be a dive they can look for unless they really want to.
Yeah, seems like they might want to. Quas drops the ultimate. There's a flash from Santorin. Fish is going to find him as well, but there's no follow-up. And again, they're zoned off of the turret. NRG putting on the pressure, but Echo Fox are holding.
Yeah, Fox is holding, but it is costing them, as that was a flash initiation there from Big. It was the ultimate from Fizz, and previously it was the TP from Fizz. So, you know, getting that out is nice for NRG. They're holding on, and they are, you know, becoming pretty strong. I would like to see a relatively early Executioner's Calling picked up here by OQ, especially because Sivir can bounce that around, apply grievous wounds to multiple targets. It's going to be very effective against Froggen in particular, but also great, you know, against this Rek'Sai who has a lot of healing.
Yeah. We'll see how OQ continues to build over the course of this match. As right now, NRG, so far the big win for NRG has been get GBM on Vladimir, let him make magic happen. Well, this time they're playing a little bit differently. They're playing around OQ, they're playing around GBM and Santorin, and actually sort of effectively trying to move around the map and catch Echo Fox unawares and take advantage of the game. This is a big step up from what we saw from them last week.
Yeah, they looked really good against Immortals yesterday. They are looking solid here against Echo Fox today. And we always do have to keep in mind the struggles that may appear late game. You know, can you punch through this front line of Quas? Can you punch through this front line of Santorin when they're getting buffed up by the Karma Shields as well? It's something they're going to have in the back of their mind. It can become very, very difficult. But at the same time, you know, we have to have enough damage to break through Froggen, who is getting very, very strong, always CSing extremely well, has had high kill participation, and a lot of blue buffs gifted over.
Yeah. Spirit Visage and Rod of Ages along with Swifty Boots, so he's going to be feeling pretty good. Now, Dragon has spawned an Energy despite being in a very good position, are going to look for some action in the mid lane. They've got Karma, they've got On the Hunt.
Yeah, Froggen's split pushing, so they either have to try to commit to this very heavily, or they have to send someone to answer it. Looks like they want to dive.
Yeah, there's one. Barrel is going to go out, and the mid-tier 1 is going to be dropped for Echo Fox.
Yeah, great job by NRG there, getting that mid lane turret. And just the threat of the dive was enough. The Karma Shield initiation comes in. Santorum runs forward. They say, oop, I don't want any of that. They give up the turret. It was already low, not worth defending.
It was but a ruse. And that ruse did end up getting the turret.
A worthy ploy.
Yeah, is it still a ruse if they could have actually fought? Or is that just a strategy that they...
I'll leave this question to the philosophers, Tom. We're just going to talk about some League of Legends.
Exactly. Dragon going to be initiated now by Echo Fox. This is number 2 for them. Even better move speed.
Yeah, they're going to be very quick. And although people have been fairly vocal about, ooh, I don't know, the Cloud Drake doesn't seem that strong. As far as win rates go, it is very, very powerful. It allows you to make the rotations faster. It allows you to chase people down and disengage. You have the advantage in these extended fights pretty heavily. And sometimes split seconds can mean all the difference in League of Legends. So Fox is going to be happy to have picked up 2 Cloud Drakes, especially when you consider there was not really any contests they had to deal with. It was not risky. Just free objectives. Why not?
And if they've got someone like KFO or Froggen split pushing, that even more just enables them to get back to their team even faster, possibly without the use of a teleport.
Definitely.
Next Dragon, though, Drake, I should say, is going to be the Mountain Drake for increased true damage to turrets and epic monsters.
And that's one that is massively effective, especially moving towards the late game. When you have Baron on the map, objectives becomes the name of the game. A lot of the ways that you win games is by taking the Baron, cracking open your opponent's base, sieging down objectives, even getting Elder Drake as we get further. This is a buff that stays with you for the rest of the game, so the Mountain Drake is going to be huge.
Yeah, look for that to be a big point of contention between these two teams in about 5 minutes or so. So for the time being, everyone is continuing to farm it up. Keith looking for his second major item, and yeah, there is the Executioner's Calling for OQ.
Love it. Really smart. Players are finally picking up on that, and it costs the same price to pick up this Grievous Wounds application. Gives you AD as well as it would to just upgrade to your Berserker's Greaves. I think it's a very intelligent purchase. Yes, it delays some of your other items that you would love to get, but this is very, very effective. It cannot be overstated how much of a difference it's going to make, especially against Froggen, who is going to be a pain.
It really seems like NRG are just doing everything they can to enable each other. Let OQ do tons of damage with Karma supporting him. Let OQ enable GBM. Let Santorin sort of disrupt Echo Fox with a big cask. We'll see if they're going to be successful, as Echo Fox currently sending 2 members to the top side of the map on the tier 2. Bit of a
good
late
rotation.
response.
Good rotation here. Fox kind of outruns them. Maybe it's that Cloud Drake. They got the Nikes on, Dom.
Yeah. They laced up. They're ready to go.
Yep. And they do clear that out eventually, but good chip damage down. You cannot be too happy about that if you're NRG. You don't want to give up this too many times, especially when it's looking like Froggen and KFO want to split push. They want to be in these side lanes, and every little bit of damage they get adds up. It allows them to pick up this goal for their team much easier later on. Keith as well, has not really been a big factor in this game. One of the things I love seeing players do when they do play this Ashe is just try for some arrows. You don't always have to wait for the perfect one. I think it can be pretty worthwhile. The cooldown is not that long, especially when you are building CDR with the Essence Reaver. You can look for the dives, and I think that's what Fox is going to do.
Yeah, speaking of arrows, Santorin is going to try to defend this mid lane, and
GBM may face check this. He could be in trouble. He's walking over right into the Rek'Sai. He's gone.
Wow, immediately going to be knocked up. There's the long-range arrow. Bit of stun is going to find some time, but Echo Fox annihilate GBM.
Yeah, very dangerous pathing there from GBM, just kind of strolling through the jungle with multiple members missing. Not enough vision to make that a safe move. He pays big time, pops a ghost even, and a great follow-up arrow from Keith nets them another kill.
Yeah, now without that wave clear, Froggen is enabled to go in. Kiwi's forced to flash away, as now it looks like big soaking a few of those ricochets. Cask is forced to be used to clear out the minions, but it looks like Echo Fox are still going to commit to this mid-tier 1 turret. Froggen takes a bit of damage, but the turret goes down.
Yeah, Quas isn't there. GBM's dead. They got to give it up. I think that's the right play. Even if you TP Quas in, you probably cannot stop that. So they're just going to take the loss on the chin and move on. Still up in gold, though, for NRG. Very, very tight game here. And I would like to see some more emphasis on just kind of grouping up and looking for picks, looking for initiations from Santorin, you know, with the rest of some of these guys, because I think that the initiation is so explosive from Gragas. You know, he's had his flash off cooldown for a while. He has lucidity boots. You can look to try to force summoners, make some plays, and try to get some pickoffs here. But you know, they've been hesitant to do it. Not really sure if they can win the fights even if they pick them. So.
Well, the longer they wait, the scarier Echo Fox gets.
Yeah.
That Fizz is just going to keep getting bigger, and Froggen, he's already got the Rod of Ages in his Spirit Visage. How much more can this Swain heal?
He can heal a lot. I mean, he's going to get the Zonias eventually. He'll probably pick up a Rylai's, and it's definitely a powerful champion. Definitely going to be having a lot of room to scale here, all the way up to 6 items. Swain does not really fall off. He just struggles to deal with the tanks who can stack that MR because you drop your first round of spells, and then when it's just your ultimate ticking, it's not really a big threat to someone like a Maokai, like a Gragas. That said, if he gets backline, if he's on top of a GBM, if he's on top of OQ, these guys are going to be melting.
Oh, the arrow is going to hit Quas. There's the engage we were looking for, but he's so tanky. Takes a few hits and flashes away to safety. However, that's a lot of summoner spells right before Mountain Drake spawns.
Yeah, it is that flash gone from Quas, but thankfully it hit him and not their ADC.
Yeah.
So flash gone, but they should be okay. You know, GBM was in the side lane, answering that split push, trying to wave clear against KFO. But the real risky part about this is now you have your mid laner who has no TP in the side lane against KFO. KFO can simply TP, join the fight, and that basically means it's a free dragon. So NRG is essentially just giving this away.
Echo Fox playing NRG around the map. They've actually got a lot of members on that dragon side of the pit, so we can see KFO waiting in the area to make sure nothing sneaky happens while the rest of his team is going to secure what appears to be their 3rd Drake of the game, this Mountain Drake.
Yeah, and NRG isn't even moving to contest. This should be a free Drake for them. Definitely a nice one as well. As we get further and further into the game, Baron is active. It's going to be a lot of threat on that Baron. You know, 26, 27 minutes in the game, you can kill it really quick, especially with Earth Dragon.
Yeah, so that's Mountain Drake secured now for Echo Fox, their 3rd dragon in a row, as they have been controlling these neutral objectives aside from that Rift Herald, which is still on Santorin, but Echo Fox might be looking for, oh man, that arrow narrowly misses.
Oh, that is so close, and Kiwi Kid gets out scot-free.
It was a deer in the headlights.
That's a clencher.
Yeah,
that was a close one.
Like deer in the headlights. You see it and the deer freezes, but then you just miss anyways.
Yeah.
So close. Whew. But again, that arrow cooldown pretty low because of the Essence Reaver, so we'll see if Keith continues to fire those out over the course of this match. 27 minutes in. Echo Fox currently in control of the game. Few things now towards the top side. Froggen.
Yeah, if they can catch Froggen here, and they're going to go for it, Siverol has actually been committed, so they want to try to chase him down. I think Froggen's going to be going down here, and this could be a move to Baron afterwards.
Yeah, he's 1 versus 4 and gets destroyed by the murder squad of NRG.
Now it's the pings on a Baron, but mid lane is being shoved. They got to make a quick call. What's it going to be?
Yeah, NRG just aren't responding quick enough. Santorin is going to, in fact, start it out. Yeah.
They make the call. This is risky, and we have to remember Froggen's down for 30 seconds, so we have a lot of time here. We do have KFO pushing hard in the bot lane. Quas is looking for the TP flank. Here he comes. They're going to commit.
Quas is coming in. He's got the home guard, so he chases up. Meanwhile, KFO, as you mentioned, continuing to split push hard, is going to sacrifice himself, it looks like. Takes the brunt of the damage before flashing the cask to safety, riding that wave of destruction out.
And in the bot lane, KFO is already on the inhib turret. He already took the tier 2. It's a massive minion wave. This could be the inhibitor turret going down, and now Froggen's going to be back up. He has DP. Disaster for NRG, as Fox can now move to the Baron.
Yeah, GBM is going to respond, even having to use his Ghost to try to catch up. And Echo Fox, as you mentioned, they've still got teleport on KFO. Froggen has a teleport of his own. So NRG are trying to get vision of this pit.
They're trying to bait it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to fall for it. That ward spots out that the Baron is untouched. So NRG don't fall for it this time, but a disastrous series of events.
Yeah, and KFO is sitting in base looking for a TP flank of his own. They may want to try to go for initiation or straight back to the Baron because they cleared out the vision, but probably want to secure themselves, another pink, put the pink on the Baron, one in the bush. Then you have kind of that full vision coverage and the confidence to start it up.
Looks like everyone is finally going to back away. Froggen returns to the scene of the crime to catch a few minions as the rest of NRG, in fact, shove down mid lane. They've got a cannon minion wave.
Yeah, but not enough confidence to actually challenge for this as they know Fox has some pretty strong initiation. They have the TPs available. You always have to be wary of those flanks, especially when you're that far up. If Froggen gets in the back line, it's going to be a bad fight.
Really is, and so far it seems like NRG are just posturing, maintaining that vision that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, they actually dropped the pink ward in the Baron pit, but did not clear out the ward from Fox. So Fox does have eyes on this, and I'm not sure if they didn't see it or if that was a mistake, but either way, pretty big deal because that does give Fox the knowledge that Baron is not started.
Things are slowing down a bit. As you can see, the next Drake is another Cloud Drake. The final Drake before Elder Dragon reclaims that spawning pit.
Look at KFO, by the way. He was hiding in the bot lane bush, waiting for them to show mid lane. Now he's going to push for the turret. Really smart little move by him. We'll see if he can actually get it. If he gets any alone time, yeah, this turret's going to be gone.
Yeah, Quas is trying to force a fight with the rest of NRG.
They need to make a call.
There's no teleport on Quas, no teleport from anyone on NRG. This inhibitor turret is secured, and it looks like NRG are going to try to trade over the Baron. KFO still has his own teleport, though.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see if they actually commit to this because even in the 4v5, this is dangerous. Froggen can get in there, and Froggen is moving in.
The arrow hits GBM. OQ is still continuing to push. The Baron is chunked down to about 3,000. Big is in the front. Hard goes over the wall. There's a teleport. Who's going to get it? It is secured by NRG while Big zones away the carries of NRG. They're trying to get out of this, but Santorin is left for dead. KFO dives into the back. Kiwi Kid has fallen. KFO's not done just yet. Looks like OQ is the next target. He's separated from his team and has been slain. KFO did die as a trade, but it's 4 versus 3 right now, and NRG are running for their lives.
Yeah, and they can keep chasing. There's not enough damage without OQ to be able to take down Froggen. Froggen's not really in much threat. Nice little laser from GBM, though, is going to make him back off. Here comes the TP.
Yeah, Froggen TP's about 1,000 units to catch up for this kill onto Quas. He gets it, and that's going to end up being a 3-for-1 in favor of Echo Fox, but NRG have got the Baron.
They do have the Baron only on 2 guys left, though. The base has been cracked. Definitely, it's good that they got it, because if they didn't, it would have been a disaster, probably a game-losing play. But NRG is struggling to make these hard calls. It all started from a smart play by KFO, forcing their hand by pushing that inhibitor turret. Fox is able to delay here enough, moving in and out. They get that turret down, now they TP in. If Hard is able to smite this away, it could have been the game, but luckily OQ actually picks it up after that smite. Froggen, though, buying so much time. He's in deep. He's able to, like, ow, wow. Santorin actually cast him on top of OQ. Pretty big mistake there as OQ gets taken down. And, once their ADC is gone, they don't have the damage to punch through the sustain. The fight is pretty much done, and we did see a TP from Froggen on the back end of that fight. Picks up Quas, so good job by Fox, kind of peeling NRG a little bit apart. But NRG is still definitely in this game. This is a pretty frightening Sivir at this point, IE completed. This guy's going to be a beast.
It's just about dead even in gold. 1,000 difference between the two, 33 minutes in, and it looks like NRG are going to take their first Drake of this 30-minute game. Cloud Drake secured.
Could be a fight.
Yeah, Echo Fox might want to fight it, but Santorin pulled the trigger first with the rest of NRG. Hard is separated from his team. He's forced to flash out of this. KFO is going to land the fish onto GBM. Can't quite assassinate him as Quas is so tanky in the front. They just can't shred through him, and KFO is forced to hop away. He just doesn't have the damage.
Great cask there by Santorin, splitting up the fight. Disengages half the members, knocks the other half in. Chaos ensues. Hard is already chunked out, but they're going to look for the reinitiation. They caught Kiwi Kid.
Arrow has found Kiwi. He is so dead. Froggen gets that kill for Echo Fox.
It's the power of Ash and Quas. You're in the wrong neighborhood, my friend. He's got to try to get out of there, maybe look for a TP, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. I think Quas is gone.
He's got to wait out that never move. Froggen is trying to hold on to it.
There's no reason to use it, and Quas is going to get run down.
Looks like the rest of Echo Fox have in fact tried to defend the mid lane as NRG are trying to pull Echo Fox apart.
Look how hard it is to kill this Maokai, though. This is what we talked about earlier. This is Maokai. Look how long it takes them. That's the 2 solo laners.
Yeah. There goes the snare. Finally going to drop that tree. In the meanwhile, there was some action in the mid lane as NRG tried to break down another turret.
Yeah, I think they actually got the mid lane tier 2, so pretty big deal there.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so good job in that trade. Quas buys a lot of time, getting very tanky. He's going to be a problem as the game does continue, as long as OQ and GBM can stay alive. These are the key members. So much weight on these 2 guys' shoulders. They have to bring the pain because damage is not going to be coming really from Quas, not really from Santorin. It's going to be, some well-played fights from NRG if they want to take this game.
Yeah, and we did see OQ stepping up a lot yesterday on that Twitch. He was making some very bold moves, stealthing basically into melee range on an Aurelia before opening up.
I think he's looked great today. When you consider the fact that he's playing against all these dangerous champions that can go deep, and he does not even have a dash. You have to position very well on the Sivir against the likes of this Fizz, against the likes of Froggen. They're looking for initiation. Not going to get it this time.
Yeah. He actually still has boots 1. So still rocking that low movement speed. Luckily, though, he has his ultimate and a Karma to help speed him out of tricky situations. And now that first Cloud Drake.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, that's kind of the trade-off. You get the Executioner's Calling.
Yeah.
You don't upgrade the Zerker's Greaves, but I think he's going to want to go into, I'm guessing, a Mercurial. It could be a Bloodthirster as well. But with that Vamp Scepter, he only has a couple options.
Mm-hmm. Bit of a contest over that red buff that we just saw. OQ tried to snipe it away, but looks like it did end up going pretty successfully on the key.
This is a tense game. I mean,
yeah.
We are 35 minutes in. They are practically dead even. Teams neck and neck. 1,000, not even 1,500 gold lead for Fox here. The Dragons, are even enough that it's not a massive lead here for Fox, and both teams have strong compositions, so it's going to come down so much to the play, so much to the initiation, especially a lot of pressure on guys like Santorin, who has to be able to get that perfect cast. You need to split up the fight correctly. You do not want to knock KFO or Froggen onto your AD carry, though, so, it's a fine line.
I mean, we did see he had a few casks earlier that were successful at separating the fight.
Oh, he's done great.
Oh, and the arrow spell shielded by OQ. He's like, no, I've got it.
Thanks for the mana.
Yeah.
I'll take that. No problem.
Mana transfer successful by NRG and Echo Fox.
Still, only a minute cooldown on the arrow. Keep shooting them out. Keep trying. If you get a flash, that's a big win. If you get a kill, that's an even bigger one. You just got to keep fishing for them. That's the power of Ashe, especially in the late game when one death can mean the end, because the death timers get so big. The further back you are, the longer that Ashe arrow will stun you for. It's very powerful, and it definitely puts a lot of worry kind of in the hearts of NRG.
Oh, there's a teleport. It looks like NRG want to fight. Quas runs forward, but gets tagged by the slow. He flashes, but Hard is going to knock him up. Keith and Froggen are kiting it out in the back while Big is trying to be as tanky as possible. KFO did join the back line. He's found OQ. They've got to kill him before he can kill that Sivir. They do succeed. GBM drops KFO, and Echo Fox have got to abandon ship.
Great peeling by Quas. Good presence of mind. Turns around. GBM wants to go for the kill.
Yeah, they're trying to turn it as much as possible, but the slows are so strong for Echo Fox as they kite this out, and they're only going to lose 1 from NRG's engage.
They're going to move to the Baron. I think they can. We'll see if they're going to be able to put pressure on this, at least establish the vision control. But a pretty explosive fight there. NRG makes the call. Some good plays on both sides. Could have gone a lot worse for Fox if it wasn't for the beautiful Braum ult, which actually interrupted Santorin's body slam mid-flight.
Very close play for Echo Fox. They've still got KFO dead for another 10 seconds. But NRG, we were just saying, they were having difficulty making the difficult calls. Well, that was a very confident play that they just executed.
Yeah, both the frontliners played that very well. Quas intelligently peeling back. Here's the initiation. Watch the Braum ult. Boom. Pops him out of the body slam. That was where he would have got the ult. He could have knocked Keith back in. That's a game-saving play by Big. could be overlooked, but great job by him. Now Quas sees that his AD carry's in trouble. He's not going to tunnel. He turns around, peels for OQ. They take out KFO. Well played by the team, collapsing on the Fizz, who was putting threat onto your Sivir. Great stuff. They do go for the flashes, try to pick up some more exit kills. Big, though, able to survive with a nice unbreakable. And now the Elder Dragon is entering the field, and this is a big one. They're going to have to be very careful, because if one team goes for Baron, other team can go for Elder. It's a back and forth that can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, a bit of damage finds Kiwi Kid as he's caught clearing out some wards in the pit. Echo Fox do have that Mountain Drake, so it is going to be slightly easier for them on these huge epic monsters if they ever do get into a sort of a race situation, and that's why they're currently posturing towards that Baron side.
It's going to be tough, because I feel like Fox wants to start something right now. You know, OQ, though, he's at kind of a critical juncture. He has a lot of gold on his character right now. He's carrying around almost 3,000 gold. He wants to buy. They got to be careful not. Oh, that was close.
Jeez. There was the arrows we were talking about.
Yeah, and there is that buy, full Mercurial, key that he's able to base and get that purchase, because that is a lot of power that was sitting in the bank.
That was the buy.
Yeah.
That he got that.
Yeah, from a Vamp to a full Mercurial. That's a big one.
Wow. Missed it by barely half a second. So very close, but Echo Fox not able to quite lock him down. NRG now going to fight back over that vision around the Baron pit. Now enabled. In fact, they're going to start it out. I don't know if they can see that ward in the back, but they're burning through it so quick.
Yeah, there's a ward in the back of the pit. I don't know. They did hit it before, so they should remember that it's there. But Fox is in place. They're going to go for the fight. Sivir ult's popped.
Santorin goes forward. The cast is going to separate hard, and it looks like they're trying to get in. Froggen is doing some damage to GBM. Exhaust denies quite a bit. OQ and GBM are stacked up, and Froggen and KFO know it. They're doing a lot of damage, but they can't quite finish it off. Froggen is a little bit too deep.
Look at Keith. Keith is free firing. This is problems for NRG.
He's firing nonstop. There's the follow-up arrow onto GBM. Froggen is out of mana, though. He's trying to get some auto attacks, but he just doesn't have anything.
Here comes
in
OQ.
aim and form. And in NRG, they're turning this around. The fight went on too long.
What a fight by NRG. Big plays from both GBM and OQ, staying alive by the skin of their teeth. And OQ says, not even close. I'll hold on to that summoner heal. I'm all right. Beautiful stuff. Really, really close fight on both sides, and it's got to be frustrating for Fox as they have trouble punching through the front line. This is what we talked about. They cannot deal with the Maokai. They cannot deal with that Gragas. And Froggen actually went during the fight because you know, he has his ult up for so long. So here it is once again. NRG baits him in. They pop the Sivir ult. Mantra Shield here comes out from Kiwi Kid as well. A good cast knocks in 2. They're able to really get a lot of damage in on hard, making him pretty ineffective. But this is where GBM messes up. He gets caught by the never move. It's full retreat. OQ as well in a lot of trouble. Kiwi Kid helping him out with the shield. He flashes out, kites back. And now OQ sticks around. This is really intelligent. He's waiting, he's waiting, he's waiting. Frog and zoom. In comes OQ. He's back in the fight immediately, monitoring that. So very smart, able to add in the extra damage that they need, pick up these exit kills. Fantastic play from NRG's AD carry.
Yeah, very good team fight. In the meanwhile, they did just secure the Baron buff, and now they're actually looking for the Elder Dragon.
Yeah. Quas has TP, but this is not a regular dragon. It's like the Baron. It takes a long time to kill. You've got to be careful.
Yeah, they're going to take a lot of damage here. Hard is waiting. He's got his smite ready. It's level 15 versus 16, so Santorin has the favor, but there is that Mountain Drake. Here comes a teleport for Quas. Echo Fox can't make up their mind. They're going to try to look for the steal, but it looks like NRG don't even care. They want to go for the fight instead. They're trying to drop a lot of AoE, but the death ball of Echo Fox has
Drake
not
is still
been
hitting
reached.
NRG.
Yeah, there's the cask. It's going to separate Hard. He's knocked away, and the Dragon is actually going to reset a little bit as KFO has to back out, and Hard is forced to flash over the wall. Here's the cleanup for NRG. Elder Dragon secured.
They just cannot get through this front line. They're so tanky. NRG forces Hard out of the pit, picks himself up the Elder Dragon. Thank you very much. True damage burn. Yes, that's great. They also are going to have the extra move speed on that buff. They got the Baron buff. Now it's time to make something happen. They need to push. The buff is ticking. It's only 2 minutes.
Yeah, speaking of push, it looks like that's what they're going to do right now. Well aware of that timer. As they now look to break down this mid lane. Keith is going to try to hold it with some help from Froggen, but that's a lot of minions coming in with that Baron buff.
It is a lot of minions. They do have to be a little bit careful, though, as a lot of their players are low on mana, which can be very, very big if they do opt into one of these big fights. Look at Santorin. He's chunk low. I think NRG should actually be backing out here, but they want to stay for the turret. We'll see if they commit for the fight.
Yeah, they've still got that Elder Dragon, so this is a very greedy fight. Let's see if they can quite turn it around. Yeah, they decide to back off.
This is the right call.
Yeah.
Back off. Yes, you want to make the most out of your buffs. Heal up, use the Baron buff, rotate bot lane. You got a huge wave.
Yeah.
Buff that up, pick up some of the more standing gold as those turrets are still available.
Just continue to secure the map more and more. NRG finally able to take a lead over Echo Fox 44 minutes in. Red buff being gifted over to OQ time and time again. Blues being denied to Froggen. We saw how vital that mana pool was to him in that previous fight. Well, he still only got that Rod of Ages for mana.
Yeah, it's very important. The way the new Catalyst works is you take damage, it gives you mana. You spend mana, it gives you health. Very, very good. It's kind of this cycle here for Swain. He loves that item. It's very, very strong, but important to note, more item breakpoints coming up. GBM picks himself up with Banshee's Veil. He doesn't want to go down. The upgraded not Death Stance, excuse me, Mortal Reminder there for OQ. So a lot of big items being picked up. Thornmail's on both of the tanks for NRG. It's only going to get harder. Keith is struggling already to punch through. Froggen can't deal with them. Who's going to deal with the front line?
Yeah, the Elder Dragon buff has now fallen off, so it's only the Baron buff that they're trying to break this inhibitor, and OQ gets a couple of good hits. Empowered by Kiwi Kid, he fears nothing and drops that inhibitor.
Great job by NRG, but the side waves are not in their favor, so they got to go do a little maintenance work, clean up some minions. And the Baron buff has now expired, so they do get themselves an inhibitor. But at this stage in the game, you know, it's not the end of the world for Fox. They're going to go for a Death Rush, though. We'll see if they can catch them here. Not looking like it.
Yeah, there was a really big minion wave on the top side of the map.
Giant, actually.
Oh, they're not going to turn it into a Death Rush. They're turning it into a Death Rush as they're charging onto Echo Fox. Froggen is separated. Big is going to be following up the back. Keith is going to run away, but that is going to leave a separated Big on the bottom side.
Yeah, Santorin really kind of blew it on the initiation. He lands a flash body slam on Big, but he actually ulted into the Unbreakable. That means it knocks him away because the projectile stops as soon as it lands, makes contact with the front of the shield. So he needed to hold that until the Unbreakable was down. He could have knocked in at least Big and probably got a free kill. So a bit of an error there from Santorin. It's a costly one.
Yeah, meanwhile, Echo Fox send 5 members towards the bottom side to break down that tier inhibitor turret.
GBM's too slow.
He's actually recalling right now. That's 8 seconds. Keith is firing off a few auto attacks.
They're going to have to give it up. It's looking pretty bad, but Quas is trying to posture, trying to put on some threat.
Oh, when he flashes forward, there's the engage onto Froggen. There's a quick Zonya's Big, tries to come to the rescue, but Froggen is ready. KFO dives onto OQ in the back and is forced to back out. Quas provides chase, and KFO's Guardian Angel has been popped. Froggen gets knocked back in as the cast comes off of cooldown. That's going to be KFO almost certainly going down. There he is. 2 members of Echo Fox are dead.
Great plays from NRG. Santorin, he messed up the jungle initiation. This one he nails. Kill on the mid laner, and fantastic stuff from Quas. He actually, threatens the engage, threatens it, keeps their inhib alive. I really like the play of the front lane duo here from NRG.
Yeah, they're able to defend their base for now, but it looks like NRG might be trying to end as they stream down mid lane. Santorin and Quas are charging forward. They don't have the Baron buff, don't have Elder Dragon anymore, but it's still 30 seconds before Froggen and KFO
I don't think it matters. These guys can tank the turrets. They have so much armor, and both the solo laners are down, so this is going to be a very hard defense here for Fox. It's all on Keith. He's the only one that's going to be dealing the damage, and he does not have summoners. Can they look for the initiation? No. Hard makes a smart play, cuts off the minion wave. Still, though, NRG's pushing for it.
Yeah, they're going to try. Charging forward. Big is the target. They're just going to try to kill him, and they succeed. Turning on to Nexus turret number 1.
3 seconds on
Froggen. Through. Hard is in the back, disrupting as much as possible, but the Nexus is there. Froggen rushes in. Do they have the damage to shred through energy and keep the Nexus alive? It's chaos as Echo Fox are fighting for their lives, but they've stacked up in the AoE, and NRG are going to kill everyone on Echo Fox and turn onto the Nexus. One final consolation kill on the side. Quadra kill for GBM, and the Nexus for NRG as they defeat Echo Fox.
what a game. This was a close one right down to the very end. Explosive team fights. NRG can be happy about this one. It was a full team effort. They looked great.
Very, very convincing play from NRG at the end of that game. They had a bit of difficulty in the mid-game, sort of making the difficult decisions. Do we go for the Baron? Do we rush to the bottom? Do we try to take this Drake here? But at the end, they were making hard, decisive calls, and Echo Fox just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, I got to give so much credit to Santorin as well. It's very difficult to get those perfect ultimates. You knock too much in, it can go bad. You knock too little in, it's not really worthwhile. His Gragas ultimates were absolutely fantastic in pretty much every team fight. He was able to split up the opposing team, knocking key targets, or even just knocking guys like the jungler, like the support, push them out of the fight because they got so much free damage. And we talked about it in Champ Select. We talked about it during the game. No answer for the front line. Quas and Santorin could not go down. They both had Thornmails. They had Randuins. They had so much armor stacked. And Keith is not a tank shredder on Ashe, especially when he always has to worry about getting knocked into the
Dive,
team.
Dive by Santorin or perhaps Quas. But anyways, game one is done. There's more on the way. While the players reset to go at it again, let's hear what our analysts have to say about that game.
Thank you very much, guys. NRG picking up game one in the series against Fox, but a very long game, also very even up until the end. Before we dive into anything, I want to take one more look at the final team fight that happened in the bot lane, actually in NRG's base. That kind of allowed them the easy walk up the mid lane to finish off this game here as it rolls out.
I mean, you see what Fox is thinking. They know that GBM's top side, he has to recall, get down there, so they're trying to push that inhib, but Quas does a really good job zoning them off the inhib so they can't finish it, and then he gets a really nice engage here.
Yeah, I mean, we see Froggen popping that zonies without the ultimate on, trying to buy a little bit of time, but it's just a distinct lack of damage, it felt like, coming from this Fox lineup into what was such a tanky team composition on the side of NRG.
So if you notice the way that NRG has been playing the fights, GBM and Oki are almost always together, hitting the same target a lot of times. But that synergy wasn't there between Keith and Froggen. We had a lot of fights where Froggen's just going in, but where's Keith? Keith isn't backing him up, and Swain isn't enough to tear down two massive front lines with the shields from Karma and Victor.
Yeah, I think where that was most evident actually comes a little bit earlier in the game, 40 minutes into the game. A 3-for-0 that NRG picks up around the Baron. You see Froggen doing an insane amount of work in the front line, but as Keith tries to follow up, he's literally tickling the front line of this NRG team comp.
Right, NRG have been forcing around Baron a lot this game. They get a turn off onto the Fox lineup here, and then it looks like a pretty close fight. It looks like NRG's in a good spot, and then Froggen starts going off here. He gets onto the back line. He's hitting all the carries with his damage, and then as he starts chasing through this fight, Oki just barely manages to live. Froggen has to pop his Zhonya's, and then he starts running out of mana here. As he's chasing, you see that the bar's just going down, and then he runs out of mana before they're able to finish off GBM. And then you see that Keith just doesn't do any damage relative to the rest of the team. So like, Froggen runs out of mana, there's nothing more to do, and it's just so obvious that they can't deal with the tankiness that comes out of the NRG lineup.
Yeah, there was an issue with kind of the gold distribution on Fox. At that point, Froggen already at his full 6 items, but a noticeable lack of an eye edge on Keith in that fight.
So he finished the completed Mortal Reminder and the Mortal Reminder plus a pen item and didn't have the Infinity Edge until like 15 minutes later, and that's just not enough because while the regeneration from Gragas and Maokai is significant, the armor penetration and the Infinity Edge will do a lot more damage. So because of that lack of damage, you know, he was just unable to do anything remotely important for NRG to keep him as a threat. And you notice him that he was playing scared, but kept constantly pushing up to try to hit them, but the damage just wasn't there. So one threat composition is not going to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at these team compositions, so we're backtracking all the way back now to Champion Select. I mean, again, you look at the Fox lineup and you say, okay, Fizz in the top lane has been a very stellar pick. Swain, fantastic. Rek'Sai, Ashe, considered one of the top ADCs right now, and Braum, a very solid support. So again, as you know, if I take just a quick glance at it, I want to say they drafted a fantastic comp, and yet for whatever reason, once they got to those 6 items late game team fights, it didn't seem like they had the damage or maybe the focus to really eat through this Maokai, Gragas, and then Karma shielded team.
Well, I think is that they're just going to get outscaled at some point during the game, and they had opportunities where they were in the lead, and if they pushed through there, they would have won. But the problem was like that first Baron that NRG was basically able to force.
They got that 50-50.
Yeah, it was a 50-50. That's a critical breakpoint in the game where if you stop that play, you took the inhib down, Fizz just needs, or the inhib turret, Fizz just goes back down there, finishes the inhib off at any point. But because they get the Baron, it keeps them in the game. They get the team gold, and if they just didn't get that Baron, or it, you know, God forbid, Fox takes that Baron, they snowball through that game. But the game continued to stall out. NRG was just barely hanging on. I think they hit this kind of like break point where Swain just can't deal with that tankiness anymore.
One of the key players and factors in this NRG victory is Santorin. He's our player of the game, 1-0 and 14 on Gragas. Some fantastic ultimates, really splitting up the fight. And then, as we mentioned, being one of those two frontliners that just creating that wall, so much protection that allowed both GBM and Sivir to focus on one person.
What I really liked about his Gragas play was that if you're a Gragas player and you're against Braum, you know that Braum shield blocks all your spells. So you have to be really intelligent with how you use your ultimate, particularly when Braum is on the map. And a lot of times, we never really saw him botch ultimates and throw them out when the Braum ult was up. He'd always just wait for the shield to go down, now use the ultimate. And that shows a lot of presence of mind to be able to understand how he has to play the champion in these situations. And, you know, to his credit, he did split Keith a lot of times from his team, preventing him from doing damage. So the ultimates from Gragas don't all the time have to be get the enemy into us, get him away from us so that we can focus on certain targets while they're not dealing DPS to our tanks.
Showing a little bit of mastery on that champion. All in all, very close first game between these two teams. They've got a little bit more time to gear up for game 2. While they do that, quick update over on NALCS1. We have Team Liquid out to a 1-game lead over CLG, and that's off the back end of some impressive play out of Dardoch in the early game, really focusing into that top lane and getting Lorlo ahead on that Aurelia.
Yeah, he made plays all over the map at the beginning of this game. He stole some blues away. Here you see him forcing the flash, and then return ganking onto the Swain. And they get to snowball this matchup really hard in Lorlo's favor, and it was off the back of Dardoch's stellar play.
What I really want to point out about that dive is you can see just by how much time Dardoch was outpacing Smithy, because like, Smithy can read the play, but he's just leaving the map at this time. He's just exiting the base, heading top, and noticing that this play is happening. Dardoch is faster, gets the play done before Smithy's able to even catch the wave. So just completely out-jungled.
Yeah, he has really good game sense. We were both commenting that Graves was on his way to stop that first dive, and they just kind of felt that was going to happen. They kind of forced it early, and that's the kind of game sense that you really need at the highest level.
Well, Liquid will be happy to have Dardoch back in the roster as they do come out to an early lead against CLG. They're currently in game 2 over on NALCS1, about 8 minutes in. CLG, slight advantage in that, so if you'd like to take a look in and see how that game is playing out, please do so. Of course, we're going to have to take a quick break over on NALCS2 while NRG and Fox gear up for game 2. Stick around, we'll be back in 3.5.
Echo Fox playing well lately, it really creates a very multi-threat sort of pronged composition. Boss is going to be knocked up. Oh, he dashes forward. There is still a flash, but the Never Move catches him. Oh, the final auto attack.
Sivir's in the base. Sivir's no flash.
Kill Maokai. Hitting Maokai. Nice, watch out guys. Try to in. Nice, you can keep going.
Oh, we're almost to you guys.
Speak to the police. Nice.
Sivir is dead.
I shield.
Keep fight. No, Swain no mana. Swain no mana.
Let's go. Nice. Let's go. Nice guys. Good job. Mid push.
What a game. This was a close one right down to the very end.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Game 2 between Echo Fox and NRG. Now, in Game 1, NRG pulled out a hard-fought win in a contest that went deep into the late game.
It was a good one. GBM without Vlad. Turns out he's pretty good at Victor.
Yeah.
He looked great. Victor filled the same kind of role. Powerful team fighting. He's able to have the initiation from his teammates, and then he's able to really pump out the damage and kind of help to carry those fights. 9, 2, and 5. Picked up a quadra, I believe, at the end. Not too bad. And Santorin, I got to give him some props, our player of the game. He got involved early and often. And one of the best things about it was his ults were so consistently on point in the team fight. So yes, it's OQ. Yes, it's GBM cleaning up these fights, but it's Santorin enabling them to, making the fight so chaotic for the other team. Cut them in half. Then you have this beefy front line. They can't get through it.
Yeah, very difficult for Echo Fox to sort of recover from that. Not only their draft, but in-game, it just really seemed like they didn't have enough damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You do have, kind of the supporty type AD carry with Ashe. Yes, it has some good damage, but does not hyperscale into the late game. It's not like you're on a Twitch or like a Caitlyn that's at 6 items who's just pounding these tanks. This is a guy who's more of there for the initiation, for the utility, and because he also doesn't have a dash, you got to be really careful about getting ulted in, about getting W'd by the Maokai. So he had to play very safe, and he's playing a character that doesn't do the most damage. So it's like that combination with the fact that NRG kind of got ahead in the early game, they did not have enough to punch through the tanks.
Yeah, I think that's kind of why we saw him go for those Swifty boots first, so that he could continue to kite it out and run around and be defensive. Now, Keith has actually had a bit of an up and down over the first few weeks. I mean, when we first saw him come in, I think he had something like a 12 KDA without a single death, but then he played Lucian in the next few games. And despite winning, still showed a bit of struggle.
Yeah, I think, honestly, Keith looked good in this game to me. I thought he played it well. I thought the problem was not with the player, it's with the champion. I think that Ashe is great, but if you want to have a draft where you have Keith playing the Ashe, I think that you need to bring a higher damage like team comp. Whether it's someone in your mid lane who really can punch through the tanks. You have certain champions that really are good at kind of just killing frontline, or something like a higher damage jungler. Like if you have a Graves or something like that instead of a Rek'Sai, then you have someone who helps supplement that damage, who helps add that little bit to kind of push it over the top and start killing off these tanks.
And that was sort of the trade-off, going for that Rek'Sai, the nice tanky front line along with the Braum to keep Keith alive. But again, the combination in the draft didn't really work out. I remember you saying at the beginning of the first game that NRG's draft actually looked really solid, and it ended up working out rather well for them. They really had a lot of different options in how they could play the game.
Yeah, I mean, the big difference here is okay, both teams have tanky junglers, they have tanky top laners and stuff. That's totally fine. You have a tanky support as well on the side of Fox, so that's reducing your damage even further. And then we had a Victor who really is high damage, and the Sivir late game is a beast. Sivir can cut through your whole team. Not only is he killing your tank, but he's ricocheting off them and two-shotting your ADC with a bounce.
Yeah.
What's happening? So that's the big difference, is that when you have one comp that just kind of scales better, they outpace them. It's not that Fox's comp was awful or anything. If they got ahead, it could have looked ugly for NRG, but NRG held fast, and sometimes that's all you have to do when you have the better comp.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that works out again. With NRG looking improved in their Game 1 victory over Echo Fox, all eyes are on the star mid laner GBM, who spoke with us previously about the state of his team.
에코폭스가 이제 한국에서 전지훈련을 마치고 이제 다시 돌아왔는데 되게 이제 팀 전체적으로 분위기도 좋고 첫 주차도 이겼고 좀 힘들 것 같아요. 솔직히 에코폭스가 저희보다 한 시즌 먼저 맞춰봤고 저희 이제 새로운 팀이고 저희는 지금 어떤 팀을 만나도 분명히 힘들 것 같아요. 스테이지 위에서는 이제 옥교와의 커뮤니케이션 문제도 있고 이제 개개인의 오더 갈리는 것도 많고.
Yeah, so there's definitely some struggles there for NRG to overcome. He talked about communication. Echo Fox has been together longer, but guess what? NRG picked up the win in Game 1.
They did.
They're looking to close out the series.
Yeah, so maybe the newer team will be able to demonstrate that they've got what it takes to play with these bigger teams, these slightly more established teams, because it really seemed like as we continue to watch NRG play since last week and over the course of this weekend, in fact, they're becoming more and more cohesive as a unit. They're making more decisive calls.
It looks like a different team than it did last week.
Yeah.
Even though they lost to Immortals yesterday, they looked a lot better doing it today. They pick up the first win in this series against Echo Fox, looking better again. We'll see if they can continue that trend. If they get a first series win, that would be great for them. But honestly, even if they lose today, they're looking a lot better than they did last week.
Yeah.
And they can hopefully carry that momentum forward.
Well, the hope is that they don't lose here because currently 0-3 in the standings.
Of course.
A win is pretty nice. So, as you can see, we have entered picks and bans. Again, KFO's Fiora stricken right away. Zyra is going to be the first ban for Echo Fox. Once again, keep that away from Kiwi Kid. He's so very strong on that. And the Victor is going to be the follow-up ban from Echo Fox.
Yeah, Kiwi Kid has looked great on it. Now they say, ooh, GBM, you got to go Victor. We got to take that away too. So my guess is that they're actually going to ban Victor and Vlad. It's possible they leave Vlad open and try to force NRG to ban it because Fox has first pick. They can take that up for themselves. Froggen can obviously play this as well. I'm sure KFO would do that too. So, we'll see what their strategy is for that. Aurelia now taken away. A lot of top lane focus here from NRG and, a little bit of a mix from Echo Fox so far.
The Aurelia really makes sense to me because from what we saw with KFO's Fiora, he's an absolute monster when he gets going. And with the current strength of Fiora, Aurelia, it's just a very strong pick. And the Twitch is going to be the final ban for OQ. So that means the jungle is untouched.
Yeah, so honestly think if I'm NRG, you can try to trade OPs. So it's like that's kind of one of the strategies where it's like, ooh, you could ban away Nidalee or you could ban away Vladimir. I think in a lot of cases, it's better just leave both open. Say, hey, okay, you can take one, we'll take the other. Depends on what their thought process is, what they think is the most dangerous of the picks. They say, no, we're not willing to give it to Vlad, but this does mean first pick Nidalee is open for Fox. We'll see if Hard elects to play it. It's been very contested throughout most of the split across all regions, so definitely still a danger. And, we saw Rainover beasting it up yesterday on the Nidalee. We have seen a lot of Nidalee picks, and I would not be surprised to see that go first round.
Yeah, still a very strong champion right now. And I am a bit curious to see if NRG continue to try to prioritize that Maokai. That seems to have been working for Quas. He's shown a little bit of difficulty with it when playing against carry top laners like Fizz and Aurelia. But in the late game,
like Fiora too.
So yeah, exactly. In the late game, he just becomes so tanky that the early game just becomes a non-factor.
Yeah, and last game, let's be honest, he did not really struggle in that matchup. They rotated away from it. They avoided it. He was in like basically a counter matchup. Fizz even had Ignite. This is designed to kind of slaughter this Maokai. He did not opt into it. They moved around. He picked up farm. Quas did his job. He played very well.
Yeah, so we'll see if they decide to go back for that. Sivir now locked in for Echo Fox. Keith, you talked about putting him on a high damage carry. Well,
Sivir is definitely that. Moving into the late game, Ricochet is nasty. Very, very scary stuff. And it's also something that they took away from NRG. NRG last game, I think that their comp worked well for them because they had a lot of ways in. They have the speed up from Kiwi Kid. They had the speed up from their ADC. They have Gragas initiation, Maokai initiation. It's a very clear way to play the game. When you're struggling with your team's synergy, with your coordination, you want to give yourself very clear play patterns, very clear answers. What do? Well, we speed ourselves up and we run at them. We got a big front line. Let's get in there.
Pretty clear go button. And yeah, it looks like they're going to go for something similar as it appears that, last second swap. Karma and Nidalee are going to be locked in.
Really good second round picks there for NRG. You got to say, Karma and Nidalee, both first pick worthy, have been first picked a lot. To pick up both on the back end of this draft is really, really good. I think NRG have got to be happy about that one. Santorin, a great Nidalee player. We've seen Kiwi Kid play a lot of Karma. They're going to be happy. Yeah, they gave away the Sivir, but I do not think that you need the Sivir to play the kind of game that NRG wants to play.
Yeah, the Caitlyn was being hovered. We know that's a staple of OQ's, so we'll see if he decides to go back to that later on.
Yeah, there's no reason to pick it up early. He's going to have it in the draft. They're not going to draft Sivir and Caitlyn.
You've already seen.
Exactly. So that's one of the weaknesses of doing that. Anytime you do an early pick, the team can now delay those picks. If you pick your jungler first, well, they don't need to pick their jungler next because they can get it later in the draft. So that's something you have to keep in mind. KFO are going to be put on that Maokai. They're saying, Quas, show me what you can do.
Yeah.
And Quas has not really had any other champion so far. He had, I think, one game on Vladimir. Did not do so hot on it. He was like 0-6-2 or something like that. It was not a great game. So we'll see what Quas is going to want to play. They do have the ability to pick him up the Swain, but do they want to index that heavily on magic damage? I'm not sure. Magic damage from your jungler, magic damage from your Karma. If you're going to pick Ezreal, you know, you do not have the same kind of tank busting. You're looking at the same problem that your opponents faced last game. So we'll see what they're going to do here. You know, big questions for NRG. The solo laners have to be picked. Ooh, the Vayne is going to get locked in. Okay. You say tanks could be a problem. Well, guess what? True damage is pretty good against tanks, Dom.
Oh, man. Alawi being
covered
baby,
lock
well.
it in.
This
Lock
is
it in. Oh, here we
party. Oh, boy.
Oh, Kobe. Kobe, where you at? He's been asking for it. He's been asking
talking about
for
the
it.
Alawi. Oh, boy.
This is exciting. This is actually something I've been told Quas had been playing religiously a couple weeks ago. He was going in on the Alawi. He was loving it. Everyone has said in the scrims, Quas is a beast on the carry top laners. Now we get to see it. Guess what? It's a really good matchup against Maokai. Maokai does not have the damage to really kind of punch through your healing. You get more and more healing from those tentacle slaps the lower you get.
Yeah.
It becomes very difficult for Maokai. If you cannot this guy, you cannot kill him.
There are a lot of, so far, 3 very big damage sources from NRG, and that's without GBM.
Yep.
Who's essentially the heartbeat of the damage on their team. I believe he had the highest damage in that previous game.
Yeah. We'll see what they're going to actually pick. You know, one thing you have to look at, it's a pretty fragile team. We're going to get the Froggen and Anivia. That's his classic. We got the Graves locked in as well. They do not want to under-index on damage. They have Graves, they have Sivir, they have Anivia. They got lots. A great, well-rounded composition here from Fox. NRG's is much more of a mixed bag. I love it. I'm excited for it. But it looks like it's pretty darn hard to play. You got a Vayne if you get caught by one stun. If you get pulled in, you know, hooked by the Maokai or anything like that, you're going to go down very quickly. And it's going to be Ziggs. We saw Ziggs actually played, I think, in week 1 game by GBM. They did lose that one. GBM did not look great on the Ziggs, but the whole team was kind of struggling. And I see the thought process here. You know, you have your Vayne in a side lane, collecting farm, looking for 1v1s. You have Maokai, who is kind of this counter initiation, you know, a champion that can 1v1 here as well. So you kind of have your side lanes covered. And then you have your Ziggs, who's supposed to be the guy that delays it out. You know, keep wave clearing, keep securing the blue buffs, build a lot of mana regen, and just stall out the game. You know, one thing is, though, Froggen's going to be very happy to do that as well.
Yeah.
Fox has incredible amounts of wave clear. You're not going to be pushing turrets against an Anivia Sivir.
Yeah, it'll be off of the back of team fights. And
I'm excited.
Yeah, this is going to be an action-packed game. NRG coming out with some very unorthodox champions, looking to make a very strong showing for themselves in this.
This is the debut of Alawi in the NALCS.
Yeah.
So this is pretty hype. It's been picked in European LCS. It was picked in Challenger the other day.
And we missed it.
We did, but we got like a minute or two. So maybe we're attracting the Alawi. It's We're doing it.
All right, well, it's time to find out if NRG can finish this series off. Let us know your predictions. Update them with hashtag FOXWin or hashtag NRGWin, and we'll tally those as we get ready for this match. Alawi, Ziggs, Vayne. Man, we talked about how easy it was in the previous game because they had the easy initiation with Maokai and Sivir and Gragas. Well, this isn't quite so clear-cut.
Not at all. So I think that Fox, as far as traditional drafts go, they have the much more clear-cut, strong, well-rounded composition. But NRG, they got the element of surprise.
Yeah. They've got the pocket sand.
Yep.
Nobody expects it.
Nobody.
Okay.
You know, also just kind of talking a little bit more about strengths and weaknesses here. I think that one of the great things for NRG in this draft is going to be that they have, you know, the strong kind of dueling top laner. They have a super aggressive early jungler. Santorin has been getting work done even on the tanks. He has the ability to get ahead of hard and look for early ganks. And if you can start to snowball this Alawi, he can be a beast. One of the best champions in the game at 1v2ing, turning around ganks. Counter engage is very strong. OQ, you know, Vayne is traditionally a weak laner, but guess what? He has the Karma. That's kind of the band-aid for that, and they're laning against the Braum. So they have a composition that makes quite a bit of sense. In theory, we'll see how it plays out in practice.
Yeah, KFO and Hard, they're just scratching each other's back. This is a very strong composition for NRG, very strong in lanes. We'll see if they're able to play it out. Echo Fox, though, seems like they're going to be content to stay with standard lanes, keeping their duo on the bottom side, as OQ and Kiwi Kid also are going to start on the bottom side. Froggen, first damage onto GBM. So again, we're not expecting a lot to happen for probably a while. Not until we see Santorin or Hard look for some ganks.
Yeah, and they could do that very early on. We've seen Santorin going for even level 2 ganks on his Graves yesterday, made that work. He's been doing very well with the early aggression, so it's possible, depending on the lane positioning, that we could see them path out, try to get some early aggression done.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on those junglers as they're currently both on the same side of the map right now. Might try to affect that top lane that Alawi would be looking to abuse against KFO. Wild, Big, and Keith trading it out with Kiwi Kid. Already you can see the lane going back and forth as they're trading, and in fact, NRG trying to go in. Big still only level 1. He's taking a lot of harass.
Is he ever? And that is the weakness of the melee supports. And you know, up here in the top lane, 2 guys farming away. We have the Nidalee power farming, doing pretty well for himself. Graves, though, also keeping up. And you know, Big has been chunked down. Has a lot of pots available, though. Going to be okay for now. And as Santorin clears that blue, we'll see where he's going to make his first move if he elects to go down and try to get some early aggression very quickly, because Graves is still going to have to clear up his red buff before he's really getting involved, most likely.
Yeah, Santorin is going to be just a little bit faster, and there's Quas.
He's got his spirit.
Wow, look at that damage.
So to talk a little bit about the Alawi, some players you know, may not know too much about this champion. When you do pull a spirit, if they do actually move out of the range of this, there's a tether. If you break the tether, you become vesseled. If you're actually able to kill the spirit, you become vesseled. And Quas is going to grab another one. The amount of harass that comes out from this is very high. In order to get red of that kind of vessel, you have to kill off a number of tentacles. And look at the damage KFO is already taking early on. There's tentacles spawning everywhere. They're going to keep slapping at him. He's actually got to be pretty careful. If those caught him, he could have been in some serious trouble. So one of the changes recently was that Alawi actually has some slows built into her kit now, so she can actually slow you when she does smack you with that Q. The spirits actually spawn tentacles more quickly as well, so the debuff expires faster, but it spawns the tentacles out much more quickly also. So it's kind of more intense debuff that you can deal with, but it doesn't last as long. You have to be really careful about this champion, though, because the amount of damage that comes out can be very surprising when you're surrounded by a lot of these tentacles, which Quas is kind of starting to stack up.
Yeah, that's what we see from KFO right now, is he takes some damage and is forced to walk away from lane, sit under his turret, and heal up with the health potion charges. He doesn't want to miss any minions on this wave, so Quas is probably grinning ear to ear now that he's got that champion in the top lane. And KFO, there he goes. He's able to get that one.
Oh boy, that's an aggressive buy. The pickaxe coming out here from Quas. He is looking to fell the tree. And man, he is good with that. He keeps getting them time and time again. Another vessel procced, and if you follow KFO, he's going to be playing a little mini game, trying to play keep away from the tentacles, and he's going to get slapped. Gets stopped once again, and he's actually still in range of that. He's maybe going to get slapped again.
Yeah, as long as he is a vessel, it's every 5 seconds, and right now it's currently 12 seconds of vessel, so that's 2 tentacles at least.
Yep.
And
so
yeah, forced to use his teleport to get back in the lane.
Yeah, he has pushed this in. We'll see if this is ever going to really draw the jungle attention, because, as we said, it can be pretty scary to actually gank into the Alawi, especially one who has lane control, because, damn, he keeps grabbing the spirits time and time again. He's going to have so many tentacles set up that if you engage into him, he gets a good ult, you're going to be in trouble.
Very strong lane right now. Froggen, once again, just trading out with GBM, trying to deny that recall. He knows he's got the mana advantage right now, so he can play out the lane just a bit longer as he now just dings level 6. Haven't seen anything from the junglers just yet other than them glancing by each other in the river. But that's so many tentacles in the top lane. KFO, man. He's a field goal. He's ready to catch.
Yeah. At the same time, you know, he hasn't really fallen too far behind. Right? I think he's doing fine. But I'm hyped for the Alawi.
Yeah.
I'm loving it. Quas is carving out himself an early advantage, which he's going to want to do. Both junglers starting to gravitate towards that top lane. we could see some action.
Yeah, it actually looks like it's going to be Santorin who makes the first venture to the top side of the map.
Yeah, and it's just to actually get that deep vision. He picked up the warding upgrade. He has that tracker snipe. I don't think Quas has actually missed the spear pull this whole game. It's kind of ridiculous, and it's one of those things that can be honestly a little bit tilting if you're playing against it. It's like, that one hit me too? Are you serious?
How wide is this hitbox?
It's too wide apparently for KFO, but
oh man, it was like the old school blitzcrank.
Yeah.
Gosh, here he goes again.
Yeah, and this does start wearing away on you, and as Quas gets more and more damage, and he's getting more and more ahead on items, they can look for a dive here. KFO,
oh my gosh, oh my,
he's gonna go down!
Quas gets first blood with the test of spirit.
Wow, great job from Quas, constantly pushing in KFO, chunking him out. Santorin walks up, hits a spear. Thank you very much. I'll take that first blood for Quas. And he is rolling up 20 CS. Guess what? There's no TP on the Maokai. KFO is going to lose a lot, a wave or two at least, plus the first blood gold, plus he's already down to CS. A really ugly start for KFO and exactly what you wanted if you are an Alawi fan or a Quas fan.
Oh, man.
So here it is again, and it actually gets procced. As you can see, the tentacles are going to spawn, so Santorin walking back. There's the tentacle spawn. He is not able to dodge it. Did have the flash available, but honestly, he was dead regardless.
Yeah.
You flash the tentacle slap, Santorin flash pounces on you, you're getting executed. So although it looked pretty silly, let's be honest, I think it was the right play.
Yeah, it was really a checkmate situation for Quas.
May as well hold on to the summoners because otherwise you know Santorin's coming back. And geez, this is some aggressive purchases from Quas, and he is looking great.
Oh, man. Opting for the Warhammer.
Look at Graves, though. Graves hanging around here. He's going to try to steal it. He
oh,
gets
my
it.
gosh! Collateral damage from Hard secures the blue buff.
That is some cheeky play. Did he even have it warded? He did not. He just, oh, this is so smart. So he actually had it warded for GBM walking over. He sees Ziggs coming over. He's like, I bet you that HP on that blue buff is pretty low. Takes it away, so good job.
Wow, very exciting game so far. 9 minutes in. Oh man, this is wacky. This is fun. Quas is continuing to shove out onto KFO. Again!
Oh my god.
We've got to get a stat counter on this. This is
ridiculous.
So much damage that KFO is just forced to eat in this lane.
Have some mercy, Quas. This guy has a family.
Oh man.
Poor KFO is getting beasted on in the top lane.
Oh man, 25 CS are up right now, and Quas is not stopping. Hard has to choose which lane he tries to affect. So far, he hasn't had very much effect at all.
Yeah. And to be fair, although Quas is bullying this guy, Hard is staying relevant in the farm.
Yeah,
He's going to be, high impact team fight champion. It's harder to kind of pull off, the big team fight impact on a champion like Quas. It's much more of the counter engage. You can flash forward and ult on the team. They can back away. So we're going to have to see just how effective Quas is as the game goes forward. Alawi quite strong now, especially has a great laning phase, but it always did. And we'll see if he can actually continue, but jeez.
Oh, man. Another one is going to proc. Santorin is looking for follow-up. Yeah. This time the spear is going to miss, but Santorin is still going to chase. KFO still has his flash from earlier. Santorin misses the spear.
Gets the flash, though. KFO is going to be fine, has his TP, but they are putting a lot of pressure on this lane. They're trying to snowball the advantage, and meanwhile, Hard has been pretty much vacant. He hasn't been anywhere. KFO is going to have to just give up the CS because if he TPs in, Quas could have just executed that turret, taken it down. So KFO is kind of chilling in base right now, not really sure what he wants to do. And I think they're looking for a bot lane play as there is a deep ward. They're pinging it, and the whole team is moving down. They're looking for the 5-man dive on bot lane. We'll see if NRG is able to sniff it out. I think there's pings, and yeah, they're getting out of there.
Yeah, NRG know that they're taking Rift Herald on the other side of the map, know that they're vulnerable, and in fact, they are going to sniff out that Hard is down there. Quas even going to get that glimpse of the Void buff. Again, in 6-11, destroying the tentacles does not remove the debuff any sooner. So,
yeah, so that is
just
my
a flat
mistake.
12 seconds. But But again, that's the bottom tier 1 now going down to Echo Fox. We've spent so much time looking at that top lane. Let's sort of take a look at the rest of the state of the map. So far, GBM and Froggen have been farming to their heart's content in the mid lane, while Keith and OQ very even in that bottom lane as well.
Yeah.
In fact, it's a rated Dirk from OQ.
To be fair, you know, getting the turret first is a very big deal for Fox. And yeah, serrated Dirk, pretty surprising on the Vayne. It's going to be Death's Dance for Quas, but you know, looking like he's building towards probably a Ghostblade. Generally, you would see something like a Bork. Bork is pretty much a catch-all build for Vayne. Other people do like to just go multiple attack speed multipliers. You know, there was a very popular build for a long time where people went, you know, PD plus a rapid fire, PD plus shift, things like that. Can be very effective on Vayne. You max your W, very effective at shredding tanks like the Maokai. So there are options. People do also go IE Vayne builds, but Ghostblade is not something I've really seen too much.
Yeah, so Quas did solo take the top tier 1 turret from KFO. He's 2 levels up right now, 40 CS ahead, and KFO is forced to clear out his Dire Wolves to get some sort of semblance of CS because he just can't lane against him. Now Hard is going to try sneaking the Ocean Drake right here. He's right in front of a Scuttle Crab. I'm not actually sure if the Scuttle Crab has vision of that.
No, it does not. If he dashed over the back wall, they don't know that that is happening. GBM trading in the mid lane here. Pretty even. I mean, they're dead even on CS, and the trades have been pretty back and forth. GBM taking the TP, Froggen with the Ghost and Nivea, not something you would really see that often. I don't know if I've actually ever seen Ghost on a Nivea, as normally you would just see something like TP or a combat summoner, you know, such as, you know, the Exhauster against Assassin, Ignite if you're in an aggressive matchup. But I guess this makes sense. He wants to close the distance on GBM, be able to get up and follow up. But here comes the TP from Quas. I do believe, oh no, it's actually GBM.
Yeah, they're going to go in big, drops the knockup. He's going to successfully disengage, and in fact, Quas came down as well, so KFO will finally get some time top. NRG might be looking for this bottom tier 1.
Yeah, and looks like they have it. Froggen, though, is going to be pushing heavily on the mid lane turret. That has been pinged out. He has a blue buff, going to be working away on it. We'll see how much they can trade. And nice ulti from GBM, going to clear up that mid lane wave, make it difficult to be able to actually take it down. And Quas now TP's right back up. So NRG successfully takes the turret. But Fox will eventually answer here. GBM may go down.
Oh, man, he gets over the wall. Bear the stun lands! Oh, Froggen is going to get the kill on GBM with some help from Big.
Well played by Froggen there. Zones him out. Going to get the turret, gets the kill, and the summoners from GBM. So that is definitely a big deal. And Froggen is starting to scale up here as he will complete his Rod of Ages very likely on the next back. Already has his tier stacking, going double stacking items. This Anivia is going to be frightening later in the game.
Yes, as we expected from Froggen. Here's that play once again.
And GBM actually kind of like opted into this a little bit, which is pretty brave, as I don't think the Ziggs wants this fight close up. GBM overconfident though, should have just backed off immediately, tries to trade. Froggen makes him pay with some great skill shots and some big early game damage.
Things looking pretty good for Froggen as he's finally going to open up an advantage in that mid lane after about 14 minutes.
Yeah.
Echo Fox might be looking to see if they can follow up with another kill as they're invading on the top side. Could be looking to collapse onto Quas. He's got one ward that is going to spot out the 3 members and another pink to keep him safe. So Quas should know that this is happening.
Just go for it, Quas. Let's see that 1v4 quadra kill.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably not going to happen. He's going to back off. At least wait for support. Santorin moving up. Kiwi Kid rotating as well, but they are too slow, and that is going to be gone. Froggen's moving up here as well, so, you know, the whole Fox crew, and they're trying to put a lot of pressure on. They're trying to kind of keep making NRG pay for allocating their resources in specific ways. So Vayne is in the bot lane shoving, great. Okay, he may get some CS there, he may get some solo experience. You don't want Sivir in that 1v1 matchup because he will lose. So instead, Fox groups up, they take a turret, they're pushing for the objectives, and they're getting what they can, which is very, very smart. You know, a Ghost Blade completed on Vayne. He's up a level, up some CS as well. Keith has no chance in the 1v1 against this Vayne, so he's gonna have to be careful.
Yeah, going for the standard Essence Reaver for team fighting. Hard, hot on the heels of Santorin, but he's just not fast enough to keep pace with that Nidalee jungle clear. He hops the wall, clears the camps, and gets out. Though Hard has been farming as well.
Yeah, doing well for himself. He's just a little bit behind, so he can be happy about that. And now picking himself up, Hex Drinker. We can see Santorin is building towards that Roa. Both junglers doing pretty well for themselves. I have to give the edge as far as play so far to Santorin, though, who has put on more pressure.
And we'll see if Santorin continues to put pressure on the Echo Fox as a whole, as he has now completed a Catalyst and is continuing to farm it up. Froggen continuing to look for those cheeky walls.
Worth going for it. And I mean, anytime you do cut this guy off, you can get a lot of damage. Just that ER combo, you throw out the E, you drop the ult on top of them, it still procs the chilling. You get a big amount of damage, then they kind of have to waddle awkwardly out of your ultimate while they're being walled off, which you can throw the Q at them. So it's very, very strong combo. And Anivia, although it's this scaling champion, he builds all these mana items early on, he can still kill you so fast, or she, I guess I should say, can kill you very, very fast, even in the early game.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit during game number 1 about Echo Fox being like, hey, should we play the Froggen style, take it slow, wait it out, or do we play KFO's game and sort of go for more aggressive and faster plays? Well, this time, seems like Echo Fox are content to say, you know what, Froggen, you're on Anivia. We've got time.
Yeah, they have a lot of time, and this is a team that scales so well, so there's no concern about going late game this time around.
Yeah.
Keith is going to be fantastic on the Sivir. Anivia is going to be a team fight beast. KFO is eventually going to get so tanky that he's going to be a problem. Every one of their champions down the line scales very, very well.
I think Santorin actually just secured that Raptor.
Yep, he got it with the spear, so well played by him. A little bit annoying for Froggen, but Froggen is known for taxing those jungle camps.
Yeah.
This time, at least, he's taking away from the opponents.
Yeah. We've finally gotten him to move out of his own jungle.
Yeah, look at all the pink wards as well from Fox on the map. They have pink wards everywhere. 3 on the top side. They have 1 defensive one in their own bot side jungle. They are doing great with that, controlling the vision pretty heavily.
They got to keep themselves safe from that invading Nidalee and try to maintain vision. Now, Dragon is about to spawn in 20 seconds. That's going to be the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, so Fox does have that first Water Dragon, which is going to give them that regen pretty nice. And Mountain, as we've talked about, especially in the late game, very powerful, and NRG is moving over towards it. They already have Vayne shoving in the bot lane. Quas is shoving in the top lane. They have the side lane pressure, and as a result, they should have the advantage in moving towards this objective. We'll see if they can pick it up for free, or if Hard's going to go for the Miracle Steal.
NRG immediately look for the Mountain Drake. They secure it without circumstance as Froggen holds in the bottom lane. But NRG grouped up in the mid before backing off.
Froggen not having the TP does mean that as long as you have side lane control, they're not going to have 2 people who can actually answer the sideways and TP in. So not only do they have 2 TPs for NRG, they have Vayne, who loves being in that side lane, loves being in the 1v1s, very strong in that. So, as far as side lane control goes, it's going to be heavily in NRG's favor.
Oh, Kiwi gets separated from his team and immediately flashes the wall. As Santorin on the other side, so very slippery, just trying to kite it out. In fact, they are going to charge forward. Kiwi Kid takes a lot of damage. He's got no flash, and Kiwi Kid goes down. GBM can't chase it forward as Hard is going to secure the blue buff that the rest of the team was contesting.
A close fight. Vic and Froggen both get low, but GBM, nice heal from OQ. I'm not sure if he would have gotten down because Froggen's ult did actually tether, I think, but it was really close. Either way, I mean, the wall forcing out Kiwi Kid's flash means that he gets killed shortly thereafter, so nice job by Froggen once again.
Yeah, Quas is still shoving in that side lane. Was a little bit slow to join up with the rest of his team, but it ended up working out rather well for Echo Fox.
And here is that replay. To start it off, we do see that flash forced out, and Kiwi Kid decides, you know what, let's go back in. Pops the ult here, the Mantra E, they just kind of charge back in, but this is pretty darn aggressive, and honestly, pretty big mistake from Kiwi Kid. I think that was way too over-aggressive. Did not have Quas there, did not really have anyone in front of him, so this is just a squishy support Karma kind of charging in.
Yeah.
Almost like a little bit of a bluff, but they called it, and he's going to die.
That's not a full house at all. Yeah, 21 minutes in now. NRG still slightly ahead in gold, only about 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
But Echo Fox, pretty okay with that, as they still do have that Ocean Drake to allow Froggen to keep healing up, get that mana back. Continue to scale towards that late game. Next Drake you can see is going to be another Ocean Drake, which Froggen would love. Quas.
Good spear pulling.
Yeah.
This is the kind of stuff you need to do to be effective in the group combat as Alawi. You want to pull those spirits out, allow you to get some chunk damage from that. That's something that can give you an advantage. Ooh, as that spear
was a big
does
spear
catch onto Keith. But you know, Fox has a great team fight. Quas is caught.
Yeah, forced to flash over the wall. Doesn't have vision of Echo Fox and is used, forced to burn that summoner that we would much rather have in a 5v5 team fight.
Yeah, especially because that's really your only way in to get that big ultimate off as Alawi. You kind of need that flash, and Froggen is just getting summoners left and right with these walls. He's so good at the champion.
Yeah, that comfort pick Anivia. Once again, he splits off Quas. He's forced to pull somebody in, but he's taking a lot of damage in the meanwhile. The AoE drops out. Big is a vessel right now. He's going to have to dodge it. Quas gets it over the wall.
I feel like these people have not played against Alawi before. They gotta dodge that.
And a spear is gonna find Froggen. OQ goes in. He's gonna look for hard, find some damage. Oh my gosh, that spear landed.
Santorin tags him with the max range spear on Keith and had his flash available.
I don't think he thought he was still in range.
All right, I mean, it's great that Quas got that kill, but I gotta be honest, you literally just walk in a straight line horizontally when the Alawi tentacle spawns. You cannot get hit by it. Is it possible? So they're kind of just running in a straight line. They're not thinking about it. Maybe not used to the champion. Maybe just panicking a little bit. But that is like multiple kills that he's actually gotten from people just not dodging this. It's very, very simple. You just walk straight in a line, and it does not.
Tangentially, yes.
Yes.
Here that is once again. Quas, you can see, gets caught and immediately just turns around.
It drops the ult. A big ulti comes in from GBM. He's poking away around the wall, and here it goes. Big does not notice the spawn of the tentacle, I guess. He gets taken out, and if we're going to continue watching this, we will see some nice spears from Santorin and GBM poking away on the side. And look at this spear, max range, no sidestep from Keith. Pop goes the Sivir.
It's like when you see people in an action movie running away from something that's falling, and you're always like, why don't they run to the side?
You're running on the train tracks, trying to get away from the train.
Just get off the tracks.
So we'll see. We'll see a little bit of an error there, but not too big of a deal. They do lose a couple turrets, though, and that is the big win for NRG, who wants to continue to get ahead. You know, Keith does still keep that flash. Some are available. Big has his. So they both could have used that to stay alive, but at least they'll have him for the next fight.
NRG now grouping up in the mid lane as Echo Fox returned immediately to the position they were previously in. They lost 2 turrets and decide, you know what, we can come back. We can take this position once again. As Big looks for a tag, doesn't quite find it. Again, the wall tries to separate NRG but doesn't succeed. Quas now with his teleport splitting in the bottom, and KFO with his own in the top lane.
I really do like how GBM and Santorin are working together. I thought it was so smart in the mid lane for both of them to be off the side, throwing spears and those Ziggs bombs from the Wraith Pit, you know, just kind of over the side, lobbing at them from angles that the team will not expect. And another stolen camp there by Santorin. He's been on point.
Yeah.
Keep it up.
Echo Fox have got to be in check with their emotions right now because it's so many tiny, irritating things time and time again.
And look at Quas. He's going deep in the bot lane. And Froggen says, ooh, I'm going to wait you out. And it does not let that blue buff get stolen.
Yeah.
But Quas pushing hard here in the bot lane, going to pick up another turret. He is doing great for the team, has the Spirit Visage, which is going to increase a lot of that return healing. If you cannot burst down the Alawi, he is a pain. She is a pain, rather. Going to be keeping, continually healing back up. So it's definitely tough. And when Alawi starts to outpace you as far as itemization, it can be really hard to burst her down and take her out before she starts to heal up. So Steric's completed, Spirit Visage 3 fast items for Quas. He is doing great, and the Alawi is looking strong. But Fox has a fantastic late game and a really strong team fight. Yeah. And they are certainly not anywhere close to being out of this.
Yeah, put Keith on a high damage 80 carry this game as compared to the previous one. So we'll be looking for a lot more impact from him, while KFO and Big this time are the tanks.
Yeah, OQ as well. Going a pretty defensive build here. You know, picked up a very early QSS. Obviously worried about getting CC. Does not want to get locked down and taken out. You have to be right up in the enemy team's base. As Vayne can roll you around. If you ever get tagged by a stun, you die pretty much instantly. So although as far as damage goes, Vayne has massive late game damage. It's much harder to get it off compared to some of these other late game ADCs. You have to be very, very careful. If you get caught by a Maokai root, you could die like that. Caught by a Froggenstun, you could die just as fast. So QSS showing some respect to that. Has a very strong dueling build with the Ghostblade and the PD, but not necessarily your team fight beast just yet. You know, it's not like this is that IE Vayne building straight for the team fight.
From what we saw with the last fight with NRG in the mid lane, where they ended up breaking down into 2v2, it was actually a lot of the poke from Quas and Santorin that opened up and enabled the fight to happen.
Yeah, GBM as well, doing a lot of work as he is scaling pretty heavily up. Oh, Santorin has to flash out of there. So another wall, another flash. Froggen on point on with his Anivia today, doing great, has not died, ahead in CS, and getting summoners out left and right.
NRG now continuing to press forward. Stun is going to find Quas, but he's so tanky. In fact, the Mega Inferno Bomb for a bit of harass. Speed up onto Quas. It looks like NRG are trying to fight this.
Yeah. NRG honestly has really good siege. It's another area in which Malawi can excel. If they're trying to hold under their turret, you can keep throwing out that E, keep going for it. OQ actually just QSS nothing by accident, so they're going to have to be careful about a fight right now.
Yeah, GBM just barely makes it over Froggen's wall before he can put that up and potentially burn another summoner spell. So the Dragon, next up, is going to be a Mountain Drake. Currently, everyone's fighting over vision around this Baron buff, but the longer Quas gets to stick around, the more tentacles are going to spawn.
I would like to see Quas in a side lane, though. This is where he's really kind of built his advantage. They have a bot lane wave building against them, so Fox is the one in a better kind of laning position as far as that goes, because the wave is massive in the bot lane. Yes, NRG's wave is pushing in top, but it's not as large. Quas wants to be in a 1v1 situation anyway, where he's going to be fantastic, so I think it'd be fine for him to move down there. And it looks like he is going to go answer that now. At the same time now, Fox, seeing him answer that, may try to bait out Baron, may try to engage. We'll see what the answer is.
Yeah, they've actually got the fast track down mid lane right now.
They're going right back
to
Baron.
2. And yeah, they are going to continue to keep baiting around that Baron.
They want to get Quas to TP. That's the goal here. They're going to try to start it up. As soon as the TP comes in, they disengage. They're going right onto it. Quas will have to TP here, as this is actually taking a lot of damage, but I think NRG is just saying, nah, you're not doing it. You're just baiting. They will poke forward, though. This Baron still has quite a bit of HP. They got some time.
Yeah, Santorin lands a spear. Quas did teleport and join in. Test of Fate is going to find Big. He flashes forward with the knockup, finds Santorin and Kiwi. GBM and OQ again are split, but the damage is huge from GBM and Santorin. They're able to poke Echo Fox down to just about, how did what?
He died to the tentacle. Oh my god, what a mistake from Keith. And another tentacle spawned. It actually just slapped him. Quas and Co are looking to take this Baron. It is going down fast to the Bane, but we have Bard on top.
Bard's got somebody over the wall, and Santorin is going to secure it. Hard's forced to flash over, but there's no way he can get out of this as Froggen locks NRG in like fish in a Baron pit.
Jeez. Another big kill for Quas. He's picking them up in the funniest of ways.
Yeah.
This is, once again, Keith dying with his flash up, not dodging out that tentacle slap, and feels like the pressure is getting to these guys a little bit. They're not used to the Alawi, and they're not reacting as they should be. We'll see if we can get this replay and catch actually exactly where he did die. But I have to imagine it was that tentacle slap. And so Fox started up, they get the TP, but they do not disengage, and they're not ready for the fight. They're getting poked out very hard. Big flashes back in. You can see that he is the one that is vesseled. Tentacle slap probably going to spawn right here and drop on him. Let's see it happen. There's the tentacle.
So there's one more to go. There it is. Oh, man.
Keith just did not seem to notice it. He didn't even move. He actually started his recall up there. Gets punished big time. NRG has the Baron buff. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, they've got Baron, and now they've got the momentum in this match. There's a huge wave in the bottom lane, and NRG are looking to close this series out 2-0 right now. As with Baron buff and a very strong Alawi, they're going to continue just charging forward. Another Test of Spirit is going to find Big. He's chunked down to half.
Quas is just crushing with these. He's hitting every single Spirit pull. Keith gets chunked, and they're going for the turret.
The inhibitor falls almost immediately. The rest of NRG charge through the gap and break down the inhibitor with little pomp and circumstance. And Echo Fox are trying to hold on to this, but NRG are not done. That's just been a minute of the Baron buff. They've already taken an inhibitor, and they're looking at the next one.
And this is rough. They're just getting chunked. Santorin is on point with the spears. GBM constantly throwing in the Ziggs harass. We have spear pulls you have to dodge. There's so much stuff to actually dodge here, but GBM gets caught. He may go down.
Man. He is going to pop over the wall with the Satchel Charge, so he still has his flash for now, and at half health, he's going to be relatively safe as long as he doesn't get caught by another wall, but there's another test of spirit.
It gets another one. Quas has just been so on point. The Mountain Drake has spawned, but I think they're going to stay around. The Baron Canada minion is just working away on this, and we have a big wave pushing in the bot lane for Energy. They're going to have to answer this eventually.
Yeah, KFO's going to try to soak some damage, but that's exactly what Quas wants. He drops the knock-up, in fact. There's On the Hunt as Hard hops over the wall. KFO tries to flank, but Quas is in everyone! He's just shredding through Echo Fox's life as they continue to plow forward. KFO goes down, the inhibitor turret drops, and Keith is hunted down by Santorin. Energy get 2 kills, they get the inhibitor, and they might be looking to end the game with the next wave.
I think they can end, and Quas takes another one. This guy is going off on Alawi.
Amazing play with this Alawi. They've got a super minion with Baron buff. Big is trying to zone it out. Hard is just a little bit too slow. The 2 Nexus turrets go down, and Energy pick up their first win of the 2016 summer split off the back of Quas.
And in emphatic fashion, Energy came up huge this game. Quas was a monster, hitting Spirit Pull after Spirit Pull, a huge ult for the counter initiation in that last fight. And this is the Quas we were hoping to see. When you hear this guy's coming back, he's been one of the elite top laners in North America for so long. He's looked rusty. Now, today, he has his breakout game on Alawi. Looked good earlier, looked great on Alawi.
Yeah.
And that is so impressive. They gotta be so happy.
Oh my gosh. That was amazing play from Energy over the course of that series. 2-0 over Echo Fox. And taking a game off of Immortals yesterday, you might have thought, oh, it was a fluke. They had a good day. Well, no. Energy are here to stay.
Oh, yeah. They're here to compete. They were a playoff team last split. They're here to reaffirm that they are going to be a playoff team this split. And this is looking to be the most competitive North American LCS split to date. Pretty much everyone is in the mix. And anyone can be anyone. It's nuts.
Yeah. I remember at the beginning of the day we were talking about, okay, so far Energy looked like a team, put GBM on Vlad, and that's about all they can do. Well, now they show they've got this Victor composition that they can run with Sivir. They've got an Alawi comp they can run with Quas. Energy are just showing us how much they've grown over the past week.
Yeah, there's a high barrier of execution, I think, to the setup that they did run. They looked great doing it. Really stayed composed, a lot of great poke. They're able to group up, go for the spirit pulls, poke people out. GBM and Santorin constantly zoning. People are getting caught by these spirit pulls, they get chunked down. Now if you get hit by a Ziggs ult, you're in big trouble. So there's always the threat of this backline access from GBM, from Santorin, threading the needle on these spears so many times.
Oh my gosh.
This was a team effort for Energy for sure. Santorin helping to get Quas ahead, but boy did he look good on Alawi.
Yeah, he really did. A very strong lane. And now on the other side, that's not to say that Echo Fox looked bad. By contrast, they look just as strong as they did at the end of last week, just continuing the sort of win lane, win game sort of idea. But they just didn't quite have the momentum at the end of game 1 to carry through.
Yeah, I will say, that when you pick a team fighting comp like this, I want to see Hard kind of helping out his lanes more. It's like, yeah, if you're saying you need to win lane, then Hard needs to have more participation in this game. He ends the game 0-0-0 on Graves. No deaths, no kills, no assists, nothing. Which, sure, he stayed alive. He farmed pretty well, but he did not have impact in the early game. Santorin, meanwhile, helped to really get Quas ahead. He picked on this disadvantageous matchup for KFO. Where was Hard, though, to help pick on this Vayne, who has, a lot of weaknesses early on. Where was the team trying to make these TP plays bot and try to do something, with their comp? It just felt like they kind of sat back. They allowed Energy to play their game plan. Energy executed very well, and as a result, they take the game.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to go ahead and toss it down to Kobe, who's on stage, to talk a little bit more about that Alawi.
Thank you, Dom. Yes, I am here with Quas, the Alawi main himself, also player of the game. Congratulations on that and getting the victory for your team. Now, first off, I want to ask you a question about, you when you left Team Liquid, in between the time where you joined Energy, how much League were you playing? How involved in the competitive scene were you staying? How'd you keep your practice up?
So I took a break for a couple months with no league, and then I kept track of the competitive scene Spring Split, and that's kind of also a reason that motivated me to go back at it. I just was watching the matches, and I just got hyped up to play again. So eventually started playing more solo queue, and then I got the opportunity from NRG, and then I just took it.
How quickly were you able to shake off the rust of competitive games, you know, in scrims and stuff like that?
I'm not gonna lie, I was dying a lot 2v1s when I started playing again, but it took me like a week or two to get accustomed to it again and the team. Still think I have a lot of stuff to get back at. Definitely not at my best right now. I think it's gonna take more games with the team and more games overall to get back at it.
Well, you look good here today on the Alawi, and I gotta ask you an Alawi question because I've really been liking the champion, and I was hoping you pull her out yesterday, but you know you were facing Aurelia early picks and stuff like that. But I gotta say, what is the single most frustrating thing as an Alawi player that you've run into so far? What's the most frustrating thing to play against as Alawi?
Most frustrating thing is to play against really fast characters because the Alawi is really slow, but she hits hard. But if you're playing against an Echo or something that's really quick, you're never going to hit him. So you have to be really careful to what you pick her into. And I think she is really strong into certain stuff. Yeah.
Definitely agree. All right, my final question is going to be about the team. You know, this is a new squad that you guys came together very recently. So what is the main thing you guys are looking to improve on, you know, after this week, heading into week 3 as a team? You know, what's the goal in practice?
So I think I've been really liking what we're doing with practice. Just more focus on communication and just shot calling and getting everyone on the same page, which is hard with 2 people who don't speak much English. It's going to be slowly to improve, but I think we made so much progress since our first match. I'm really happy how the team is shaping up, and I can't wait to be the best we can be.
Definitely agree. A lot of progress even from week 1 to week 2. Congratulations once again. Now we are going to send it over to Dash at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Kobe, there with Quas, our player of the game, putting up a pretty solid performance, one might say, 4-0-2 on that Alawi. We were looking for him to kind of show up eventually. A lot of us were pointing at the Swain, saying, well, he was always known as a Swain, Swain player. Since Swain is now a champion that's playable in the LCS, we were expecting him to pull it out, but Alawi's the ticket. That's the one that kind of finally puts him up where we would expect him to be as a dominant top.
I do not want to see more Maokai from him. I want to see those 6 games of all Alawi, just nonstop, because that was really fun to watch, entertaining, and it caught Echo Fox off guard. They had no idea what to do. We had so many random tentacle kills, which honestly are so much fun to watch. Just watching this champion work and play out team fights and even just the laning phase.
I mean, there's definitely something to be said for the fact that most of these teams probably have very little experience playing against this champion, and we saw it multiple times with late tentacle kills because people aren't paying attention to the marks.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was the best thing to happen to NRG was to have Echo Fox take the Maokai away early, and finally Quas is like, yes, counterpick it with my Alawi, and you see just how much work he can put in. Even in team situations, not just in lane, like he lands these really unexpected pulls, the vessels finally proc, and then obviously Fox has no idea how to play against this. They kept getting killed. Sometimes they would group up on the vessel, and that killed Keith once, and it's very clear that they don't have a lot of experience with it. I don't think anyone has a lot of experience playing against Alawi in a team setting, so it's really kind of hard to fault Fox.
Right.
But at the same time, you would have liked to have seen a little bit more comfortability against it.
But I think you can, on the flip side of that, again, giving commendations to Quas, you can very much tell that he's put a lot of time in on this champion because he's landing those tentacles as well as the spirit grabs, pretty consistently, which is not easy to do. That takes time and effort. Just more than anything, takes a lot of time invested into the champion to understand that.
That was really curious was the build that he went for. First item, Death Dance. We're like, okay, Death Dance, he wants to dominate the laning phase, into Spirit Visage, into the Sterax Gauge. So obviously it's just a really tanky Alawi that's supposed to dish out damage and just regen itself through the damage from the tentacles. And when you combo that with the Karma Shield, it's really annoying to try to get through that Alawi when she also has the Nidalee heals to keep her alive. And we saw just how devastating the team fights are from this champion. I mean, it's just tentacles from all directions.
Yeah. Now let's expand, though, the conversation to the entirety of Champion Select, because Alawi wasn't the only somewhat strange pick that we saw grabbed up by NRG. We had that Vayne behind it, as well as the Ziggs in the mid lane. I mean, it's not like we've never seen those champions played in the LCS, but not for some time, and I don't think anybody would consider them S-tier champions in the meta currently, and yet NRG pulls out a win putting together a composition like that.
I think they benefited from the Echo Fox's lack of familiarity with the Alawi. I think that Alawi can work in other team comps. I don't think you need to make one this weird where you have like a Ziggs and Vayne with it. Like you could probably substitute a Lucian and an Anivia or like another wave clear mid in there and be fine. I don't think it has to be this weird. But you know what works is what works. So if NRG's comfortable with this, then they should probably stick with it.
Yeah, so ultimately, NRG coming up with a victory. At the beginning of the day, you said for the teams that are 0-2, you're or 0-3, you're looking to see market improvement regardless of the results. Now, they do pick up the victory here against Echo Fox, but did we see what we wanted to from NRG in terms of moving in the right direction?
The final game, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, first game, we still saw the same concerns where they were stalling out, they weren't getting much done, they like forced a Baron super hard that easily could have lost them the game as opposed to let them stay in it. But the second game, when they finally got off like what was seeming to be their standard comp and picks, we finally saw some improvement. So I think maybe they just need to branch out a little bit more. They've been spamming the Maokai, hasn't been working, and I think maybe it's time to stay away from it for a little bit.
Right, yeah, very much, as you mentioned, like to see him on those bruisers, a little bit more of the playmakers as Champs-led graphic pops up here. We do get to see what Echo Fox crafted, much more of a standard team composition in the given meta, but as a final point, what is your guys' assessment of this roster as they do go down 0-2 in this series? Game 1, though, tremendously close.
Well, I thought that for the second game, it was a little bit easy for them to decide what to do just because obviously the lack of familiarity against Alawi as well as winning matchups everywhere. You know, Ziggs is the kind of champion that's just going to stall out the game, so it gives Echo Fox very little opportunities, and they're clearly struggling on the sideways, which makes the game really easy as a point of just pushing all three lanes and then just grouping up. It's like, hey, we're winning all the lanes, and now they have no idea how to respond to our champion. So that kind of unfamiliarity is something that I'd like for them to a little bit, other teams pick up on it, and we'll see how can NRG actually win when they're against a team that knows what they're trying to do.
Yeah, Quas and the organization will be very happy to have picked up that victory today, get themselves on the board. That's going to do it for the NRG and Fox series over here on NALCS2. Over on NALCS1, we got Team Liquid and CLG in Game 3 of their series. CLG up 6-1 in kills, 20-ish minutes into the game with a 3K gold lead. Things seem to be heating up, rather, so we're going to take a live look in on that game and see how it plays out.
Who he's trying to stab somebody is Phoenix. Deep as always.
Yeah, that is very well executed by Team Liquid and some questionable execution by CLG. The Ash Arrow was exactly the way Team Liquid needed to engage that, and Piglet was rightfully very patient with his usage because he knew there's so many targets that he really just can't hit. Everyone can avoid it pretty much except for Stixxay, so he fires this in from Fog of War, giving little time to react, and bullseyes onto Stixxay. Notice Matt also chained the CC. Afterward, then moves forward to try and disrupt them, but he actually ults very late. He should have been ulting to prevent that damage so he could stay under the turret. Then he tries to initiate on the switchies, knowing the tank is around the backside, but it's just not going to work. And Dardoch is able to pick up 2 kills and then very smartly flashes away from Rui's piercing arrow, which could have killed him. And then essentially a 3v5, I was very surprised to see COD trying to go in to turn this one around. Team Liquid can just back away, and COD doesn't get anything off the turret yet.
Well, TL with great work done there. Actually not quite equalizing the goal just yet, but certainly have control of this particular stage of the game. Baron is the next target, Smithy arrowed. Repeller, Jack down, Phoenix gonna chase, that should be enough, but Smithy still taking fire, Lolo locks him up, and there's the shutdown.
And it was Baron threat that created that. COG took such tremendous losses and then extended the fight beyond that point that Xmithy was really scared they were gonna be taking Baron, and again, Piglet's Ash Arrow was right off cooldown. That's high accuracy. I mean, he actually got the Darshan kill earlier on in the game with that's 3 kills generated just because of Piglet's Ash Arrow.
Of course, Team Liquid making me a liar right as we jump in there. They even up the gold lead with that double kill as well as the mid turret take. But that just makes this game all that much more exciting as the gold's evened up moving into these later stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, TL has no chill. I mean, what team down like was 0-6 in kills or whatever it was, 1-6, would like group up in siege mid and then get an effective fight off and start evening the game up? They're a team that's extremely aggressive, and it leads to quick wins and quick losses, which is how this series has gone so far.
Yeah.
Finally, they're clashing head on, and we're actually able to see them keep up with CLG and have a competitive game instead of one team just getting stomped.
That's what I was
off the
gonna
back
say.
of Piglet's arrows, and that's how I'm actually expecting this game to be closed out. They'll either win by the arrows or lose by them.
Yeah, in what was 2 very one-sided games leading up to Game 3, it looks to be very close over there on NALCS1, so go check it out if you want to see how that series ends. We're hitting B and heading back to base to buy some items, but don't despair. The LCS will be back in lane soon with a match between TSM and Apex. We'll see you soon.
I'll give you the Daylord. We're not here to be friends with these people. We're here to crush them.
Yeah.
More ahead on items. They could look for a dive here. KFO,
Oh my gosh! Oh my!
He's gonna go down.
Quaz gets first blood with the test of spirit. Oh man, he gets over the wall. Bear the stun lands. Oh, Froggen is gonna get the kill on GBM. He is a vessel right now. He's gonna have to dodge it. Quaz gets it over the wall. And they might be looking to end the game with the next wave.
I think they can end. And Quas takes another one. This guy is going off on Alawi.
And NRG pick up their first win of the 2016 summer split off the back of Quas. Hello, League fans, and welcome back. Once again, I am Dominic Romer, and we've hot swapped out the color casters. Joining me this time, is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler.
Hello, and how are you?
I am doing well. And yourself?
Very well.
Yeah, freshly hot swapped. Well, coming up, we've got the oldest LCS, one of the oldest LCS teams, facing off against one of the newest, TSM versus Apex. And there's a bit of a history there between a particular member on Apex and TSM.
Ah, yes, special, because he used to be on TSM.
Yeah.
One of the founding members, of course, and he is in good standing with Reggie and crew and the entire organization as well. Happy to see him doing well on one of the new teams. But you know who's really doing well is TSM this split. TSM, they come out of the gate like a rocket, really, really fast. There's only 2 matches, but they do have one of the fastest game times. You know, they're playing really well so far with the new support, Biofrost up there with them. This time around, though, Apex is an opponent that does have a winning record. They start off that first week 2-0 in their matches. And maybe we'll see some focus on the mid lane once again. Like TSM showed in week 1, where Bjergsen and the rest of the team, got advantages in the mid lane and were able to push that to victory.
The contrast, though, on the other side is Keen in Apex. He'll have his work cut out for him over the course of this match, and we'll really take a look to see if he can be creative once again.
Yeah, exactly. Bring him maybe an Urgot to try and surprise Bjergsen. He was one of the original people in the mid lane there to get surprise counters on Bjergsen. I'll see if he tries to go for something like that this time around.
Yeah, and currently Apex have come into the split with some high ambitions to be a top contender. So far, so good, but TSM are going to be a really big challenge on top of their opponents last night with Envy.
Yeah, Apex dropping that series to Envy was pretty close. You know, they were hanging in there, and Ray showed himself to be a very, very strong component that they can try and use. But these are two teams with contrasting styles. As I talked about a little bit earlier, TSM, they have the fastest average game time in the North American LCS so far, 33 minutes and 56 seconds. Whereas Apex, they're actually 7th in the average game time, one of the slowest. But, you know, their games yesterday where they did lose, they still had a lot of bright moments. I definitely love the games with Ray on the Jarvan carry. Full damage, came out with some very surprising burst damage. And as we said, you know, Keen can pull that stuff out too. So that's a flex pick full damage Jarvan that they do have to work with.
Yeah, well, the big question is, though, can Apex still win if it isn't Ray on those Jarvans, Ray on those huge fizz plays? And we're really going to be looking to see if Apex can show us something new today. Well, as the new team on the LCS block, Apex are still being figured out by their opponents. And we actually asked TSM support Biofrost for his thoughts on the Apex lineup.
I think Apex is pretty good. I played against them in Challenger Series, actually, on Dream Team, and they were pretty good in Challenger Series. You know, they changed their roster a little bit for the LCS. I think they're good. They definitely look a lot better after their boot camp in Korea, so I think it'll be a really good match.
Yeah, and to talk about that a little bit more, you know, when they did play in Challenger, they still had very long game times.
Yeah, and, you know, they've got a 10-man roster, too. They've been switching around players, picking up a whole bunch of new players, so they have a lot to work with and some secret practice partners as well.
Well, we'll see if that practice is going to come into effect today, but now it's time to get things started. So we're going to go over who's starting for each of these teams. On the blue side, it's TSM. In the top lane, it's Hanser, jungler Svenskeren. Mid lane, Bjergsen, AD carry Doublelift, new support Biofrost, and their coach Park.
And lining up under the Apex banner is Ray in the top lane. In the jungle, it will be Shrimp. Keen in mid. Apollo is the AD carry. Supporting Special and Coach St. Vicious back in the LCS. Never can quite get rid of that guy.
So, again, this is a big litmus test for both of these teams because TSM, this is the first team they get to play with a winning record. And for Apex, this is a big challenge of currently TSM are looking the strongest.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Apex, they had a big challenge in week 1, everyone thought. And in facing CLG, they took them down. If they can take down CLG and TSM, you know, the home names of North American LCS, that would be huge for them in entering the LCS, you know, and they could truly actually live up to their name as Apex Predators.
Yeah. well, we're not quite at the top of the food chain just yet, though. The Apex Predators.
Yeah, TSM is.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what we're going to find out today. If the Lions can take, I don't know what kind of animal TSM would be in this ridiculous scenario. Okay, we'll just move on into Champion Select as TSM are going to open up with the first ban. Caitlyn banned away from Apollo. Fairly standard.
Yeah, Caitlyn's been rising up the ranks lately. The AD carry pool is actually in a bit of turmoil, and I'm hoping to see some misfortune around here in the North American LCS, you know, because we got a couple peaks elsewhere across the world, but hasn't quite showed up here yet. And it does take a team to build around team fighting.
Yeah.
But I really do like the little adjustments that they've been making, especially to her laning phase and a lot of the burst speed that she does have.
Very strong champion. We'll see if that goes through this time. Doublelift, of course, a very good AD carry. But the next two bans are going to be Nidalee, taken away from Shrimp, and Vladimir from TSM.
Okay, Vlad off the table. I mean, it's really difficult to ban against TSM because they've shown to be such a multi-threat team, and it's really just a team where you kind of have to go down the line and say, what champions are we just most scared of in general? Because TSM can pretty much carry from any lane and play most of the top of the ladder champions in those roles.
Aurelia banned away from Ray. We got to see his Jarvan yesterday, so...
Talk about champion pools. Yeah, Ray is deep here. He's had huge Fizz games. He had the Jarvan game. He even played the Shen game, the single Shen game that we've seen this season. They didn't quite utilize that as effectively maybe as they could have. And I definitely like to see Ray on a more damage-dealing champion, you know, either bruiser, you know, backline diver, or split pushing. So see what they do grab for him. Interesting LeBlanc ban here against Bjergsen. They're really, really scared. I mean, everybody's seen what Bjergsen can do to people on that champion. And as we said, Keen is going to be a target.
Yeah.
If Bjergsen earns his own advantage in mid lane, the rest of the team's very happy to back that up and pressure that champion, you know, dive whoever happens to be there for the enemy team. And Keen does not want to have that coming his way.
Yeah, so the first pick for TSM, you just saw Hanser sort of hover through some of Ray's picks. He's played Echo a few times, he's played Jarvan once, and before finally settling in on that Rek'Sai for the first pick. So Apex giving it the old hover right now. I think they're just trying to get our hopes up.
Yeah, I mean, the Rek'Sai pick is become super standard. Most pick jungler now. With the nerfs to Nidalee and Kindred, although Nidalee obviously is finding herself more on the ban portion of pick bans than the pick portion. But Kindred's been the one that really has started getting through with those nerfs because the nerfs hit her harder in competitive than they did in standard. There's your hope stash, Dom. Not going to early pick a Jarvan, just threatening it there with the hovers. But yeah, the Kindred going over to round 2 here does have to focus a lot more on stacks, as people have been saying. But a lot of the ones we have seen have still had really strong early games. If you give over a couple early kills there, she still really snowballs extremely hard, and maybe even harder than before, because the extra stacks, you can actually get over the damage that she used to be at.
We saw how effective Proxen was with it yesterday, so we'll see if Shrimp can sort of learn from that in this next set. Now TSM have already gone for their next 2 picks. Swain locked in for TSM along with Lucian for Doublelift. Now this is 6-11.
Yes, it is. Both those champions did get nerfs, but again, they were sort of even-handed nerfs, you know, not too harsh. And Lucian's still second most picked AD carry across the world this week. It's definitely still very high up there. They're trying to get kind of a mid-range teamfight skirmish comp here for TSM so far. Rek'Sai does have a lot of good early and mid-game control, especially farming out the other jungler. Lucian usually has a pretty strong lane, as does Swain. So TSM, they're not looking to show any moments of weakness so far in their curve in this game. And Apex, it looks like a little bit more scaling here, but there it is. The Fizz that we're assuming is going to Ray.
Yeah. We've seen him play it twice already, so we are expecting it to go towards that top lane for Ray, which means that could be Swain to answer it, unless Bjergsen decides he wants that Swain for himself in the mid lane. Finally, Ashe locked in for Apollo. Now, we already saw it earlier today with Keith, and it was pretty good at getting picks, but it just didn't have enough damage.
I do like it, though, because so many people have been talking about how there's a lot of opportunity to bring your crowd control and your utility from the bottom lane. Ashe and Karma, if that is a support Karma, brings so much because you have disengage and engage in that bottom lane. With her speed up plus the Ashe arrows, a lot of control if you can, you know, position accordingly, because you have so much control over the speed of your team and the speed of the enemy team due to the slows that you can apply. Kind of opens up the windows for your damage dealers in your jungler and your top laner, the Fizz and the Kindred. To work around. That's going to be hard to work around, though. Fear Wall, even though it did get nerfed to 3 seconds, still very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the damage didn't really get touched that much, but TSM for their next picks, they're going to take Azir and Bard for Bjergsen and Biofrost. That's going to put that Swain in the top lane up against Ray's Fizz.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup there. I think Ray feels pretty confident in that, but again, that's one that really swings with junglers. Swain, everyone always cries about, he's, you know, bully in the lane phase. He's so annoying now. It's too easy for him to CS with the Crow, but he still doesn't have escapes. So this is a guy waddling around. He's hobbling with his cane up in the top lane. It's a long lane. Go gank him, or at least get, you know, some vision applied there for your jungler, and you can definitely turn that lane around in your favor. Ray's definitely apt to do that on the Fizz as well, and there comes Keen Zillion once again going to allow Ray to dive to the backline. We saw it before, enabling the Jarvan. Now it's just going to be the same thing on Fizz.
Yeah, so it looks like Apex have sort of returned to something that has worked for them before. Enable Ray to make magic happen.
Yeah, exactly. They've got support basically from the other lanes with the Zillion applying the AoE stuns as well as the revive, and then all that CC and utility we talked about from the bottom lane here for Apex. Looks like they've got a pretty well-rounded comp. They are going to be running the double teleports as well. I assume that Bjergsen won't run that teleport, even though we have seen a couple Azirs opt into it. I'm still not a fan, even though double TP is so strong in the current meta. He definitely needs that cleanse so he doesn't get locked down. If he can have that DPS uptime, that's all you need for one of those late game team fights.
And we were talking about this a little bit earlier as well. Bjergsen has been playing so exceptionally well this past weekend. Well, now he's on a huge carry on that Azir. Keen's going to have his work cut out for him.
He definitely is, and it's not just going to be a 1 versus 1 either, as we know in this matchup.
Yeah, well, we're almost ready to kick this one off. Send us into the game by tweeting with hashtag TSMWin or hashtag APXWin to shout out who you think will win here in this game 1 of TSM versus Apex. We've got a very strong lineup between these two. Will TSM continue to the undefeated streak, or will Apex be able to take a win off of the cream of the NALCS crop?
Well, I'm going to wait to see who's going to be hitting their long-range ultimates in this game before I make that call, because both of these teams have a lot of, while they do have well-rounded team fighting, which is essential. Let's let the chance wash over you.
Yeah.
Both these teams do have, as we said, you know, some playmaking ability from the bottom lane. Bard is really good at picking people off. As is Ashe, obviously, with the arrow. So we'll see how well Apollo's accuracy stacks up to Biofrost's accuracy, because Biofrost Bard in his debut week was extremely impressive. And it's all going to be about, you know, these cross-map movements, trying to affect all these lanes that are pretty volatile lanes, honestly.
Oh, Biofrost, he found him. They were right there over the wall. So he takes a bit of harass from Apollo and Special before heading back. He's actually going to have enough time to get a recall as well. And it doesn't, I say this preemptively, but it doesn't look like we're going to get a lane swap, as everyone is currently on the bottom side of the map. Both Hanser and Ray content to go for that 1v1 top lane.
Yeah, it also looks like we're both just going to have them start first camp as well. So they should be coming in even. We have seen a couple teams mess up the early camps, but that definitely should not be the norm, and I feel like it's very simple on these two, so should be standard starts. And I do enjoy the standard starts immensely, because we get to see more freedom for the junglers. You have so many more options, and that's really the exciting thing about playing jungle, is keeping your options open and being able to react to the game you know, as it unfolds. You got to take stock of all the lanes and how they are playing out. Try and manage your health well enough that you can actually act on the opportunities that do present themselves.
Yeah, so we do see Shrimp and Svenskaren both going for the double refillable potion. So we'll see if they can effectively manage that. Some basic regeneration already included in the kit of both of those champions too.
Yeah, both those champions are very, very... it's very easy for them to stay high health in the jungle. A couple of poke abilities here landing in the bottom lane as they start trading, and both junglers look like they will end on the bottom side of the map. If you take a look at their routes here, Kindred Shrimp actually decided to pass up the early red buff, and that is a choice about managing your health and about not using early stacks of his potion. For some reason, he wanted to be on the bottom side of this map much quicker and at very, very full health. To try and answer Svenskaren. I guess the mark is what drew him over here without going for red buff, and the stun lowers the armor on the crab, makes it very easy to take, and he saves smite for it. You can see the added priority on getting these marks for Kindred after the nerfs, because that's where a lot of the makeup damage comes, and you can almost nullify those nerfs early on.
So with that, Apex were well prepared. You saw Apollo and Xpecial shoving in that bottom lane as well to make sure that if the fight were to break out, we could collapse. And they're continuing to harass now.
Yeah, it's kind of a dual purpose here, where Kindred's going to path down to the bottom early to both support the bottom side, allow bottom to play aggressively. Ashe Karma wants to land poke early. They were hitting their skill shots, so they wanted to try and push into turret and deny a little bit of CS. Plus, able to swing down, grab the mark, and as we said, can easily clear the jungle using the passive, not losing any health, and Rek'Sai gets the other Scuttle Crab.
So it's double Scuttle, traded over for the 2. As you can see, blue buff, in fact, is going to be gifted over to Bjergsen as Ray completes his first recall. And teleports back towards that lane, so Svenskaren being kind enough. Oh, 3 health, there it goes.
Yeah, it doesn't really hurt Rek'Sai at all. as we've seen a few times, handing over the very early blue buffs. We'll see here because Keen is teleporting back into lane. And,
yeah, Shrimp forces FLICKR to flash. He can't burrow fast enough. Just wants to play it safe.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about, staying high health. Here goes Ray, though, for some aggressive moves, knowing that the jungler is just chunked out. He's going to try and push Hanser under that turret as well to buy himself some time. Ray's also used his teleport, though, so both the solo lanes of Apex using teleports early just for their lane presence. And Hanser already re-harassing him almost out of lane. It's not really going to matter, though, because there's such good control by Shrimp in the jungle.
Already we can see invading, now trying to steal away the direwolves. He doesn't actually have his smite, FLICKR. Oh, he didn't go far enough. Shrimp was able to pull it back out of vision and it resets.
Yeah, so the reason he let it reset there is because he wanted to pull it all the way out of vision so he couldn't see from the fog of war. It was a necessary move that he had to make. Yeah, ideally you want to stay a little bit closer so the patience doesn't run out on that monster, but didn't want to let FLICKR see what he was up to, and gets off the counter jungle there. Probably going to cost him though, and FLICKR opts for the cross map. Pretty standard answers here as far as the junglers go.
Yeah, so you were talking a little bit about the sort of jungle freedom that's opened up by this as the duo lanes continue to trade it out. Well, so far, we have seen Shrimp moving around the map as much as possible, going for the first invade, in fact. And now he is going to be spotted out by a ward that FLICKR has placed, so a little bit of priority on making sure that those lanes are safe, making sure you've got vision of the other jungler.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, that ward actually is just extra gold for Shrimp, so he's pretty happy since his Raptor buff was actually about to time out. Oh, cool, we've got this buff in here. Giving up his position wasn't a big deal. Since he's going to go to mid lane, soak up some more CS, I mean, Shrimp is having a very, very nice early game here on the Kindred. Pretty smooth. The only way it gets better than this is if you actually, get those early kills, which is the dream. But here he goes. He's going to run right through this ward, I believe. We talked about ganking Swain. He doesn't have escapes. Ray's on the Fizz. He can fully commit to it, but it looks like it's taking too long. FLICKR finds out.
Yeah, Shrimp got caught sightseeing a little bit too long.
There goes your pink ward. But yeah, you could also tell, we didn't have the camera on the top lane, but Ray does kind of have a tendency to play super aggressively when he knows he has jungle support and pretty passively when he doesn't. And you can kind of tell just by the little movements and changes in play there from your lane opponent.
So Scuttlecrab was just picked up by Shrimp as a consolation prize to the gank that he was looking for, but as he was clearing it, it marked. So that's in fact the second quick mark for Shrimp.
Always sick to have that happen. Good feeling for the Kindred.
Yeah, TSM. Vision now around the Baron buff. They've got wards all over that side of the map, so FLICKR even down there as well. So that is the Ocean Drake. Not very high priority very early on.
Yeah, it's actually the best effect on the win rate for early game of all the Drakes. Yeah, the Ocean Drake has the highest up to like 11 or 12 minutes, I think, effect on win rates as far as the percentage goes. And you can see the difference in priority here. Apex are using most of their wards on top lane because they want to punish that Swain. If you let Swain just bully Fizz in the early game, that's where this CS discrepancy is going to come from and start to grow. And they kind of made an effort there, to send some jungle pressure up because, you want to help out the all-in melee champion so he doesn't get bullied. But the opposite end of the spectrum is, of course, TSM's side, where they've got wards on the bottom side around this Ocean Drake, and pressuring into the jungle even.
Ooh, Bjergsen catches Keen. Keen just
no damage.
Slides on out of there. Takes a bit of harass, but manages to keep his cool. And to talk about that a little more, this is Apex, again, playing around Ray. Enable Ray to do awesome things. And so far, he's actually down about 20 CS, and TSM are content to play against him.
Yeah, I mean, it's, Fizz into Swain matchup's going to be hard if you're alone by yourself. They did make that a little bit of an effort to head up there a couple times and allow him not to get blasted even harder, I guess.
Yeah, he's actually going to look for a bit of harass. Never moved just to soak a bit of damage there.
If he can burn the flash all by himself, then that in itself is huge. And that will earn him CS eventually, because it will force Hanser to play a bit further back and play a lot more cautiously, allowing Ray to walk up and get those melee executions on the minion. But, you know, no flash burn there. He does go for the all-in. Now without his ultimate, there's very little threat, and Hanser has to feel pretty secure after healing back up using the new passive on this Catalyst, just spamming spell play.
Such a strong combo on that Swain as Shrimp continues to farm it up. Svenskeren has been keeping pace on this Rek'Sai despite all of the free time that Shrimp has had to continue to roam around the map. He's actually going to try to head towards the top and cheat into the bush.
Yep, he has the Rafter buff as well. You can see the slight lines emanating from the champion there, so he knows for sure there's no ward inside this lane brush. Ray, as we said though, he doesn't have his ultimate now, so it would have to be a pretty hard commit from Hanser if they were going to take him down. Considering, you know, Hanser does have so much regeneration and, you know, post-level 6 Swain, decent self-healing, plus the flash is available, so maybe this is just a flash burn.
Hanser is going to walk right in. Yeah, he immediately flashes.
All right, well, that's a decent decent use of your time. Burning that flash, as we said, that might affect Hanser's playstyle if Ray can appropriately control the minion wave after, and it looks like Hanser's shoving it, so...
They're going to go back in. There's a flash from Shrimp, and Hanser is first blooded by Ray.
Little greedy there from Hanser, shoving that wave, but Svenskeren looks to answer bottom side.
Oh, flash from Apollo sidesteps the Tempered Fate. Double lift is going to drop a culling, but the minions are going to soak a lot of it, and Apollo walks out.
Yeah, I think Apollo thought he was in turret range, but bop him on the head with that arrow real quick. Don't come back to my lane. Don't gank me again. Meanwhile, top lane, Shrimp with a very effective just duck out into Fog of War. Doesn't even waste any time for the repeat gank.
Yeah.
Immediately returning after burning that flash. Svenskeren and the rest of TSM, though, trying to answer and get that early game Drake. It's already, you know, kind of approaching the mid game, though.
Yeah, so this is the first Drake of the game. Spotted out just in time by Apollo, but secured by TSM 11.5 minutes in. That's still pretty close to that 11-minute mark that you were talking about. So we'll see if that actually ends up affecting their win rate at all.
It is always good.
Yeah.
You know, out of combat regeneration's great. Rek'Sai probably won't have a problem with it anymore, though. Every dragon does obviously count for the Elder Dragon true damage, but some convergence on mid lane. 3 people from Apex are coming in here. Can Keen get the slow? Cannot.
One bomb lands, but can't find the second one. Apex tried to make something happen, but couldn't quite find it as Bjergsen dodges out. Ray even roamed down for a bit. He's down about 20 CS in that top lane, but with that first blood, that's certainly going to feel good.
Yeah, and you know, Fizz always kind of comes with an acceptable risk level, an acceptable CS discrepancy level as well. This is kind of bordering on, you know, you wish you a little bit better than that, but you know, they've made efforts, and now that he's got the kill, and it was a first blood kill to boot, he's feeling real good about his situation. With the cowl, it changes the matchup so much. The regeneration from, you know, small poke now, every spell proccing that extra health regen for you, and then built-in magic resist feels really nice. So I don't expect Ray to bleed any more CS, and I think that's about the threshold he's going to try and keep it at.
Yeah, we'll keep track on him for that.
Bottom
TSM
lane.
sending a lot of people bottom. Apollo has no flash. There's the magical journey. Double lift leads the charge. There's no flash this time. Svenskeren
and they arrive in time.
Right up, and there's a stun now onto Svenskeren. Ray turns it around and is knocked up, forced to hop out. Hanser even joined the fight, and that fight is dissuaded.
Yeah, a couple people getting a little too close to the fire there, and everybody backs off. Nobody, no harm, no foul, though. Nobody goes down. Just testing the waters there from everybody. They actually do burn both teleports, so that came out pretty even, and everybody's just going to calm down after that move.
TSM saying, be cool, man, be cool. We didn't mean it.
Yeah, same for Apollo. Just get a little bit worried there. Yeah, no ult, no flash. Gets a bit dicey there as Ashe, and you see 4 people through the magical journey.
Yep. Now Svenskeren, you can see clearing out his red buff. In fact, he's managed to catch up in CS, and in fact, past Shrimp just a little bit. It's still even between the two, but Shrimp not quite having a lot of time to look for those marks. He is on his 3rd stack, though.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. You know, past that first phase of the marks. So I'll have to work a little bit harder nowadays. Meanwhile, down bottom, I'm actually quite impressed with Apollo and Xpecial. Ash getting up to the point where these arrows can be game-changing. You know, this is the mid-game where the picks really, really count and can provide that big swing. Gold lead right now, really super close. So, you know, you make one meaningful pick with an Ash arrow, even cross-map or something like that, you can start to snowball because all towers stand right now, and it's late in the game, so definitely the damage reduction has dropped off of them, and the champions are getting to the point where they can melt through outer turrets. So you get a couple kills, you get some control of one of the sides of the map, you're also going to probably claim tower gold on top of that kill.
Shrimp once again heads towards the top side of the map. There's a fish toss from Ray, and Hanser immediately drops into crow form. Shrimp catches up, but Hanser, with his flash, is able to walk towards his turret. Little overzealous from Ray. I see what you were talking about now. Once he knows that someone's there, he just kind of maybe gets a little too greedy for the kill.
Oh yeah, need a little coordination. Everybody's got to be right on that, moving at the same time. But it's a really hard because
if you play too passive, then they'll just leave.
Yeah, he can't get Shrimp can't get much closer before the action starts. So, you know, I think Hanser's just in the mode now. He's like, I'm not gonna stop bullying this guy. I got my big CS lead over him. All's good. You know, that first blood definitely haunting him. Oh, I didn't even mean to do that. No.
Freak's not even here, man. That's okay.
Just move on.
He affects all of us sometimes. Keen continues to farm it up in mid. 15, 16 minutes in. So far, it's been a pretty slow game. Svenskeren invading is going to try to look for some deep vision before this next Cloud Drake spawns, but Trimp is already ready with a few wards of his own.
Yeah, the wards are going to be really important. I already mentioned, you know, the Ash Arrow possibilities. The Bard picks are just as real for Biofrost. You know, if these guys can get the deep vision down, which right now, TSM is the team that's controlling all of this vision around the Drake. So they're feeling really good about setting up for the possible skirmish around Drake, even though it is the Cloud Drake, the most lamented of Drakes. It still is going to stack very nicely, you know, towards the end game there.
Yeah, we'll see if either of the teams decide to fight over it as Svenskeren sees Shrimp back off and it immediately invades on the far side. Ray continues to take punishment from Hanser. Shrimp finally is going to catch up and be able to secure his Krugs. Svenskeren, that's an awfully bold place for him to be.
All right, well, they're going to delay here, the recall. I mean, Dragon's up in 20 seconds, so there's a possibility of trying to make an you know, a play while they know Ray's in base, and if they time their teleport really accurately, they can have the confidence to go for that. But sometimes, you know, you're fudging a little bit on the numbers there. Was it quite right when I timed that teleport? This is pretty close.
Oh, Svenskeren, in fact, rushed bottom. There's a teleport from Keen completed. He goes face-to-face with Bjergsen, but it looks like TSM are just going to try to break down this tier 1.
And I like this preemptive play here. They take out the bottom turret right before the dragon spawns. As we said, they had already done the groundwork of setting up a bunch of vision around this area. Now they've already got a whole bunch of map control. And actually, they're going to recall the bottom lane. So Apex, after this Scuttle Crab, could try and force something. The only problem is Apex didn't have vision of that recall. So not quite sure if they can force it or not. But if they did make the immediate call, they could have bursted down that Cloud Drake.
Now it looks like they're going to have to settle for mid and Dragon instead, as Apex are going to be the ones who reap the success of that Dragon. Shrimp going to feel pretty happy about being able to kill that. Cloud Drake number 1 for Apex.
And let's look at, you know, positives of the Cloud Drake. If an Ash Arrow does hit, the other members of Apex that are running towards that person can close the distance a bit quicker. So if they do get, you know, one of those long-range picks.
You make Cloud Drake sound like someone trying to set up a blind date. Really, he's great. He has a great personality.
Cloud Drake does have a great personality. He's got the fastest attack speed. He's a talker. He's an active person.
So mobile.
If it's a he, I'm not quite sure. Might be a she.
Cloud Drake will chase you down, fastest move speed. Okay, maybe that's not a great thing to say for setting up a blind date.
Yeah, she'll chase him down. Woo, okay.
Oh, man.
He's single, ladies. Dom is accepting applications at the moment. Speed, definitely a positive.
Okay, 19 minutes in.
Less than a little bit, yeah.
Bringing it back, bringing it back. Looks like Apex and a few members towards the top side of the map right now. Ray's on the bottom with teleport, double lift.
Interesting shrimp movement here. He's closing in on the top lane. Double lift, there it is.
Oh, and the arrow hits double lift. They're able to kill him before he can use anything.
As much as I'd like to give some credit to Cloud Drake there, he had no part in it. Great Ash arrow there from Apollo. Is able to get the low health double lift, and Haunter now is the one with Ray behind him, but nobody else. So he's actually fine, and it's Ray who's kind of trapping himself.
Yeah.
They would have to get a bunch of people over here. Right now, Zillion's on the way, but they probably need another person.
Yeah, he turns on to Haunter. Keen gets knocked up. They're trying to burn through Haunter. There's a Nevermore. He's down to a third health. There's another bomb, and he flashes and gets out. Oh, man, but it's not enough. Ray goes down before the Lamb's respite.
Yeah. You set up those bush ganks and you're like, you know what? We got the advantage. We got the surprise on him. We got, we only have 2 teammates. He's actually has more health than me. So good outplay though from Haunter because it was actually really close in that skirmish. And the flash over the wall there, he obviously left the Crow on the other side, ending up with the extra damage there. And he does get the kill onto Ray. So pretty big outplay from TSM in the 2 versus 2 there. Increases their gold lead. They also have map pressure. So a lot of damage taken here from the mid turret during that time, and Bjergsen stacking up on the Sazir, becoming a very, very threatening mid-game force, even though TSM did get picked off. Pretty good answer right there. And they're wearing away at the turrets as well. So let's take another look. Yeah, so Ray was sitting in that bush the whole time. He was about half life. And again, it was just going to be the 2 versus 2 since they didn't wait for Kindred. Ray does end up going down just outside that Lancer's fight.
There's a fight at the red buff. Special gets shredded by double lift. Svenskeren now is left far too deep. Ray's actually going to chase through the tunnel and dodge over the side. So it is a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, pretty even skirmish there, but jungler down for support. Let's see if this 2 versus 2 actually comes to a head. Shrimp's going to face check the bush though. Ah, he can do that because he's strong.
Currently 0-2, 100 CS. Feeling pretty strong about himself.
Also, I guess the Ash arrow is still down from the last pick, so not really a threat of following that up. But Ray's going in on double.
Yeah. Oh, and Shrimp is going to follow up. There's a flash. Good stun is going to lock Shrimp down. Teleport completed from Haunter, and suddenly Apex might have gone too deep. There goes the respite, but Ray's not in it. He's going to drop to double lift. Shrimp is forced to back out. The chrono shift is, going to Procky in time. And meanwhile, Apollo is forced to flash the wall. Shrimp, though, will go down to Bjergsen.
Once again, TSM with an outplay here. They collapse into their own jungle, and that teleport timed with that Bard stun right onto the same ward, or the wall and the ward right next to each other. Another bunch of kills here for TSM. Starting to run away with the gold lead. And the turrets, again, the outer turrets are pretty weak, so they might be soon to follow. This is going to be another bush play attempted, possibly from the TSM duo. They get a little bit impatient, don't want to wait around.
Yeah, looks like they're just going to play it safe instead. Apollo charges forward. He's got the arrow, but Double Lift knows it. Holds on to his dash and decides not to overextend for it, and Apollo just takes a bit of damage. And everybody continues to farm it out. Shrimp is actually, Ray, excuse me, is on his way towards that top side of the map. But there's so much vision from TSM. They've got to make sure that this is clean.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to, make moves like this if you...
There's the arrow. He gets the turret. Ray off the wall. Ray is going to chase from the bottom. Tempered Fate misses. There's the flash, and Biofrost is caught. He's going to be gifted over to Apollo, and Ray's not done just yet. There he goes. Now he's done.
Okay, there's still fighting going on the top side, though.
Yeah,
Shrimp
really
going in on Sven.
Keen takes a lot of damage as Svenskeren and Bjergsen trade it back. Try to collapse on Apex as they're heading towards the top lane, but they don't get any kills.
Yeah, they defend the flank here of the 3 people who were diving on the duo lane. Apex do get the kill and successful extraction mission as well. Desperate teleport here to try and save the turret. I don't know if it's going to work, though. I don't think so.
Barely misses the minions, and unfortunately it's not enough. The turret goes down, and Bjergsen says, "This was yours? No, this is mine now."
Classic Bjergsen versus Keen.
Yeah.
Stealing the Urgot counter, stealing his mid turret.
And the Zillion.
True enough.
Oh, man.
And his
it all
blue
comes
buff
back.
too.
Oh.
All your base belongs to Keen. That was close enough. All right, but TSM, I have to say the one consistent thing that's been throughout almost entirety of the last 20 minutes has been the ward control for them. And they've really had the first step here on Apex. This Dragon or Drake as well is going to go over to them, and the vision game has been very top-centric for Apex, and that has not paid off. They weren't able to make the early moves up top work, and the late moves here haven't worked either because, I mean, I guess they get this kill, but it's the extended chase that does get turned around. So here it is, the kill onto Biofrost. He's going to take that fish for double lift. What a support. And there's going to be that kill. Double lift does end up getting away, but you know what happens afterwards. Oh my goodness,
Wow.
It's a very, very early Baron. That's going to deal a lot of damage. You don't have anyone strong tanking it.
In vision as
So
well.
you're going to have to run.
Apex back
Here comes
away.
Bard. Bard can pick somebody off.
Svenskeren gets the knock up onto Ray, but he hops over the wall. There's a chilling smite. Culling is going to do some good damage. Oh, there's the chrono shift. Ray doesn't have his flash. The Never Move is not going to be able to lock him down. Yeah, TSM extend forward, and they're able to burn a few big abilities, but now they might be looking for this tier 2.
Yep, they've got the minion waves moving up the mid lane. Svenskeren taking a little bit of damage, but I think TSM can actually just take this time to shore up that vision game on the top side. You know, there's a few wards that Apex were able to get down there in the meantime. They might want to clean that up a little bit. There goes one, double takes out. But they need True Sight for that extra line.
Once again, the vision for TSM is just so strong. Sightstone first on Svenskeren. Just patrolling the map left and right. Keep an eye on Shrimp. Keep an eye on potential gank paths. Bjergsen double lift. Oh man, Bjergsen is able to land it. There's the chrono shift on cooldown, but there are 4 members of TSM. He flashes, and he's in fact going to be able to make it out. Double bomb onto double lift. Is it going to be enough to kill him? I'm not quite sure. Yes, Keen is going to get it. There's the Never Move, and Shrimp drops the respite. Apex are able to turn this around and get out. Woo. Oh, except for Apollo.
Yeah, he was at the back too. They didn't notice that sneaky little soldier. I guess he blended in with the background there. Bjergsen's got these secret agent soldiers for his ear. And they take down Apollo. That's a really big kill actually, because that allows TSM to make this transition up to top side, and that might be the last outer turret for them. Apex looking to try and cut off Bjergsen though.
Yeah, Svenskeren trying to run bodyguard, keep Apex off the turrets. Ray rushes forward, and yes, it looks like TSM are going to have to back away. Ray gets caught by a snare. Never Move is going to find Shrimp, as that's actually the Tempered Fate. Svenskeren looks to dive, flash by Shrimp. Ray is trying to shred through Hanzo, but he's already got his Zonias. There's a chrono shift onto Ray. Will he be able to come back up and look for another one? No, the journey out to safety.
Biofrost with the escape hatch, magical journey, everyone out the backside. Mission aborted, and everyone was able to live as well. Woo.
Yeah, so before this game, we were talking a lot about how TSM have the fastest win time right now in the NALCS. Well, this game, they're taking a much slower pace.
Yeah, they do have about 6 minutes or so to get that average time. Here comes the Bjergsen play, though. Isolating Keen, he does have flash for right when he gets back up, and the rest of the time, the rest of the team was able to join in that time, but Bjergsen, as we said, or Double Lift got double bombed and he's out. Let's take a look at Apollo's positioning here. Where does the soldier hide? It looks like he's hovering on the edge, and then he just walks into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that soldier just hiding in plain sight, standing still. Apollo can't see you if you stand still.
Little known fact, Apollo is a T-Rex.
Yep.
Can't see if it can't move. Svenskeren now going to clear out the Scuttle Crab as Apex. 4,000 gold behind TSM, but even in kills as TSM are continuing to encroach on Apex's territory. Trying to make these plays happen more and more.
Well, they return to the top side, and finally they will be able to knock down that turret. There's the extra gold they're looking for, as well as the ability, the crucial ability to move their ward line up all the way through both quadrants of Apex jungle. TSM, they've been at the walls here as far as Apex territory, and now they can move in. They can try and bait this Baron. Pink ward inside will allow them It kind of forces the move here from Apex.
Yeah, they're trying to sneak it right now. Doesn't look, yeah, it's just spotted out by Apollo. Here comes the rest of Apex. Spray has his teleport as well. Arrow is going to find double lift, but there's no follow-up. The rest of TSM turn on to Keen. There's a tempered fate, and TSM have found an amazing fight. Keen on top of the respite. Ray doesn't even hop over the wall. They clean up one. Now that's two. Ray is in the back, but there's no one that he can turn onto as TSM might have been off. There they go. Finally able to drop Apollo and X-Special. This is a surgical cleanup, and Bjergsen gets a solo kill onto Ray.
What a tragedy for Apex there. Oh my goodness, they were split, and Biofrost has a great Bard ultimate. Pretty big pick there for TSM on Keen at the same time, and that was very, very clean. That might be them pushing towards that average game time, Dom.
Yeah.
Trying to hit that almost 34-minute mark, but boom, there it is. They go in on Keen at the same time, trap both Apollo and Shrimp. Then there's no escaping from this, because TSM, they're all together. That team fight is so, I don't know, it's just clean from them. They're all right next to each other, and Apex are the ones that are split up. Ray's bouncing around the backside, and they cannot recover from it.
Yeah, just a little bit too slow from Apex to really recover and catch. Now with the Baron buff, Bjergsen once again gonna steal away Keen's blue buff. Oh, Spencer Karen got the auto attack to the left.
That's one of those things where it's a very rare that I side against the jungler, but you're a full damage Rek'Sai. You're not helping, but continuing to attack that blue buff. Bjergsen on the Azir at this point is like, pretty sure I got this taken care of.
Yeah.
Just stand there, bud. I don't need your auto attack that has no extra attack
60,
damage
80,
on it. Yeah.
Okay, so Ocean Drake just got secured by TSM. That is, oh no, that was a Cloud Drake. Secured by TSM. And now TSM are gonna shove down the mid lane. This tier 2 turret is destroyed. They've got 3 minutes now to try to end the game. To hit that average game time before they
bring shame onto the TSM family name.
Well, they're doing pretty well so far. 2 tier 2 turrets have gone, and they got that third dragon.
Well, remember also that's just the average game time that they had. So they had games above that time. Looking to lower it here though, as they've got 2 lanes pushed up with Baron buff. They even sent Haunter back with teleport, so it's gonna clean up the 3rd lane as well. 3 lanes of income. They're also pressuring inhibitor turrets. Huge gold lead, so barring a very, very big mistake from TSM, Apex actually need to just go for some Hail Mary move, all in kind of. Ash Arrow, first person they see, and just try and all mob on Bjergsen or something.
Yeah, Apollo's been landing some good arrows onto double lift this entire game, pretty much through TSM's team fight. So the question is, can he find double lift? Can he find Bjergsen before TSM take all of the tier 2 turrets? 2 of them are down. The 3rd one's about to fall. There is no answer for Apex so far. 32 minutes in, we've got 1 minute and 30 seconds for TSM to try to push forward. It might be the Hail Mary that gives TSM that average game time.
Well, they've got a lot of wards behind them. Look at how ridiculous it is on the bottom quadrant. They see Ray doing the Gromp. So even if Ray started channeling teleport, they'd be all right with it.
Oh, Tempered Fate finds Apollo. He's got no summoner spells. There's a Chrono Shift to keep him alive. And Haunter going to continue zoning forward. Apollo goes dead. There goes the Lamb's Respite. And almost on the clock, TSM turn it on. Bjergsen gets a double kill. They're going to zone the rest. A huge bomb from Keen is enough to buy some time as Ray and Keen run into the base. Bjergsen with a triple kill in the fountain. But TSM have got a wave of minions. They've still got the Baron buff. They're going to look to take this game against Apex.
TSM looking pretty hot right now, Dom. This game over under the average game time. Congratulations. They lower it by a few seconds, and they take down Apex in the first game. This is a best of 3, though. Remember.
Yeah.
New North American LCS, we'll go best of 3s for everybody. So Apex, they still have a chance to turn this around, regroup after the first game, and try and come back with a new strategy in game 2.
Yeah, we did see them adapt yesterday against Envy in their game 2, so we'll see if they can pull it out once again, as right now TSM undefeated 5 games in a row, 5 wins in a row in the North American LCS.
Purely undefeated.
Yes.
Right, not just the series play, in match play as well. definitely looking very good at the start of this season.
Yeah, very strong performance from TSM. And, you know, they took their time. They were so patient. I got to admit, I was concerned that they were going to go over their average game time. And then they got to the 29-minute mark, and they were like, oh, wait, we got to hit this number. And then they did. It was so clean.
Well done. You reminded them.
I did. But Apex, on the other hand, they have their work cut out for them. How can they possibly adapt against a team that hasn't lost? We haven't seen a lot of weaknesses from TSM.
That's what people are saying last split against Immortals. And it took many, many weeks, maybe week 7 or 8 or something, for CLG to actually finally take a game off them. Now we kind of have to watch the same thing with TSM. How long will it be before some team takes a game off of TSM? As of right now, Apex, you could see kind of their play style, you know, the decision making there. They had a lot of wards on top. They obviously wanted to play around top, but they could not convert on the all or nothing here. You know, it's a melee champion versus Swain. Swain's going to bully him if they're left alone, and they try and get some jungler intervention to, you know, get some power on that side of the map. But after that was stopped by TSM, it was pretty good counter movements from TSM on almost all of the initiations from Apex.
Yeah, TSM moved pretty safe throughout that mid game, but now TSM wins in a big way after a series of huge team fights. To catch us up on all of the LCS big plays from game 1, we're going to toss it down to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Dom. TSM still hot on their run as they were from the start of the split, taking a game off of Apex here to start their series strong in a relatively quick fashion. So let's dive into this because, Crumbs, you were saying that at least through the early game that this game was playing out pretty much exactly how you expected it. Even bot lane, and then leads in the mid and the top lane for TSM.
Yeah, you saw Ray really struggling in the matchup against Swain. Swain has a lot of harass in lane with the Deathfire touch, with the bird harass, and he was forced to use TP over and over to get back into the lane. And it was only until like the level 8 or level 9 where they actually able to find the kill on top. But by that point, it was already too late. That lane was already a little bit too snowball. And we just saw Apex, and they're getting a little bit desperate in terms of trying to make too many plays on the map to combat that, because it wasn't that they would just necessarily get outscaled. It was that they just fell under heavy pressure just because of the way the lanes were going.
I think a lot of that too was Honsters playing extremely well and communicating to Sven when he needed and what he needed, because like, he froze the wave back very intelligently. He had it with him the whole time. He gets a buy off with the wave in front of him, and it starts going back towards Ray. And right then, that's like a time where the Swain will be very exposed, and he has Sven come up and cover him. And you see both junglers kind of see each other. Like, he just Sven shoots like a little, you know, prey seeker at him, and they both back off. And that's exactly what he needed. He doesn't need a gank. He doesn't need pressure. He just needs to make sure this wave gets into turret and comes back to him. And then he froze it again for like another couple minutes. And that's when finally you see, you know, Shrimp go up there and pick up a kill. But by that point, it's like a 40 CS differential. So
exactly, yeah, 30 to 40 CS differential before Shrimp comes up. Does manage to get that first blood for Ray. So again, Apex kind of following that trend of trying to put Ray in a position to be a split push threat. And you would think that on the likes of Fizz, which we've seen some massive performances out of him already this split on that champion, that maybe he could have gotten there. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And this is where I kind of want to readdress your point, Crumbs, that you were making, where Apex, they started to look flustered. They started to play with desperation when, in all reality, they probably didn't need to. They just needed to play a little bit more smartly and calmly. And a pretty good example of that, 26 minutes into the game, we see a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane in which Apex, they probably could have come out ahead with 1-0, but Apollo getting picked off at the end will roll that out and kind of illustrate that Apex wasn't in as bad of a spot as maybe they thought they were.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this fight just starts by Bjergsen playing the assassin Azir, trying to go for the pickoff. And I mean, at this point, they're already out. They can just kill, double lift, and get out. And you get the TP out as well. So you get the TP advantage. All they have to do is just back off. You now have a TP advantage. And, you know, they just keep going and going. There's really no need for them to do this. So just really understanding that they've got an advantage and playing with it. Because the way the TSM was playing the laning phases, they were winning top, they were winning middle, bot lane was even. So they were putting all their efforts into making sure that bot lane would be winning. Lots of ganks from Sven. But Apex had double TP. You guys can make these advantages in the bot side as well. And I was kind of hoping that we'd see some more aggressive arrows in the bot side as opposed to just throwing them out every time Sven Scaring came to gank. So I would have liked to see more aggressive TP usage from them.
You kind of saw the strength of the comp there, where you think King gets caught out, you think, oh, this guy's totally dead, but he gets a res, and then he flashes out, and then you have a Kindred ult come in, and then they have so many tools to like extend these fights. Fizz can go untargetable for a little bit, and so that's, you know, what his Crumbs was talking about when you say their comp's going to be fine, because they have such extended fights, they scale well, but
they ultimately gave up that Baron in that fight.
So let's jump to that fight. 29 minutes in, TSM starting off the Baron. Apex feeling, again, rushed and desperate that they have to make a play. They throw the Ash Arrow in, and unfortunately, Ray, pretty slow on the uptake here, doesn't TP in until too late, fails his jump over the wall, so a little bit of a disaster in that regard, but it still did feel, again, like a forced situation for Apex. This was not necessary. They could have slowly contested, more smartly contested that Baron instead of picking the fight with the Ash Arrow.
So as soon as Apex approached that fight, TSM started to pull back from the Baron because TSM's not a team that's going to try to put you in a 50-50 Baron situation. They'll try to outsmart you, but they're not going to go for that sheer mechanical outplay where they can just throw the game out. That's not what we've seen from them at all. So just making them back off is what Apex should be content with, but unfortunately they pull the trigger a little bit too much and they get collapsed for it. So just too overzealous. They just got to keep calm-headed and they'll be fine.
I think that's why you saw Ray late on that TP, because I think he knew he didn't want to really contest that. He wanted to stay bottom, split pushing, and hopefully like take a turret and punish them for not being decisive. I'd punish TSM, but then TSM gets that really clean turn. The Bard ult hits people who have flashed up. You can argue maybe they should have flashed that, but Keen was already caught, so you know, they were in a tough spot.
Very tough spot. And of course, you have to give credit where credit's due. This is because TSM did create those early leads, especially in the solo lanes. Bjergsen, in particular, player of the game here on that Azir. You mentioned in that first replay we saw, kind of playing that assassin Azir, looking to make plays, looking to create chaos and give himself some advantages in DPS. But it was those solo laners. It is TSM that put Apex in the position that they felt they had to make those desperate plays to get back into the game.
Yeah, a lot of solo pressure created by Bjerg. We talked a little bit about how Hansers had the support of Sven. Most of what Bjerg was doing was just solo pressure. Yeah. He was up a bunch of CS over Keen, so it was a really impressive performance by him, and he had a huge impact in the team fights.
He's already established himself as like the best mid laner in NA, so keeping this guy down is really difficult. You know, wide champion pool, lots of counter picks, and it's shown that he can either play with a style where all his team is there to help them, or he can just play the solo matchups and doesn't need anybody to help him out. So it's nice to see a lot of variety from TSM's play styles in the past couple of games.
For sure, this was definitely a different style game from what we had seen, where they, you know, Bjergsen has this pressure and then they all show up mid. They're against a Kindred and a Zillion, so it's really hard to convert any mid pressure into dives. So they don't do that. They go do other things in the sideways, which is really impressive to see from a team shot calling perspective.
Yeah, TSM overall looking very impressive so far this split. Apex still has some chances to rebound though in this series. Real quick update, the C9 game happening on the other stream against Phoenix 1 out to a 4K gold lead at 20 minutes, which comes from 3 kills as well as a slight turret advantage. So if you want to check that one out, go ahead and pop over to that stream. We're of course going to take a quick break while TSM and Apex refuel for game 2 of this series. We'll be right back.
I can already see Kevin Sysage interview. The thing about this match is that it was really exciting to play.
Oh, they're gonna go back in. There's a flash from Shrimp, and Hanser is first blooded by Ray. Apex might have gone too deep. There goes the respite, but Ray's not in it. He's gonna drop to double him.
I'm coming. Keep going, keep going. I'm Richard Beck, but I'm low. Nice. All right, let's go back, go back. Nice.
And then they take down Apex in the first game.
Beat. Beat.
Welcome back to our coverage of this series between TSM and Apex. Game 1 started a little slow, but exploded in the mid-game when team fights broke out, resulting in a decisive TSM victory.
Haha! Yes, very decisive. TSM look really clean right now. I'm probably going to use that word too much for them because they're just haven't dropped a game yet. They're sparkling. But Apex, they kind of tried to play around the top lane. We could see what they were trying to do. They had most of their wards up there. They had around the Fizz, a couple visits from Shrimp. It did not work out for them, and that's actually a pretty risky strategy, to play off of just an assassin like that. But that's the only area they've really been finding success is when Ray has some really big carry performances for them. And it's going to take something else here to beat TSM because TSM are looking like the most well-rounded team in the North American LCS.
Yeah, and in addition to that, the fact that they were able to play so well and, as you said, so clean, that made it remarkably difficult to call a specific player of the game because everyone for TSM looked sharp and well-refined in their role.
Definitely. We had really strong performances from Hanser, Bjergsen, Biofrost in the bottom lane, Doublelift as well, and Svenskeren. So pretty much across the board, as we said, that's why they look like the best, most well-rounded team so far, in addition to remaining undefeated in both match and series play. Right now, though, Apex looking to crack that. And this is a team. Apex are a team. They've got the 10-man roster. They also have Keen. They have all these wild picks they can pull out. So this is a team that can throw you a curveball. This is a team that can surprise you, try and pull out some different either strategy or specific lane matchup as well.
Yeah, and a bit of the concern is that we really haven't seen them adapt too much outside of playing that sort of Ray-centric play style. And sure, it works for teams with sort of weaker top lanes, but now they're up against the undefeated TSM. They've already dropped their first game. They've seen that a Ray-centric play style doesn't work. It's now or never for them to show that they can adapt and play with something different.
Yeah, I mean, if they they have to win this game to force game 3, so now or never is true. They do, however, later in the season get another shot at it.
They have more games than it's not the end of the season. I should qualify that just a little bit.
I'm curious, though. Every time we head into an Apex Champion Select, I'm a little bit curious and a little bit hopeful that we see something like a Vel'Koz or an Alawi pop out of here because there's a lot of potential there.
That seems like that would be a Ray-style pick. He's got the Jarvan. He's already got a fantastic Riven that he's got in his pocket, so we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
But again, picks and bans for Apex versus TSM. LeBlanc banned away from Bjergsen. Vladimir banned away from Apex. So again, just hitting those S-tier picks. And Azir banned away from Bjergsen as well.
Yeah, Azir off the table. Okay, that probably means they're not going to have a surprise Vel'Koz pick in their repertoire then. So close the door on that one, but everything else pretty much wide open. Vladimir, Ryze, pretty similar band so far. They don't want to let Hanser have that Swain. However, Hanser is a really big fan of Aurelia as well as even still Echo. I mean, Echo did get nerfs, but still decent. So curious to see if we'll ever see him pop back up.
Yeah, we saw it hovered by both of the top laners. We know they both play this Echo, so that could be a potential pick that we see them sort of flex around. Caitlyn is going to be the last ban. Once again, keep Apollo off of that safe AD carry. And now it's up to the first pick for Apex. There's the Aurelia hover. We were just talking about it.
Yeah, early Aurelia picks should be common. I think they'll become more common because she has a lot of really good matchups. It's hard to counter pick her. But it's going to be that jungle focus, you know. No Nidalee on the ban list. There she is. Shrimp going to take that one up pretty quickly. I'm actually a bit surprised because for me, the first pick Nidalee has really dropped down in priority. After not only the nerfs to her, but also Rek'Sai fills a really good space right now, I feel like. And if you have a full tank Rek'Sai, it does your job for vision as well as the early pressure that you want, and then also enables your top laner to go really hard on either solo 1v1 builds or some sort of other damage aspect from the top side. But if Nidalee is going to be your jungler, you might have to be a little bit more conservative.
Yeah, this sort of gives us a bit of insight into how Apex are going to plan to play with Ray. The fact that they do have the high damage Nidalee might mean that Ray will have to take something a little tanky to sort of go with
cats and dogs.
Yeah.
No. Naxxus.
Well, currently.
That would be sick, but not going to happen probably. Kindred also not going to happen because they already have a jungler, but we didn't really mention the Karma pickup here. Steal away. Going to take away Xpecial's Karma for Biofrost. He's also had success on this champion. We talked about his Bard previously, but Karma was also strong. Pretty easy to execute as well, the Karma. Definitely lower skill cap than Bard.
Yeah, once again, the Freljordi in bot lane. Good engage, good in team fights, good peel for that Ashe.
And again, this theme that we've been bringing up of a lot more utility from the bottom lanes showing up here for Apex. We'll see if Apollo can fire off more arrows early on in the game maybe, or if the team actually can try and play around those arrows and actually look for the picks and get into position to capitalize on some mid-game arrow pickoffs. Plus, obviously, the Braum is going to add some extra disengage as well.
Yeah, he did land a lot of arrows in the previous game.
Yeah,
specifically
hit
on
double lift a couple times.
Yeah, so on that same Lucian as well. We'll see how that works out as TSM are looking for their next two picks. They already know they've got to go up against the just as mobile as Kindred Nidalee for Shrimp. But Victor is going to be locked in for Bjergsen. Not going to save that counter pick for Bjergsen. Instead, they're giving it over to Hanser.
Yeah, I mean, Victor, really easy blind pick for mid, so they'd rather have Hanser be the counter here, show top lane first. They're forcing Apex to show their top lane now, and allow Hanser to actually get an advantage in this matchup versus Ray. Let us see. What shall it be? Because they've got such a rounded team comp already, with the utility from bottom lane. Kennen's a pretty good hover right now. Did get some buffs in the mage rework that haven't really talked about since he hasn't been picked up. But he did get slight nerfs. Doubt he'll be locked in here, though. Might be something more along the lines of maybe Ray's Shen that they showed earlier. They want to make another go at that, but it looks like they would lack some damage in that case.
From one ninja to another, but in fact, it's going to be ninja to troll. Trundle locked in the top lane for Ray, and Keen returning to that Zillion.
All right. So they're definitely going to have a lot of pressure in the top side, no matter what matchup. Talk about blind picked champions here. Trundle's fine into most melees. Actually, all melees. I'll go ahead and say that. Absolute. Can throw him a curveball there, though, every once in a while if you get a ranged champion and try and apply some jungle pressure to try and abuse him. If you do get the first blood on him, if you do get a splash down in an early gank, then try and mess with him a little bit more.
Yeah, what's the good of Subjugate if there isn't a tank to shred?
We'll follow a king that gave up first blood.
Yeah, exactly.
Not high.
Okay.
All right, no surprises, though. Back to the standard. Ray Fizz, it looks like.
Well, Hanser's going to be taking it this time.
Oh, whoa. Reversed. Not the standard.
They did swap sides, Kobe. I know they're still sitting in the same seats on stage, but in-game we're swapping over.
All right, well, Fizz is one of those melee champions. Isn't going to have an as hard a time, but I still give the edge to Trundle here, so Maybe there'll be a lane swap even looking around.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The Lucian Karma, a very strong lane, and we actually saw the Ash Braum played earlier today into, I believe it was Karma and Sivir, which was very harass-oriented. So all game, Keith just had to run around and avoid the harass that he was going to be taking from that duo lane. So lane swap could be very strong. And Apex looking to crack the impenetrable shell of TSM's win streak.
Who will be the first to take a game off of the new squad? Again, really big discrepancy that's going to jump out, is going to be the mid lane teleport. Bjergsen on the Victor. He's facing a lot of crowd control. The Ashe on the other team is very scary, so probably take Cleanse on that mid lane Victor, which does open up, Ashe arrow plus double teleports for your team. Crumbs mentioned on the analyst desk, these are tools you can use to try and make some of those mid-game plays cross map and get an advantage for yourself.
Yeah, stack a Braum in there for more CC, but make your voice heard on Twitter. Tell us who you think is going to win this game right here using hashtag APXWin or TSMWin as we get ready to go into game number 2. TSM 5-0 in games, currently 2-0 in matches, looking to make it 3-0 as they take us onto the Rift. Will Apex be the first team to take a win off of TSM, or will TSM continue to dominate the NALCS?
For a whole 2 weeks.
Yeah.
What a streak.
It's still a domination.
All right, well, invade here. Looks like it's brewing for Apex as they're congregating mid lane. They do have Braum, so anytime the enemy team has Braum, you best respect. Nice animation canceled there. Shrimp gets the kill. Ray has a giggle.
Yep. He's
And
just having a John.
they are going to get the deep wards down here for that lane swap.
Wow. Ray is very bold. And Hanser, in fact, is going to recall deep wards for TSM on bottom side. Apex have got deep wards on the top. And currently, Ray is actually headed down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, gotta be careful here. Playing with fire, Lucian Karma lane is very, very oppressive, especially if you make a wrong turn early game in the jungle, level 1. You even just one Mantra Q before minions spawn, and combo there from double lift is a huge chunk. So they have to be careful while also trying to feel out the early game movements. Nobody going down towards the bottom lane though, so double lift and Bioflash will find themselves in the lane swap, and they won't really get to go aggressive early. Just take away the enemy Krugs, which is slightly aggressive, I guess. Count it for the TSM duo.
More golden experience, while TSM are going to go with a double jungle as well. And that means that Apollo and Xpecial are going to be safe in this laning phase. Ray, in fact, is actually going to head down towards the bottom to catch up with that duo, whereas, excuse me, Haunter. I see the Viz and I assume, yeah.
He's not yellow, though.
Yeah, oh, you're right. Whereas Ray and now Shrimp are going to head towards that lane swap and look for those early turrets. And Scarin, though, is going to get a few more camps across as well.
Yep, pretty standard here from both sides. Then going to move down through red, join up with everybody else. Mid laners both hovering, as you can see, to their respective sides of the mid lane that are controlled by their lane swaps. Keen on top side where everybody is. Bjergsen going to hover bottom, so I don't think there'll be any early ganks on mid lane, and it's the fight over minion wave clear. Currently Keen dominating that matchup with bombs.
Yeah, red buff is secured by both of the junglers as Double Lift and Biofrost continue to look to break down that tier 1. So
there's a small interesting wrinkle in this lane swap in that the Infernal Drake is the first Drake right out of the gate, and it might encourage them to actually go for an early Drake because people are so enamored with the Infernal Drake, and it looks like they are going to spend a lot of time going for it. Apex actually are the team that loves Riptail buff the most though, so they might try and get over there for the spawn of it. Keen also knows about this dragon now, trying to zone them off, and the Infernal Drake doing that large amount of splash damage, chases TSM off, so good stop there from Apex.
Keen is able to scare away TSM as Shrimp, in fact, invades Svenskeren.
Telling you, people are a little bit greedy when they see that Infernal Drake. Oh, Shrimp got it with the auto. Didn't even have to smite.
So close.
Is that Infernal Drake greed going to cost him his life too? No, just a bit of his jungle, but that is 2 camps out of the jungle, unless Double Lift gets down here to defend the wolves. Shrimp now has smite, so going to be able to get that one also.
Double Lift is going to clear out one. And Special is over the wall, so could be able to hop to Shrimp's aid if necessary, but Apex are able to respond appropriately and scare T away from that early objective. Standard masteries all across the board.
Yeah, pretty standard. I guess for Fizz, the Fervor is now standard. Grass, I mean, there may be a matchup where you want to take Grass for the extra healing, just trying to sustain through it, but for the most part, that Fervor, especially going to allow you for the late game team fights to still destroy the backline, even with mostly tank build. So
yeah, that's
really been emerging with those nerfs to Grasp as also huge top lane popularity.
We'll see if Answer decides to follow with the same Trinity Force double stun in the mid lane, as everyone continues to play nice and calm. Keen, you can see the player portrait. He playing with his, what is that, his right leg up?
I mean, he's gonna have, Ray's gonna have both legs up here when the Rek'Sai knocks him up. And
there's first blood for Svenskeren. TSM gank top. Ray already being shut down. So TSM already looking to play a little bit differently. You can see 2 wards on the top side of the map.
Well, I mean, kind of glossing over how that whole setup there, you know, big wave getting shoved in, low health Trundle as well. That's definitely a big oversight here from Apex, and Svenskeren coming up for a very nice dive. Pretty big for TSM because, you know, Ray is the guy they want to play around, and Apex before that had been doing really well. They're still in the gold lead because of the early game, even after the first blood money goes over to TSM. So that was actually a crucial play for TSM. As you see the recall from Nidalee, and Ray takes a huge chunk in that trade with Hanser. Huge! Look how many ranged minions there are. Almost double digits of ranged minions, plus the cannon really did a lot to him. And then they go for the blind dive. It's actually kind of a risky dive because they hadn't seen Nidalee. And it does pay off for TSM to get them right back into this game.
Yeah, it looks like Shrimp has been hard farming the rest of the time. Currently level 6, nearly 20 CS ahead of Svenskeren, but that first blood is going to help Hanser in that matchup against Ray, as there's the harass bottom lane from Biofrost and Double Lift. Continuing to farm it out, while blue buff is gifted over to Bjergsen in the mid lane. He's gonna go catch up with Keith.
Yeah, give him over the blue buff once again. But yeah, I mean,
they're gonna fight over this. There's the Chaos Storm onto Shrimp. He is taking a lot of damage. There's the Chrono Shift.
That's gonna time out, buddy. You are in a very...
Oh, he doesn't make it over the wall.
Not today, my friend. Pretty costly mistake there.
Hanser's looking for another kill to add to his belt. Now looks for Ray. Gets some good damage. Damage amplification has fallen off, but Ray is healing up nice and slow.
Yeah.
He's got flash as well, and Ray is going to be solo killed by Hanser.
TSM strikes back. They had a little bit of a hole to climb out of because of their Infernal Drake greed, but the mistake there from Apex up top side, and then in the jungle invade, just kind of snowballs against them, and TSM take control in a very big way now. 2 mistakes cross map here, and Shrimp goes super greedy for this blue. All ins to steal it away, and then flash face plant into the wall. Feels bad, man.
8.5 minutes in, TSM have already got 3 kills. As Svenskeren responding appropriately in the top lane and in his own jungle with double blue control for TSM.
I feel like they still had their eyes on that Infernal Drake too. TSM like, all right, we're gonna be ours next time now. We got a couple of kills. We're trying to beat back Apex and regain control. Ray is in a really bad spot. Hunter almost coming back up. Oh man, SvenScaren's actually recalling. Doesn't even want to go for it. He could just straight run through that pink ward. Like if Hunter just lands point blank ultimate on him, they could have just closed that. But yeah, they had to wait another, what, 15 seconds on Hunter's ultimate to come off cooldown, and that's too much time for Sven.
Yeah,
got moves to make. I'm out of here. Gonna go cross map, continue my farming on Rek'Sai, get back in this. He got those 2 kills to catch it back up.
He's
But
got
Ray,
a tunnel up there, and he's on his way. Ray is going to eat one big burst of damage. Here comes SvenScaren, still no flash. And Ray, despite the subjugate, is going to drop another kill for TSM.
yeah, see, you could have, SvenScaren could have just walked that way and done it, and then use his ultimate down to the bottom side where he can continue farming, but he's just on that farm mode, and then Hunter makes the call probably. He's like, this guy is in my zone. We can kill him so easily. Point blank ultimate, back off cooldown, and he's toast. Who will TSM close on next? Because they're looking like they do not want to lose a single game here. Shrimp now cornered. He might be the one next marked for death.
Yeah, there's going to be a knock-up. Bjergsen right on top of him. Drops the Chaos Storm onto Keen. There's the Chrono Shift onto Shrimp. He's going to be locked down. Firefrost is getting ready for the snare. There's the knock-up. Bjergsen gets the 5th kill for TSM.
TSM, 5-man mid. There's the Infernal Drake reward. They will finally get it. Started off at like 3 minutes. They'll come back to finish the job.
Took 7 minutes and 5 kills, but they finally have earned themselves that Infernal Drake.
Have they, though? The volley steal from Apollo incoming? No.
Let's not get too overexcited now.
Well, it's not much else for Apex to get excited about, because Ray on Trundle getting blasted is a very bad sign. That's all that Trundle does, is go solo lane up there. If the Fizz has advantage, then it's going to be rough going for him. Shrimp, though, on the wrong side. Teleport did cut him off, and Bjergsen tries to go for the double kill here because Keen uses ultimate early on Shrimp, but Keen's able to walk himself away, and it's just going to be that 1 kill. TSM, though, very, very handily in control of this game. Infernal Drake's the best Drake for snowballing a game where you already have a lead. They earn themselves that lead. There's the Drake. Next one coming up is actually going to be a Mountain, and that's really good for finishing out games. So
yeah. TSM right now have got everything going their way.
Good.
5-0. They might be losing this bottom tier 1, though.
Yeah.
They decide to trade for the top.
Good call there from Apex. You don't want to fight anymore. Start trading objectives. You know, get some of that mid-game gold for everybody. Try and hit it. First item breakpoint is what you're looking for. Nobody even really has completed anything except for Keen here. So trying to just stall out a little bit now for Apex. They're not that far behind. We make it sound really, really bad. After this turret does go down in answer, it's going to be, you know, about 2,000 gold. But man, Apex, they can't afford to lose much more. They're going to need to make a big Ash Arrow play.
Trying to make a play on the bottom side right now. Xpecial is going to eat Chum the Waters and take a lot of damage. Arrow finds Haunsers. It seems like Apex might want to try to turn this around. Spear brings him to half.
This is TSM defending, though, with double lift split push farming. He's able to get free minions down bottom, or up top, I guess. Plus is going to be able to take out this turret, so TSM defend their secondary. Double lifts down there is going to be able to put some damage on it. I think they're going to lose sight, and he might have to back off before killing it, but...
Oh, Xpecial eats a chilling smite. He's got exhaust and is able to hop to safety. Bit of a greedy recall, but he still escapes, and now TSM might be looking to collapse mid. Bjergsen pressuring forward along with SvenScaren and Biofrost. Instead, they're just going to try to deny Shrimp's jungle a bit.
Yeah, on the other side, Double Lift is also stealing away the blue buff on the Lucian. So cooldown reduction, a bunch of mana as well for the semi-spellcaster. AD carry here feels pretty good. Can he finish it? No!
Oh, Shrimp is right there. The spear. Bjergsen is the one who's going to finish it off. Double Lift
nice
looks to
guy.
complete his recall.
Hands it over to the mid laner. What a team player, that Double Lift guy. Hands it right off. And TSM, there's Ghostblade for him, so they're hitting the item points as well that they can really push this home.
Yeah, this is a very swift game from TSM. Smite used by Shrimp to secure away that Raptor camp.
Dangerous game here, sticking around this red buff. I think FLICKR, they saw the ward in here. He's baiting them to come try and counter this red buff here because all of TSM are in position to collapse. And Apex don't take the bait. They semi-take the bait, and Xpecial at least.
He's going to have to run out of this. An arrow finds FLICKR, and the volley slows a bit. Xpecial takes a lot more. He's going to go down to double lift.
Yeah.
The 6th kill for TSM.
They've still got 2 more they're chasing. Looking to head him off here. It's just an Ashe. She does that flash.
Yeah, so FLICKR decides to let her go. All right, 14.5 minutes in. TSM, you used the word earlier in the game. They look so clean in this match. Just controlling just about every single lane. Controlling the jungle, preventing Apex from really doing anything to get back into this.
Yep, conveniently start up the Rift Herald. Oops, Haunter's like, I grow the Rift Herald, better kill it, guys. Give me that buff. And that's just gonna further spell doom for this Trundle. 0-3 Ray Trundle versus the Sunfire completed already for Haunter. He's got the extra level on him, and it's really easy for Fizz to all in with the mobility that he has around this point as well. So pretty difficult situation for Apex where they can't rely on their split push threat. They kind of have to put everything on an Ashe Arrow pick now at this point, and bursting someone down before the rest of TSM show up. They really need to isolate somebody, kill them, and then get right back out. They can't overstay after they catch somebody either.
Now, right now, Apollo catching minions in the mid lane while Keen goes for a recall. That's going to leave Haunter split pushing in the top lane while Apex try to get that Ashe more gold, get more damage so that the arrow can buy time for the rest of Apex. 40 seconds now for that Mountain Drake, second of the game, and Apex are contesting vision around the area. Double Lift is already down there, and TSM, well in advance, are collapsing.
They do have some wards they've been able to move in, but I feel like taking a fight at this point is going to be very detrimental to your team health. As TSM are significantly ahead, plus they have the speed to chase down.
Yeah, Shrimp forced to flash away.
That's going to reduce the probability of an Apex Dragon steal as well, because Shrimp can't jump in there and try to flash out. So TSM chase them off despite the decent amount of vision work.
Oh, there's the arrow, but it's well in the back line. Bjergsen's going to eat the damage.
All right, no flash on our jungler, no arrow from the Ashe. I think you can see this one. It's just a Mountain Drake. That's not really a good comeback Drake, so TSM probably racked this one up free.
Yeah, they have now started it. Recall being initiated by Haunter. He's going to try to catch Ray, who's been split pushing in the top lane.
They're making a move. I mean, Apex, they're trying it for a cross-map move. Everybody's going to take a long time to head up there, but they want to make a press and try and get some global gold back for that Mountain Drake at least. See how fast they can actually damage this turret, though, because TSM are in the area trying to collapse. There is a ward for Ray to teleport. Look at this pink ward in the river, by the way. It's a long way behind Apex, but he can get behind him, and he's going for it.
Yeah, he's teleporting right now. TSM charging forward, and Apex see that this is happening. Keen is coming forward as well. He's going to have to run through the team as he's split off. It's 5 versus 4. The Fish is going to find Shrimp, exhaustinize some of the damage, but TSM charge in. Shrimp is going to get the chrono shift, but that means Keen is undefended. Apollo gets destroyed by Bjergsen while FLICKR is in the back. Haunter is shielded on the front side, and TSM are cleaning it again through another auto attack. Bjergsen isn't done just yet.
Run, Keen. Tell the story of the Apex members who have died before you.
He's got no ult. FLICKR's going for it. Oh, there's the Chilling Smite and knock up ace for TSM. It's 11-0.
Woo, that is gonna be a full ace there for TSM. Everybody's dead. Team kill for TSM. They should be able to take this turret as well. They don't even want it. Leave that sucker behind. They're gonna recall, I guess. Set up maybe for the 20-minute Baron spawn right on the dot. I mean, you got a lot of options here as TSM. They already have vision in the blue quadrant. There it is. That's the ward we were talking about in the river to point out. Ray heads up there. Actually, Ray's holding up the caboose here, and Hanser gets a free shot. This fish. Shrimp tries to protect the follow there. You can see he takes it for him, but Hanser's right in the middle. He starts tanking, and this is the only real scary point for TSM was, oh, will Hanser die while we kill the rest of the team? He gets down to one more hit, able to Q to the other side, and Biofrost shields him. So the answer is no. TSM clean 5 for 0 here as they chase down the last member. And even Zilean, warping time, cannot escape the Prey Seeker. Found ya.
There's the Chilling Smite. 11-0 once again for TSM. That's about a 4,000, 5,000 gold lead. They've got 2 turrets right now, 2 dragons. Next Drake is going to be the Cloud Drake. And they are all prepped around that Baron pit, though Hanser is split pushing on the far side, and Ray does have his teleport.
Yeah. So the small thing that Apex can at least take to heart is that it's a little bit difficult for TSM to actually pressure in the turrets. So Apex do have the option of turtle, but they're not
Bjergsen is going
turtling.
to try to burst down Keen. The Chrono Shift should keep him alive, but Xpecial will drop to Sven Skaren. Hanser joins the fight a bit late, but just in time to find Ray. He's going to be knocked up and secured by TSM. 13 kills to 0 for Team Solo Mid, and now they've got that Baron.
Baron on spawn is a very rare thing, especially in competitive, but TSM are going for it. There's vision here for Apex. This has got to be the hero play. If they're going to make a comeback here, this is their opportunity. Zilean teleports in. Ash does not have arrow, but he can walk.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage. Double bomb is going to miss. TSM sitting safely in the pit. Hanser is chunked out. Baron is secured by TSM. Double bomb finds Hanser and the volley. Oh, there goes the perfect game.
Hanser gonna go try and zone, quote unquote, for the rest of the team, even though Apex were backing off, and gets bombed up there. That is gonna be the morale boost for Apex. That's what they needed. They're on the board, boys. Is it, Dom? Is it what they needed?
It makes them feel better.
It's one thing. They need about 20 more things on the list, though, and that's a long grocery list.
6,500 gold, 2 dragons. TSM already setting up vision for the eventual Cloud Drake, and now they've got Baron buff on the 20-minute mark. Currently, looks like they're going to head towards the bottom lane as Double Lift and Biofrost going to try to get some deep vision into Apex's territory. Looks like Apollo and Shrimp are going to look for an arrow. The arrow finds Biofrost. Fear to follow it up. Double Lift looks to turn it around, but Biofrost is already dead. There's a culling, and here comes Sven Skaren looking to get revenge for his fallen support.
I don't think they can get it, though. Biofrost gets nailed right there. It's nice skill shot accuracy, at least on the standing target for Apex. Get another kill back for themselves. Hey, it's one more thing on the grocery list. Now there's only 19.
Yeah. And mid-tier 1 is going to go down. In the meanwhile, as Bjergsen clears that out, Keen sitting safely under that tier 2 while Hanser and Ray continue to keep themselves occupied on that top side of the map. Here comes Bjergsen now, looking for that tier 2 turret. Continue to press into Apex's territory and try to shred through these turrets.
Well, minions are chipping away. I don't know about shredding, but TSM close on another kill.
Yeah,
they don't even care about Siege.
Oh, he's going to be knocked up. There's another kill for TSM, 14-2, and they find the top tier 2 in a rotation.
0-6-0 for Ray on Trundle, and that is Rip also getting knocked up. Can they jump inside the base?
Hanser eats another stun. Double Lift uses a culling. Looks like they might just look to break this inhibitor, and they have found how to do it. There goes the knockup from Xpecial. They need to finish it off, but they don't have any minions. And there goes a flash arrow. Is going to hit Double Lift. That's a huge stun. Heal keeps him alive, and TSM are able to back off.
Woo. So they are focusing pretty heavily on kills. It's about time for TSM to focus on finishing out the game, though. 23 minutes in. They barely get out this time around without Double Lift dying. But yeah, they're pretty much closing the loop here. So if they actually calm down a little bit and move up the wards, you know, and try and pressure side lanes, they do have teleport ready on Hanser, so they can react to anything. And In a straight-up numbers even game, they'll easily be able to bully out Apex.
Yeah. Well, sometimes that's the solo queue mentality. We are so far ahead, we can get away with anything.
They're looking for more kills here. Double lift and Svenskeren close in on bottom. They've got him pinched. Ray looking to go 0-7.
Oh, man, he's taking a lot of damage.
No assist.
No assist
Didn't
for
even get it.
Svenskeren. That's another kill for TSM.
Oh, man. That is bold. You go Titanic Hydra when you're 0-6-0 Trundle instead of going full tank. Well, unlucky.
Yeah, Baron buff has now fallen off, and TSM are breaking the bottom tier 2 now. The only person to defend up here is Xpecial, though Apollo will finally catch up. Not quite enough minions to continue making this an effective siege, but on the far side, Hanser is putting some pressure on to Apex's base, and with Ray dead, there's no one who can answer.
True that. Very few answers would be correct here. Right now, Apex really setting up the bombs, trying to defend the Alamo.
Yeah. Oh, the fish is gonna miss right now. Subjugate was used. Hanser's
Throw
taking a
that to
lot
Ray.
of
He's
damage.
trying.
Ray is doing a lot.
He's
Can
doing
he burn him down? He flashes. He wants this kill.
He's doing it.
Hanser's going to juke back around, and he goes down.
Success! Ray gets a kill for himself. 0-7 Trundle. Solo kills Hanser.
It paid off.
Woo! And TSM leaves the base standing still. So,
yeah.
I mean, all this focus on just nabbing kills for TSM, they have left the base intact for Apex. Even though they're facing a giant gold deficit for Apex, at least they're getting kills every now and then.
Yeah, 25 minutes in, TSM are up 9,000 gold.
Yeah. So we talked about cleanliness before, Dom.
Yes. Well,
that entails, you know, finishing out the game in an efficient manner, I think. A reasonably efficient manner, right?
Yes.
Everybody, you'll give them a couple gimmies. Okay, you can dab a couple turrets. You're that strong. You know, you get an extra kill or something. But at a certain point,
it seems like they're just leisurely playing this out now.
Yes. Definitely a little lackadaisical in their approach to the ending of this game. Open inhibitor on the top side. TSM spreading out. They're almost as far away from each other, everyone on the team, as they could possibly be. But they still have complete control of the game, so you get freedom to do whatever you want at this stage in the game.
But Kobe,
this is America.
Have Apex found out the secret sauce to beating TSM?
No.
Let them relax by getting them.
This does not look like it. If this is a very diabolical secret sauce, like this is.
I'm trying to paint the picture that TSM have some semblance of a weakness in some sort of situation, even if it is when they're up 10,000 gold.
Go back to art
26
school.
minutes
You're not a very good painter. John.
Okay.
Oh, solo down the bottom. Let's take a look at that sucker
Yeah.
again. This is cool. Here we
like
go.
Hanser
Here we
wants
go.
revenge.
You want some more, Hanser?
There's the subjugate, and Ray heals it back up. Hanser knows not to fight around that buff. He's actually taking a lot of punishment now.
This is what you call testing your limits. Now they're just curious.
Yeah. I wonder about these numbers.
Can I take this? Looks like I still can't take them.
Arrow is fired and is going to miss. TSM, they've got double lift splitting in the top lane. Could be looking to break down that first inhibitor of the game and finally crack open the map. Apollo trying to dissuade TSM, but Svenskeren and double lift will not be stopped unless more of Apex arrive. There's a stun.
Hanser's just getting teleported in. He's got a home guard sitting in Fountain right now. They need to drop a deeper ward for him, though.
Yeah, knockup is going to find Bjergsen, but Svenskeren is just running bodyguard. Double lift is exhausted. He's pinned and is forced to dash through the pillar. Hanser does TP in. He hops forward onto Xpecial. Xpecial goes low and is going to go down. And this might be TSM finally looking to end the match as Apollo eats a huge amount of burst. Hanser goes 2 Nexus turrets deep. He's finally going to go down to Keen. But the inhibitor is down, and it's currently 4 versus 3.
I'll take those odds if I'm TSM. So will Ray, actually. He wants another beast. He's emboldened by his success against the 1 versus 1s. And, oh! Well, a little too bold there from Keen.
Yeah. Keen reenacting his impression of Lod from last night. Gets destroyed by TSM, but Baron has now respawned, and TSM are already on it.
going to be the buff. Let's see if they actually decide to go for a kill after taking it, or recall and trying to end the game. They can just recall, wait for Hanser, 5-man push, Baron buff up the minions. Oh, here comes the
Wow! Double lift from Bjergsen. Absolutely destroy Shrimp. Baron buff is secured, and TSM continue to chase forward. Another kill for double lift. This is a happy day for you Fantasy LCS members. Svenskeren dashes forward, triple kill for double lift. And TSM, might they finally push for the Nexus and end the game?
Yes, Dom. I'm going to answer that question for you right now. They will stick around. Hanser's heading up the middle as well, so 5-on-2. No abilities, no money, no base.
Yeah, this is the Nexus going down. TSM are going to go for a few consolation kills. Nexus is laid bare, and TSM are finally going to drop it after picking up a few more to make themselves feel better. Ray's actually trying to get a bit greedy here. There's the Nexus. TSM are undefeated, both in matches and in games, 6-0 and 3-0 in those matches. Can anyone bring down this team?
I mean, they haven't played everyone in the league yet.
Yeah,
so.
they played 3 teams.
But still, it can anyone, because they actually do look like the best team in North America right now. There were some questions around maybe Immortals, but if you look at the gameplay here, they have dominated their opponents. TSM have absolutely crushed all opposition that they've come up against thus far, and they look really, really hot right now.
Very solid play from Team Solo Mid. Apex having a lot of difficulty in this series. Their second loss of the weekend. That's going to put them in the middle of the standings, 2-2 right now. Looking forward to see if they can grow and adapt over the course of the next week. But Team Solo Mid, so very strong. Looking so even casual as they walk by the fans. Yeah, another day in the office.
Yep, happy to go to work today. Come away winners, and that's a pretty quick finish as well. We'll definitely be able to check in on the other stream on that series as well.
Yeah,
I think Cloud9's still going.
Yeah, not 100% certain. Let's talk a little bit about what worked so well for TSM. The fact that Svenskeren was all over Ray during the early game.
Yeah, I mean, there were some mistakes here from Apex. They were handed like a really strong tempo advantage. When TSM had that Infernal Drake greed, they wanted to go for it early. They got chased off. That was a good move by Apex. They were able to stall them, but after earning that lead and that extra CS for Nidalee, they go for this invade, super greedy steal attempt on the blue. Meanwhile, up on the top side, Hanser also is able to take care of business. Level 6 Fizz on the Trundle, and he didn't really let up after that either. So on all areas of the map, when you lose simultaneously on top and on bottom, it makes it really hard to recover from, especially against a team like TSM. They're so versatile. They're used to playing from any of the lanes. They were able to push it through really nicely in the mid game.
Yeah, they certainly were, but that's a clean 2-0 sweep from TSM, who are looking scarier and scarier with each victory. For a closer look at that last TSM W, let's send it back to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Scary is one way to put it, but two very dominant games out of TSM here. Still haven't dropped a game yet this split. So, I mean, they are turning up the heat. Not only within this series, game 2, just putting the pressure on, turning the screws, but also in their first few showings here in the summer split.
They've definitely made the statement that they're the team to beat in the league right now. They have shown that not only, I mean, they haven't played the best teams in the league necessarily yet, but in their wins, they're very convincing that they are here to make a statement. They smash people when they should be smashing them, and this was another game of that.
Yeah, very clean, and they're always in the right place at the right time. It doesn't seem like they're making very big mistakes here and there. If you're looking to punish them, it's got to be at the lowest, smallest mistakes that they're making, because macro-wise, they seem to know where to go and who to send to the right places.
Yeah, and while Apex obviously didn't look so hot in this series due to how well TSM was playing, that doesn't mean that there isn't things for them to learn and pick up from this series. I think for them, being a newer roster, granted they have plenty of LCS experience on the roster, but as a team together to play against the likes of TSM here, a very dominant team, this is going to be a tremendous learning experience for them in only week 2 of the summer split. That's the other thing we have to remember. There is so much time for these teams to develop and learn based on what they encountered in this series alone.
I think it really comes down to Shrimp in that early game. He was able to out-farm, but he started making mistakes in a team setting where you have to do a couple things, cover people when they need coverage, and he wasn't there for them. And so it looked nice to have that CS lead early, but then when that wave is coming into Ray, his top laner, he's just not there to cover him, and he gets dove, and from there the game just starts snowballing out of control just off that mistake.
Ray, speaking of Ray, unfortunately in League of Legends, as we all are probably very aware, sometimes mistakes happen, you miscue, mechanics fail, but we like to make light of that here on the LCS. So we're going to have a little replay of Ray's interaction in the enemy blue buff, or Shrimp rather, not Ray. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, see, we all make mistakes. I make mistakes.
That's so nice, EJ, to try and fit in. They go for a blue invade. The invade's not working out. He misses the flash, misses the pounce, face plant.
Let's see it again. Let's see it again. There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, we all make mistakes. Just,
it's
not as bad as Diana Herald.
That's true. That's what I was going to say. We on the analyst desk here have plenty of experience screwing up. I just did in tossing that replay. Crumbs himself on the LCS stage. So,
I'm immaculate.
Mark is perfect, as we all are painfully aware.
Yeah.
No, but, that is a minor thing. I do like, though, the contrast of your point in which there were things that he can actually learn from, right? The point of positioning when it comes to those lane swaps and those 2v1s, being able to recognize where on the map he needs to be in relation to the enemy jungler. In this situation, Sven kind of having his number, being in the right place at the right time, helping Hanser get ahead, making those dives happen left and right.
And you got to wonder if this is a communication issue or what the actual issue is here. But I would have liked to see a little bit more proactivity from Apex. I'd imagine that against a team that is playing at the level of TSM currently, you can't beat them passively. You have to be willing to make your own plays on the map and go through the risks and push through that. And we just didn't see that. And until we see a team that's willing to bring it to them, then they're just going to keep rolling in an undefeated fashion.
Well, yeah, and one of the key members in making those uncontested wins essentially happen is Doublelift, our player of the game. Almost flawless execution on that Lucian, 8-0-7, looking very much in form and looking very comfortable, again, with the likes of Biofrost in that bot lane. Definitely seems to suit him better in that duo pairing.
Yeah, definitely. He's always been a mechanically strong player, and he's confidence driven. So like when his team's gelling, when everyone's firing all cylinders, he's really the one who's really gonna seem so much better. Just because everyone's setting him up, he's making plays off them, and you see him dashing in, being super aggressive, and that's what he's been doing.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the mic check they did last week where you could hear TSM talking over and how they synergize with their new support. And it's very clear that they love playing with this guy and they're trying to really make him feel comfortable in this new environment, which has a lot of pressure into it. And he seems completely unfazed by it and just safe to play the way that he wants to play, and it's meshing in wonderfully for TSM.
All right, well, in a moment, we will have an opportunity to speak to both Doublelift and Biofrost as they'll be coming in for an interview. While we get that set up, we're going to toss you guys over to NALCS 1, where C9 and Phoenix 1 are in the midst of Game 2. C9 up 1 game currently, and we'll see how that one turns out. Take a look.
So P1 made the right play by being there, but Cloud9 answer, chunking out gate, he has to back, and then they push up the mid lane, and now that has to be cleared out, so now Cloud9 are in position and Sneaky. We'll see those traps go down shortly.
Continuing to show superior side wave control as well. Huge wave on the top side. P1 want to fight. Dragon goes down. Meteor's going to get it. Now Sentinel locked up by Impact. The ulti out from Imperium's going to keep Maokai there for a little while longer, but Sentinel maybe blown up here. Jensen going to sweep in and will take the kill. And Gates now just trying to zone them away. C9 very successful.
Yep, Cloud9 get there, set up, and you saw 2 traps there, ending up landing on Sentinel, who eats a lot of damage just from Sneaky, and right in the middle of the team. So the follow-up correct by Cloud9.
Might want to rotate to one of these side lanes though. Although Zig's going to go answer the bottom side, so maybe Baron is a call for C9?
Well, he's answering the bottom side, and he has no TP, so what you do is you try to deny the vision on Baron, the possibility, so that he can't just go down bottom, and he might have to miss that wave. Nobody's really getting any vision on it, because they see everybody from Cloud9 in mid lane.
Waves are nicely set up there, but C9 unfortunately can't take advantage. Pyrian and Slushy team up with Gate actually as well. And mid lane turret's going to be awfully hard to take down with all that wave clear. Zig Looking stylish. Gonna try and maybe a couple creeps here and there.
Yeah. His
Knows
Aurelia,
what it's like.
His Aurelia is not bad.
Oh,
And
no,
it
not
hasn't
at
been
all.
bad. Like I said, his team put him in an awful spot at the start of the game, and it just kept going worse and worse because they're like, okay, let's swap it back. Oh God, this is awful. Okay, let's just try and get out of the laning phase. And eventually, they do get out of the laning phase a bit here, and they're way, like, before it was 4,000 gold at 20 minutes in terms of how far C9 was up. Now, it's a measly 1.5k.
Yep, and that was just pretty much from the map play as well.
In comparison.
Thank you very much. Returning from the Cloud9 Apex series there. Cloud9, small gold lead, but here we are returning to our TSM Apex series as I do have Doublelift and Biofrost, our dynamic duo in the bot lane for TSM. Here to ask you a few questions. Number one, Biofrost into the LCS here on an undefeated streak so far with TSM, not even dropping a game, let alone a series. So starting 3-0 in the series, 6-0 in the games. How does that feel as a rookie to come in and be operating with such a dominant squad?
It definitely feels nice. My teammates are constantly supporting me, and the coaching staff is also very supportive, so it's made the transition fairly easy.
All right, now we got to talk about, or talk to Doublelift about your transition to TSM, how you went through the tryout process and your trip to Korea. But I want to hear from your perspective, having been the guy trying to, jump onto the roster. What was that experience like for you, knowing that you are competing against some other very top-tier talent?
When I first heard about the tryouts, I was really excited, and I knew that there were a lot of other very talented supports going into the tryouts. So I kind of took it with a grain of salt, and I just wanted to put my best foot forward. And going to the tryouts, I got along with the team members pretty well, so I really wanted the spot, and when I did get it, I was really happy.
Absolutely, and you've been performing very well as you did get that role. Doublelift, over to you. In a more holistic view, I've had some curiosities around TSM with their reformed roster, bringing Biofrost in, how quickly you guys would kind of assimilate him into the roster and perform well in this split. You seem to be doing it right off the bat. What do you attribute that most to? Why is it that this roster is clicking so well?
I think this split we just decided, well, we didn't really decide. We just all kind of agreed that we were going to focus on teamwork, which sounds really silly because every team kind of focuses on teamwork, but we were really, like, damn, we have such sick laners, Me, Bjergsen, Hanster, we pretty much always win lane. We're never really super down. But for some reason, things aren't really clicking. And, Dennis, or Svenskeren, he has changed his jungle style so much. He used to be a really heavy counter jungler. Then he became like a Cinderhulk Sightstone bot, like a meatball. And then now he's kind of like finding his own style within the team. And he's always just trying to really support us and try to figure out, like, oh, how can he help all three lanes? Because we just try to work together that way. So this split, we were just saying, like, yeah, we need to work on basically our map play, but mostly like all of our teamwork, and make sure that when we fight, like, we're all on the same page. So that's kind of why our games are so bloody, is because we have like very lethal, like, all-in execution on every play, and we just try to make sure like everyone on the team is aware, like, we're fighting right now, and everyone just like come join the party.
Where and/or how does Weldon fit into this equation? Because you're saying that as a team, we kind of made some decisions going into the split, how we were going to reapproach League of Legends and how we operate together. But for him, as a coach, kind of coming in and operating as that authority, where does he fit into this equation?
Oh, wow, Weldon's changed a lot of just like our team mentality, and he's basically established like the kind of pillars that the actions that we try to follow through pretty much any game. We will always try to be making plays. We'll always try to be like executing on plays, and we're never just going to sit around and just like slowly lose, because that's just how we think the best team in the world should play. It's just always playing aggressive, whether you're ahead or you're behind, whether you're not really sure, like, you're uncertain, you're indecisive. You should always try to be at least like putting them in a reactive position, and always just like making the first step.
Biofrost, assuming there are improvements still to be had for this TSM lineup and the way that you guys play League of Legends throughout the split, what would be the area in which you guys feel, or rather you feel, the team needs to improve the most to become unbeatable?
It's definitely a lot of it going to be on my shoulders on how I'm going to improve as a rookie player. There's just communication things that I need to understand, as well as just looking out for plays constantly. It's just the TSM style that we're constantly trying to be aggressive, and I need to be able to adapt to that. I think I'm being aggressive now, but there's definitely a lot of opportunities I'm currently missing.
All right, and Doublelift, you guys got your revenge on CLG in that first series of this split, so you're kind of on that path towards being the team to beat in the North American LCS. If we were to put anyone in front of you on the way to that, of course it would have to be Immortals, who were dominating the regular split in spring. You guys play them tomorrow. Talk to me about this matchup and the fact that you get to play a best of 3 against them.
Oh, wow. I think it'll be really close. I really respect the way Immortals plays. I think it's very similar. We both try to be very aggressive, and we're always trying to put... We don't care what the gold lead is either way. We're just going to fight a lot. So I think our game will be really entertaining. I don't know how it's going to go. I'm going to say maybe 2-1 either way, but I'm super confident that we're going to win anyway, so maybe just 2-1 for us.
There it is. Promising, exciting games for us. I'm happy to hear that. Biofrost, what's your assessment of that bot lane for Immortals in Adrian and Wild Turtle?
They definitely seem very aggressive as well. Adrian was kind of the first support last split to like adopt all these different range supports, and people were kind of saying, you know, that's only NA. But now kind of everyone's playing these range supports, so it'll be interesting to see how our bot lane does versus them.
All right, fabulous. Once again, gentlemen, I want to congratulate you on your victory today. Wish you the best of luck in your game against Immortals tomorrow, and thank you for your time here in the interview. It is time now, though, for us to send you over to NALCS 1, where Cloud9 and Phoenix 1 are locked in a battle for Game 2 of their 3-game series. Let's send it to the action from NALCS 1 to close out the day.
Doesn't do it. Won't base check. Red buff goes over to Cloud9. Actually, Meteor's got it. It's a good collection there. They're trying to beat P1 to this rotation, but Slushy's already there.
I feel like you try to catch him out in that rotation because Gate still has his ultimate. Like, that's such a great tool in the jungle.
Oh,
you're gonna fight under turret.
Goes for a tower dive. Zig actually getting aggressed on. Denton on Gate. Oh! Throw them away. Huge Zara ulti as Slushy takes out Sneaky. Lands for a spite. Gonna protect Impact and Meteos for now, but Impact's gonna get chased down. Goes back in to try and save the team. Flash forward from Empyrean, almost gets him one. Does actually collect the kill onto Meteos. And P1 looking for the snipe. Smoothie goes down for the double.
And they're right by Baron. P1 just got themselves a gold advantage, and it's Jensen versus the world at this point. Almost a clean ace, but they're going to pick up this gigantic objective and give themselves a lead. Want to see what P1 does if they secure it from Jensen. If Jensen can make a play, it's a possibility. It is the Azir.
He's moving in, but it's not going to be enough here. Zig, a little low. Yep, realizes. Does move back, and the Baron does go over to Phoenix 1.
And Phoenix 1 pick up that Baron off of a brilliant team fight there. Gate still had his ultimate. I was saying it's a great thing to use in the jungle. Well, I guess it's even better underneath turrets. Your Impact goes really hard. They don't think the entire team is there yet. Zig flashes away, plays him for a fool. Gate, root, knockup, kill Sneaky flat out, way too far forward, and Impact was the one who started off that flank. And then follow-up, dies from Deathfire touch, and then able to chase down Smoothie for that last bit. Oh, right through the heart.
A juicy last arrow there for Empyrean. It looks like Dragon the next objective as well. Phoenix 1 going to pick this up, and all of a sudden, things looking up ahead in gold, not by too much, but 2,000 gold at almost 30 minutes in. They'll take it, given what happened in game number 1.
Hey, Phoenix 1 just made it a series at this point.
Well, we're going to have to make this a game. We've got the Baron buff, see what damage they can get done. Cloud9 maybe showing us the dangers of playing a little too deliberate.
Aggressive. Slushy being really aggressive here, but I mean, level 13 and a level 8, I would be aggressive as well if I were level 15 to 13 AD carry.
It's also Slushy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, if I was as good as Slushy, I'd probably be aggressive too.
Does have the VF sword also finished. Model reminder now done. Yep. So he's opened up that space, but like you mentioned, will be slightly gated as far as item slots go because of the way he's chosen to build.
Ooh, speaking of gated.
Yep.
Chunked out.
Jensen, still a threat.
Yeah, has to walk
Do
towards
not
that
sleep
top
on Azir.
And this is where it gets kind of difficult. You have the Baron buff. Now you have to walk between mid and top and make Sneaky set up all of his traps because these traps do have a recharge time on them. It takes about 45 seconds to get all of them back. So if they keep going back and forth and they're able to wear it out, then, well, he has no setup then, and you can start doing things like this where you walk up, buff up the minions, and then keep doing that back and forth.
Yep. Poke's still good as well.
There we go.
Good damage. Yep. Onto the turret. Impact claps his hands. Gonna clear this out as best he can, but Pyrian and Gate really causing issues under the turret. Sneaky, it's a big chunk.
Yeah, hitting those power spikes for Pyrian. Not only does he have the armor penetration, but he also has more mana completed. Looking for even more penetration.
Well, Meteos right now protecting the turret. Jensen, though, has got his hands full trying to clear all these waves out efficiently, and this tier 2 will break. P1. One turret now with the Baron buff. Let's see what else they can get done.
Yeah, one big mistake from Cloud9 with the engage in the top side. I was talking about how they were playing the early game you know, so that you get to that team fight phase with a large chunk of gold as an advantage to increase your probability of winning that fight, not having to rely on it being perfect. Well, it wasn't a big enough margin. They kind of muscled that down and tried to rely on their stats, and they got counterplayed. Gate outplayed that incredibly hard and ended up picking up the fight for P1. So now P1 in the driver's seat of this game for the first time in the series, actually.
Yeah, Baron buff wearing off, unfortunately, in about 15 seconds or so, but got a decent amount of gold out of it, and got one turret. So probably not everything they would have wanted, but this game has gone pretty late. Elder Dragon will actually be our next dragon spawn. And given the current pace of this game, expecting these objectives to really matter, kind of moving into it. But P1, with the advantage, maybe not enough. We'll have to see. Because Medios is a Guardian Angel.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Guardian Angel, most likely Sterix afterwards. No Runaan's Hurricane for him, which is something we see a lot of Kindreds get once they end up getting around, you know, 4 or 5 stacks early, but he's sitting at 3. So if you get like 3 stacks early and you're just like, okay, I'm at the point where I'll clear the jungle faster with this, and I'll be able to actually invade theirs and get out quickly, then yeah, go for it. But the Phantom Dancer seems to be what he wanted. And the Guardian Angel, not 100% sold on it. But I mean, if he's going to get poked down, then I guess it's the option, but...
Curious. CNN actually, with the Rylai's now on Azir, is probably the next place to look. Sneaky, also 3 items, so... Carries are starting to do the damage. CNN just need to find a fight they like.
Yeah. I'm still... To close out the Guardian Angel thing really quickly, Medios' pretty much only job is to stay alive and use his ultimate so that Sneaky and Jensen don't die. So Guardian Angel, we'll give him some wiggle room for that, and that's what he's looking for.
I like it. Sort of the medic. Jensen in. Proactive play on the gate.
Just picking on the Zyra. This is like Season 3 all over again. Assassins trying to go after the Zyra, one of the squishiest characters in the entire game. But she does so much damage if left unchecked. Having the Haunting guys now into the Leandri's Torment, easily going to be one of the top damage dealers in this game. Except for, we do have a Varus that pokes a lot.
It's good that you mentioned that, because with the trend back to range supports, that is actually like a real thing.
Oh yeah.
For supports now. We started to see, I think Rainover built an entire game plan on Olaf about how to kill a Zyra. And unfortunately, the rest of his team couldn't get through.
Yep.
And Ray pretty much made a name for himself yesterday on Jarvan, doing the exact same thing to Zyra. And then the rest of the team.
No, Zyra is one of those champions that incredibly annoying to play against, and you kind of have to draft for it. The 3 that I really think of are like Zyra, Zillion, and Anivia are all very frustrating to play against because of the way that they operate. Sometimes you feel helpless in the game, and if you don't have enough tools or instant tools to get to the Zyra, then you're going to feel a little bit helpless if you can't blow them up immediately.
What is he actually? Oh no, it does have Infinity Edge. Moved his items around.
Completed it.
So he's really strong right now as well. We're kind of getting to a point where, you know, only 3 hasn't got up. We're going to have to make a big fight. Impact flashes out. Now Zig on his way back in. Impact a little too low, I think. P1, man, creating a nice zone.
Yeah, that was actually quite interesting by Zig. Zig threw out the ultimate for damage, where he maybe could have actually queued to Impact, and then before damaging Smoothie, maybe have gotten a stun there. There's a lot of different things you can do with Aurelia. She's an actually complex champion. Once we talk about, like, oh, there's a lot of point and clicks and stuff like that. It's actually the way that you manage your enemy's health bars and the minions and paying attention to them is quite important. She needs to hit those breakpoints where she can one-shot minions and stuff like that. So, Elder Drake coming up in 10 seconds. That's wrong. It says next Drake. Next Dragon.
Oh.
It's the Elder Dragon.
Back here again.
It grows up.
Well, it's pretty big. No. It's going to spawn here.
It's just one of those nitpicky things. I don't even actually care.
Sentinel clears the water. I thought for a second he was going to start it. Doesn't fancy it though. Is that hit turret still in the way?
Yep. Keeping his mid turret for a very long time. And he was one of the first turrets to go down in the previous game for Pyrian. But holding onto it, this Varus just seems like something that's a wrench in the plan for Cloud9.
Baron's up as well. So feels like C9, they know they're trying to make a play here. Jensen in, onto Gate, moves him back in, damage is there! Does get it on the air, but I think he's going to die. Great Sonya's, keeps him alive for now, and Impact's in there. Jensen, though, kept alive by the Lambda Spider, so damage out onto Sentinel. Enough healing there as Jensen gets out, but Zig flashes in, too aggressive, but he will get the kill. Sentinel getting low as Impact's trying to do damage on the other side. Meteos just going to get one on the other side. No, he actually doesn't get Sentinel. Zig lives somehow as the S in the hole is going to take him out. And what a messy fight, 2 for 2.
Yeah, I'm very surprised the way that ended up playing out at the very end there, because it just looked like P1 had a good position, didn't instantly blow up Gate, But Jensen was able to actually get off the Zonias. The rest of the team came through and finished it off, and then Smoothie hangs off on the back line and almost gets killed. Zig maybe could have killed him. Otto gets the kill by himself there. TP comes through and Zig tries to go after Jensen. At that point, Meteos is just running towards him, trying to fly. Flashes over the wall, kills him, and then Smoothie takes a lot of damage, but Zig doesn't turn for that because he has Meteos chasing after him, gets the stun off, which allows the GA, but then the ultimate, and there's nobody who can really take it for him anyway.
And I believe Sentinel live, but P1 are onto Elder Dragon. Baron's up if they want to make a trade, but this Dragon's dead.
I don't even know if this is spotted here. So, Elder Dragon has a mechanic on it where you actually take more damage and you deal less damage to it based on how many stacks of Drakes you have. If you have a stack of Drake, it does 20% more and it takes 7% less. So the more you have, the harder it is to take, but it's more rewarding with true damage. So P1 get Elder Dragon, but it's only 90 true damage over 3 seconds.
Yep.
I mean, I only say 90, but it's still a decent amount, but it's not as much as it could be, and that's why it's easier for these guys to take.
Yeah, so pretty quick Elder Dragon there, but Baron, of course, is the next objective to think about. Jensen trying very hard to take this turret out, but gang's all here. P1 gonna make sure that doesn't happen. Cloud9 almost feel like they're frustrated in this game.
Oh, yeah.
4,000 gold down now. Clearly know that they're behind and have to do something to get themselves into this game.
Yeah, because not only do you have to deal with Gate and get access to him, you also have to deal with Pyrian. And Pyrian will most likely have the Sivir ultimate on him, and he has more forms of peel here. So getting into this team when you're behind is hard to do, especially since your forms of engage are maybe a Maokai flank, flash root, great, but Jensen, you're seeing him dive deep to try and get the engage.
Kinda has to. It's really the only forward engage for the team. P1 going too crazy on the Baron attempts.
Yeah, normally I would say like a Karma Mantra E is a great way to engage, but not against a Zyra and a Sivir.
Well, Zyra stopping everyone's plans recently. Baron gonna get started. This should be easy pickups for P1. Gonna melt pretty quickly, but Cloud9 are in the area.
Using a lot of abilities on it.
They want a Baron. Meteos in. Can he get it? No! Ulti not enough, and that's going to go over to Sentinel. Meteos now knocked out by the Zyra ulti. There's one kill. That's going to be another. P1! 2-0 team fight plus the Baron.
And disaster for Cloud9 there. Meteos tries to make it over. Does not Lamb's Respite the Baron either, which is what he was going for there, was the quick play to out-smite Sentinel. But it doesn't come up big. P1 does instead, and they play it correctly. They get the Elder Dragon, they have the Baron buff, and they're ready to push down. Elder Dragon expired, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's starting to mount a gold lead now as well, and a significant one. 6,000 gold up already, almost 7. Zig's going to make it over that as he takes out the tier 2 in mid lane. Inhibitor's still up for Cloud9. In fact, the inhibitor turrets are also up as well. Like, P1 have to do more damage, but C9 are just trying, and every time they fight, P1 answer.
Yep, P1 were able to answer with their composition, and Cloud9 got too aggressive when they dove, and there were too many people around, and that's what opened the game up, was really Gate's counterplay. But look at this Zig. I want to touch back on him, because now he's up in CS over Impact. He's up in levels over Impact. This was like the worst top lane start I have ever seen to a game, without somebody actually just flat out dying 2 times. And he is able to find his way back into the game and not be completely exploited.
Well, C9 just trying to keep these Baron up minions out of their base, and they actually will defend these inhibs for now. Surprised he got away with that recall, but he does get out. C9 going to try and reverse some of these waves.
That big wave bottom that they all want to pick up. Impact right there. Flash. Oh, man. No Q over the wall from Meteos. Expecting the flash, the Q, or even just Q flash. Not sure what the cooldown was on it at that point, but you'll usually use your W to get the lower cooldown on it so that you can actually close that distance. But if he made it over, he would have definitely had the Lamb's Respite on top of the Baron. And then it would have been up to the identification of Sentinel. Can he actually see that that's coming?
Well, for now, P1, they take the Baron, they take 2. They break the base in 2 different places in top and mid. And 41 minutes into this one, P1 looking complete control. C9, feels like they have the team come to have a team fight, but maybe they played too much macro, man.
No,
because they're not team fighting.
Too much macro. No, they didn't play enough macro. They didn't play enough macro. Too much team fighting, you're right.
Overdosed on macro, man. Forgot how to team fight.
I also think they didn't play enough macro this game. If they were in that position and they hadn't started the snowball early enough, they tried to force it in the top lane with that, what, 1.5k gold lead? Still not enough. And then the Baron was right there. So P1, I'm not even going to say like it was lucky. It was really just outplay there.
Well played.
It was outplay.
Again, way more decisive, right?
Yeah.
This game, not a complete 360, but a 180, because 360 would be silly. Again, not good with numbers.
They're back where they are, but they've seen some stuff now.
It's almost like a Cloud9 to play. They're sneaky, also very strong. Don't forget that the carries of Cloud9 can certainly carry a late game situation, but mid inhibitor's going to go down. Oh, and they're going to give it away. No, Jensen in. Zonya's after the ulti. But can he get back out of Flash? And now Meteor's not so lucky. GA's there, but the damage is huge from the Azir and Impact. It's found his flank in. Slushy down there, as Sneaky actually is able to take him out. And Zig now going to get himself chased. Sentinel face checks Jensen Soldiers. And that's 2 kills for Cloud9 this time. Oh, Jensen, he wants it, but he wants it too much. Heal in there, Pyrian through. Lam's by going to keep him alive. A double kill for the Azir. And Pyrian charging out the snipe. Gets Jensen for the double.
Pyrian missed a few arrows in that fight that would have been completely critical for P1 winning it. Barely pulls one out there at the end. Jensen goes ham into the back line and gets the engage that he's been looking for the entire game.
Well, that's what we need. For Cloud9 at least.
Yep.
But here we come, pushing's out. Carries it there.
43 minutes in, and it finally goes down.
Jensen remembers how to team fight.
There we go, comes in from the side. Flash from Pyrian. Slushy then has to blow his ultimate to get out. Meteos trying to tag in, but Impact from the backside locks up Pyrian, does a lot of damage there to Slushy, and Slushy gets completely blown up, and the damage from Sneaky, very relevant in this, as they're just continuing to push forward. Right there, Pyrian almost hit Impact with that, would have been a kill. Almost hits Jensen with that, and Meteos, would have been a kill. And eventually, hits Jensen, and it's a kill.
So you can see the Varus dishing out pretty insane amounts of damage. Both mid laners. I mean, really, these two comps, there's just so much damage from these carries.
Yeah. Oh, and Gate's a carry now, too, by the way. With all of the magic penetration that he has, there's a lot of players on the enemy team that don't build magic resistance. There's no Abyssal Scepter for Jensen. There's no Hex Drinker or anything for Sneaky. And Meteos, he's just got the GA right now. So Void Staff plus Leandri's and Sork Shoes is going to do work for Gate.
Well, we're starting to get to a very interesting situation. 44 minutes in almost. Gold is still up for P1, but starting to matter less and less. These inventories are getting very full. You don't get to like late game to super late game very often, but this game's certainly pushing there.
Yeah.
And with the compositions these two teams have, those little mistakes are going to start to add up. So, you know, have shown that, okay, we can still win a team fight. We've got the carries to do so, but P1 have shown the same thing, and arguably more consistently so in this second game. Then I know I have to triage those inhibitors, and Elder Dragon, when you back up? Not just yet. It's a little while away. It takes like forever to spawn.
It's a 10-minute respawn.
Oh.
First time it spawns, it's standard dragon time of 6 minutes until it comes up.
Hello again.
Oh, it doesn't make it!
That's not where he wanted to be.
And he won't make it, Doctor. He's just completely gone.
Didn't even get the Zonyas out.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much damage coming through. Gate does true damage now to him with his 57 magic penetration, Jensen's 30 MR. So he does a lot of damage, so does Pyrian. He just gets blown up. He dove in and got nothing for it. Just too aggressive.
And it's 4v4 on the top side because Zig's busy taking the bottom half of the map. He's just going to happily take this away. And Cloud9 don't really have an answer right now. Jensen's dead for so long after trying to make another big play. C9 kind of need to do something, but
Cloud9 are losing their
good
base.
options.
They're just going to lose their base here slowly. Zig split pushing, and you don't have the numbers. If you send one person to go bottom, you'll most likely get engaged on this top side.
Zig's got it. Bottom and hit goes down.
He can flank now, too. He has the angle to come in if he wants to.
He does. On to Meteos. And there's Sentinel in as well. Rushing into the front side as Impact's taking up a lot of damage. Sneaky trying to get the shots down. That's good onto Pyrian. Not quite enough. That does go down one more. There we go.
Ooh, Pyrian. Pyrian ate a crit from so far away. About 900 damage is what I saw pop up. Sneaky, he wants more.
You can't.
No.
It's too much. The minions are coming back in now. There was a little window there for Cloud9 to take a few more kills, but they are now going to be stuck in their base, dealing with waves and waves of super creeps. And Zig's not even done. He's hanging out.
Yep, and Baron live, as well as the Elder Drake, and Zig, he's trying to pull them back. Pings onto the Baron right now. Slushy is by himself kind of setting it up and clearing out the vision. And Zig is just being a nuisance right now with his TP up, gonna back, see what his last item is. Probably, yep, Randuin's.
Well, in general, pretty much everyone's full as far as items go. Jensen murdering those poor creeps. The P1 are onto Baron. C9 cannot be in the area to contest this. There's just no way to get out of their base. And I feel like it's a rare time where you can just sync your waves up, walk in the middle of the base, and it'll probably do it for you.
Oh, but are they going to be getting even more insurance and going for the Elder Drake?
I think they will.
The Dragon, go for that?
I mean,
I think so.
This is such a strong position for P1. They just don't want anything else to go wrong.
I think you don't even start it and you wait for the waves to just push in. Like top wave's going to push in, mid, bot. Mid's not going to push in as hard because the Azir turret's there, which shows that Cloud9 do want to contest this.
And Hib's back as well.
And Hib is back, yep.
So a little bit of a reprieve here for Cloud9. But P1 are waiting for Slushi.
Gotta wait for the waves. Elder Dragon takes a long time to do because of the damage reduction. Luckily for P1, it's not that much.
Cloud9 are like, oh, we kind of have to do this. But again, Cloud9's running out of good options. Jensen getting chunked there as well. As long as the pokes there for Fury, and that's all they need. One Ocean Drake is not enough.
They have to go back. This bottom lane turret is about to get destroyed.
Ugh.
It's just about to have super minions crash onto it and the top side. And this is where the minions split. All these minions will focus this one. If it's the middle one, it usually gets split between both. Now these are all dedicated to the bottom, and those are all dedicated to the top, and that's going to be Elder Dragon.
Yep. P1's going to take it pretty much at their leisure at this point. And I think that's going to signal maybe the final push of the game, or at least in P1's eyes, that's what they want it to be.
I mean, they have everything that they could ever want to try and end the game. The problem is as they stall it and it ends up getting towards 6 items for everybody, then you have no gold advantage in effective combat stats. So they have to close it out in the next few minutes here.
It's just the Elder Dragon buff and the Baron buff, really. That's the gravy they get to add to this last push. C9, do they defend here? I think they kind of have to. Wave played pretty good. Baron up minion is not doing...
There's a TP from Impact, but he cancels it.
Oof. Ooh. Could have been it. Cloud9 still with the way back into this game, but P1 going to try and seal the deal and force the game 3 here.
The call is probably to try and wait out the Dragon buff. It's only 2 minutes.
That's a rough 2 minutes.
It is. It's a very rough 2 minutes.
P1.
On the bright side, it's halfway done now.
As you said, very short duration. Kind of starting to take damage. Jensen with the poke in. Impact
there we go.
The ulti popped. Gyrosolt misses. Impact backfired Slushi. But Impact's forced to flash out of that area. Jensen is trying to keep them back, but Zig is threatening a carry.
Oh, they're just getting these turrets slowly but surely. The Zyra poke off of them. Jensen doesn't seem to have the same type of damage that he wanted. He needs to get to that back line, but it's so hard.
It really is. And they're just trying to bounce back towards their fountain. They need to wait out the buff. It's almost done. But P1 might just move in for the kill with barely a few seconds left. All gate flushes. This is surprisingly tense.
This is his flash down, though, and he's a very important squishy.
P1, I think they don't want this anymore. They're getting a little low. Sneaky. Damage coming in.
Dragon buff is off.
It's the longest Nexus turret taken
in a few seconds.
History of League. It's going to go down. No, they go in for it. Slushi, that's forward. He gets killed, I think, by Impact as he gets locked away. Now it's open. Jensen moves one back and pops us on his P1. Going to fight in for it, but the Launcher's fight saves Meteos as now Zig just can't do anything. Cloud9 managed to hold.
Are you kidding me? 4 members go down from P1 and Cloud9 with minute-long death timers on all of P1 Vaporeon. They get time to clear these waves. They get time to get to 6 items. Oh, man. P1.
Inhibitor's coming back up. They're back in bot. They're back in top. Mid's still open for a little while longer.
I don't think I've ever heard cheers for an inhibitor respawning before. It's brilliant.
Cloud9 have only their Nexus left. Just so we're clear as we watch this again. So this turret goes down, and then all hell breaks loose.
Try to commit to sneaky, and that's it right there. Slushi, flash forward, doesn't have the quick fingers for the spell shield to actually stop Impact, and gets blown up because he's rooted, and then Jensen makes the play. Zig tries to jump in onto Meteos. Meteos has his quick fingers and pulls the trigger on his Lamb's Respite. But even at the same time, he had GA available.
All right, well, everyone else from P1 coming back up. C9 have actually made it down mid lane.
Yep.
And they're going to take a turret. Caitlyn does so much damage, and Sneaky sold his boots. 51.5 minutes in. This game is truly all in from both sides. I'm not going to promise anything, but I think the next team fight ends the game. To be fair, I thought that one was going to end the game, and it didn't.
Sure?
I'm not sure. Absolutely not.
Yep. Everybody on 6 items right now, save for Smoothie. Pink wards count as a 6th item. You need that slot for contesting objectives, but as a support, holding on to it, I don't know.
Just in the rare place we're in the super late game.
Yeah, it's funny because
you rarely ever get here.
They are true supports. Keep that slot open for the pink wards. What are we going to contest? The team fight? Well, the Baron's in a minute and a half, I guess. Yep. Smoothie just needs 1 more item, sitting on 1,500 gold to complete what I assume is going to be the Randuins, but it could very well be towards something like a Frozen Heart.
Zig is still a nuisance. GA up for the Aurelia now as well. Like, Impact also has TP, but can't really stop Aurelia.
It's
You
true.
just kind of deter her.
That's true. He can't stop her. Let's see what happens because he has 2 damage items, so he went for the Mob Malmortis after that, and there's 2 GAs, as well as 2 Mortal Reminders for P1, so they're just all in on this next fight.
I mean, C9 don't have to wait too much longer for that mid inhib, I don't think. We're about to get an effective reset 50+ minutes into a game.
This is the type of game that you would see like right here if sandbox mode were a thing. Like, give everybody 6 items. Let's go for the team fight. One team fight decides the game.
I want to see who wins.
Buy your items. Walk out. Gentleman's agreement.
Well, although none of those. Still trying to play the map right now.
But
oh, Jensen's in bottom lane.
Comes down to those moments in the fight.
Dick!
The abilities.
That's out. That's a flash.
That's a flash, exactly. And if they're able to land the abilities and actually capitalize on it, that could be P1 taking it to game 3 against Cloud9. Completely unexpected, especially after that game 1. Or it's Cloud9 closing out the series and having another close game because things still look rocky for them.
You know, we had a bit of fun yesterday.
Oh?
Doing the NALCS.
Did we?
Yeah.
Never.
Making, you know, kind of some remarks about everyone's favorite Drake. You know what Drake would be really good right now?
Which?
Cloud Drake.
It would.
Everyone's favorite.
It would be fantastic. No.
I mean, given how, like, much, like, let me tell you, the workout these people are getting on their legs this game is a lot. Because there is so much map movement.
And those 0.5 seconds.
Oh, no! Slushie! Just walks into Jensen, and look at the damage. There's a double in for the Azir.
He is ripping through P1. Zig on the backside can't do a single thing. Slushie got 2-shot. I saw Jarvan do that yesterday. I was not expecting that from the Azir.
And Zig's kind of on the right side, but time to race? Question mark?
Well,
Zig's pulling a wave.
He has to kill an inhibitor, and he also has to kill...
Jensen went back.
Jensen went back. 4-on-4. Jensen won't be there. If they recognize this, if they see Jensen, they don't know where he is. They're afraid to fight this.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, it's 4-on-3, sorry.
2-shot the ready carry. I'd be afraid as well. Still a mat up, of course, for C9.
Yeah, gate down as well. No Baron picked up. It's not the objective that they wanted there.
C9 are trying to end this game, I think.
Oh, man. They have 20 seconds on gate. Kyrian used his arrow not for wave clear there. He's going to have to charge it up.
Yep, there it is.
Focus on the wave
Very
clear.
low cooldown, but they go in for it. They want to make the play. Impact gets caught by the Varus ulti as Meteor's also taking damage. He's taking up turrets here. Sentinel may be caught. Flashes out after the repel to keep himself safe. Jensen just has to do this manual style. Gets 1 Nexus turret. Slushing gate up in 5 seconds. C9, you cannot be here.
Slushie comes up right now. Will it be the chase down? Because there's a lot of members of C9. Half HP, a little bit lower. Ocean Drake, not going to save you there. And this might be Baron for P1 if they try to force it. Because these minion waves are almost on the side of Cloud9 towards those inhibitors.
I think Baron's a trap. I actually don't know if I want to take it.
Admiral Akbar, please.
It's so risky. If you lose a team fight, the game ends.
Yeah.
And
like, I still think you do it because the health bars of
Sure.
P9 were so low when they walked away that P1 get this.
All right, they're going to get it.
Meteos, is he going to make a hero play?
No.
Here comes all of C9.
I missed the team fight I thought we might see. Impact's TPing in.
On the bottom right side.
We're all in. They pull off the Baron. It's done some damage. Impact in the front side. Oh, no.
Aggro.
Impact. You don't need the Baron.
Oh, man.
He's actually keeping it up.
They're waiting for
They're
the
gonna
poke.
try and take
Jensen.
it.
Jensen is so low.
Ulti up from
Flucci.
Flucci, moving in for it. Baron's gonna go down. Meteos, is he gonna get it? No, he does get it. Doesn't miss the smite, but the damage might be done here. I said it was a trap, and this is why. Smoothie gonna go down.
Jensen's in.
Takes out Flucci, pushes him back.
Oh, no!
Pops the Zhonya's, but he can't do enough damage in the backline. Jensen rips through P1, and Impact might go down. Zig and Meteos having a 1v1, but Sentinel outnumbers Impact. P1, they get the ace. I think the game's finally over.
And P1, oh, that was just by hairs that they win that team fight. They don't even get the Baron. Meteos goes in, gets it, and Jensen Zhonya's right afterwards. He still has flash up.
The motley crew of Sentinel and Gate will push their way down the top half of the map. Cloud9 are dead for 40 seconds, and the game will end. P1 will push us to a third game. Almost an hour of gameplay. And C9 take the bait. The Baron doesn't end the game. They beat Elder Dragon and Baron to save the game. And in the end, it's that one Baron fight that cost them. Sneaky Space does it all there, I think. He does not look happy.
That turret fight on the tier 2 top set up P1 to get the first Baron. Then they transition that, grew that lead. C9 hold on at their Nexus with no turrets left in the entire game for them. And then they start coming back. It looks like they might be able to close it out. They take too much damage, and then when they show up to Baron, Jensen gets poked out, and then he Zhonya's right as he got a really good Azir ultimate. That play, I would love to watch that over again in slow motion because he would have had soldiers in position. It would have been him picking up the team fight, and I think that's something that you cannot continue to kick yourself for when you come into game 3. You can't have that on your mind.
And that's the thing, like, Cloud9 are in complete control of game 1, win handily. Complete control in a lot of the early game of game number 2. P1 play very well to kind of move themselves out and get the Baron buff. And then the end of the game's kind of messy, but I think P1 actually sort of clutched out the end despite how well Cloud9 were playing. And you have to think coming into the series at Cloud9, things are looking good. Now you have to play one more game. And we talked about, best of 3 being very different from best of 1. Guess what? You are now playing a best of 1.
Yes. But you're playing a best of 1 with the history of what just happened. You had to wipe that slate clean if you truly want it to be. But yes, the momentum seems to be in favor of P1, but Cloud9, that first macro game they played, really good. Game 2, weren't able to hold on to it, lost in team fights, but P1 took more risk.
Well, I'd love to hear about the analyst stats from that game, and that's where we're going to go. Dashno analysts are standing by to break down that P1 victory.
Thank you, guys. I love where Zyrene was going with that. That in game 1 for Cloud9, we had seen some improvement in the macro game, their rotations around the map, their ability to create and extend their advantages through the mid game. And then game 2, it seems like we regressed. We took that step back as soon as we took it forward. Very long game, very back and forth. P1 doing a fantastic job of getting themselves back into it. So let's start with the setup here in the early game. 42 CS to 1 CS.
Right.
Impact against Zig. Zig, what happened there?
So basically, P1 all-in on this TP play where they're trying to catch C9's bot lane going into the long lane when you swap to the next turret to take. They try to pick them off there. They don't get it, so, Impact's top this whole time with a wave freezing back to him. So then Zig, after all-inning on this play, needs to run up there, and then, lo and behold, Meteos is already there waiting, and he gets a kill, and, from there, Zig can't walk up to the wave. He just had his own jungler killed, and so he's just sitting there, not farming, hating his life.
All right, but then let's talk about, because if you see this advantage created in even in your solo queue game, right? You're quick to call the game over and say that this is an insurmountable lead. I mean, we saw level 6 to level 3 at that point. Why is it that Cloud9 couldn't close out the game? What happened, Grubs?
So a problem with Cloud9 in this game was that their macro priorities just aren't right. For example, Meteos is having way too much priority on farming and getting himself ahead as opposed to prioritizing his laners and denying the opponent. In this current meta, it's all about your wave management and how you use that to punish. So every wave crash needs to be punished, especially against an opponent that's under-leveled. When you pick a composition that has a really high damage jungler with a strong diving setup with Maokai, and you get a lead there, that's a cue for you to dive that lane over and over and over and hammer that advantage in. But instead, what we saw is a passive approach and using that advantage to farm, and that just stalled out the game against Avaris and Sivir. The wave clear is going to be so massive that they found themselves just struggling to try to close out when they had the clear window in the early game.
Yeah, just to touch on that really quickly, like the problem was in the first game we saw them moving to those sideways extremely well. They were able to get dives off and get some kills, and then the second game they swap out their supports to give Smoothie some more experience, and you see, maybe that is a problem where they need to go back to Bunny for game 3 because they did not move to the sideways, and then when they finally did, it all went wrong.
All right, well, just to piggyback on that, and we'll talk about it more after we run through some replays, Bunny Fufu is going to be subbing back in for Game 3. I do want to push us forward to our replays. 27 minutes in, this is where P1 kind of makes their real stand, saying we're coming back into this game in the top lane here. A 4-for-0 fight here for P1.
Yeah, I mean, like we were saying, this is the first time that C9 really moves to a wave that was built topside, and they try and get a dive off, but it's just not clean enough. The rest of P1 is here to collapse, and at this point, it's just chasing them down. And, Piran has some really nice snipes on people as the Deathfire burning him down.
His Varus accuracy was really on point for this game, but the star for this fight was definitely the Cocoon and the Zara ultimate, really just sealing the deal and containing Cloud9 there, and that obviously led into a Baron, which turned the game around.
Right, so, Phoenix 1 refusing to die, right? Saying, well, we're going to stick in this even with the poor start that we had. They find that fight, the fight they needed to get the Baron. But the game continued on for quite some time, ladies and gentlemen. So let's jump ahead to 50 minutes into the game where all hope seemed to be lost for Cloud9, and they make this miracle base defense here at 50 minutes left.
So the base defense starts from a mistake from Slucia here. There's really absolutely no need to be trying to go in here. All you need to do is push in the waves and you let the minions do the work. Again, similar to how Cloud9 is having difficulty recognizing the macro play, same here goes with P1. They're really struggling to see that the game's practically won at this point. There's nothing for them to do, and overcommitting leads to them just getting chased down by the Azir slow from the Rylai's, and at this point, the game looked like it was in Cloud9's hands.
I mean, minions have one job. They walk forward, and they hit structures and other minions. Just let them do their job.
They're reliable.
Just let that minion walk forward. He'll get to the turret. He'll kill it. Just let him do the work.
I don't know, man. You've got a 6-item Azir, and you've got a 6-item Caitlyn who sold her boots for 110% crit across her items.
I believe in the minions,
with the Hurricane.
James. I believe in them.
No, I am with you too. Maybe getting a little antsy there, hoping to end the game sooner than they could. C9 pull themselves back into it, and as you mentioned, Crumbs, that's where we kind of were like, all right. With that defense, the inhibs come back up. C9 might be able to kind of grab hold of this again. And yet, we have this final team fight around the Baron. Phoenix 1 and Zig, of all people, coming up big to zero out Sneaky at the very beginning of this fight and make it a lopsided one.
So what's incredibly critical about late game fighting is understanding that objectives lose their meaning. It's all about how you get the fight, because one death is enough to end the game. And Cloud9, they're really committing to this Baron, which is far from the right call. You let your backline vulnerable to the Irelia, and Azir wasn't even there to be able to dish out damage and protect with the peel. So maybe a lack of communication where Azir was, but you're honestly fine giving up a Baron. It's all about the fight. The objectives don't matter, and this fight.
I mean, we just saw them defend against a Baron and an Elder Dragon.
And triple inhibitors, but now they're trying to fight Baron for some reason, so.
Yeah, the Azir was split. They're on the Baron. You can't win the fight with that setup. You need to have your front line in front of your back line, because what happens is you have this gap, and then Zig just jumps right through it and just assassinates Sneaky. So.
All right, time for player of the game. It's going to go to Piran. Those snipes left and right. We saw it in one of the replays, picking up 2 people during that. Not too long after, in the mid lane, we saw him snipe a couple more. Just a monster on that Varus, and in all honesty, C9 at times maybe even forgetting that he exists because of that long range, and he's putting in quite a bit of damage and sniping people left and right.
I loved his positioning in a lot of fights where he would just hide in a pink ward and wait patiently for one of Cloud9's members to move out of position and then snipe him out like that. And that's really fun to watch a Varus just come from the shadows and snipe people out like that, because it really plays into the style of the champion.
Got to give a special shout out to Zig, going from down 41 to CS to getting the critical kill that probably won them the game. So, a little special shout out for him.
Yeah, absolutely well deserved on his part. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a series all of a sudden. It's all tied up, so stick around to see the conclusion of this match between Phoenix 1 and Cloud9. You're watching the North American LCS.
Will C9 get the sweep? Start the week off well? Or P1 going to force a 3rd game? We'll have to find out.
Hopefully it works out for him in this game, because the last one was just a slow bleed. Want to see proactivity from him.
I'm lucky, Kindred. Really good fight, really good fight. Hey, this is really good.
Slow. Kill Maokai, no flash.
I got him. He's on me. Nice shot. Can we Baron? Maybe. He died.
Baron. Slucci, that's forward. He gets killed, I think, by Impact as he gets locked away. Now it's open. Jensen moves one back and pops us on his P1. Gonna fight him for it, but the Lancers fight. Saves Meteos as now Zig just can't do anything. Cloud9 managed to hold. Gonna go down. Jensen takes out Slucci, pushes him back, pops the Zonias. But he can't do enough damage in the backline. Jensen rips through P1 and Impact might go down. Zig and Meteos having a 1v1, but Sentinel outnumbers Impact. P1 will push us to a third game. Almost an hour of gameplay. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCS studios, where we're gearing up for Game 3 between Phoenix 1 and Cloud9. In Game 2, Phoenix bounced back from their Game 1 to tie up the series. Bunny is back in. We'll see if it makes a difference, because it was a rough Game 2.
Smoothly lost. Unlucky.
He's out.
But yeah, so Bunny back in the lineup, won the first game. Maybe he's a part of their macro play. We'll end up seeing, because it was definitely a little more aggressive from Impact, and also even Sneaky being a little further up in that one play that happened in the top tier 2 that gave P1 the foothold in the game.
Which is kind of unusual for these two, but again, a very long drawn-out game. Some clutch moments there for P1 to win the fight. Cloud9 almost brought it back, and really, it's kind of watching. It went from macro to like Just a slobber knocker, people punching each other. And it was all through the mid lane. Pyrion and Jensen going crazy.
Are you the one who taught Freak that word?
No.
Oh. Okay, so
But I
I,
will
I,
claim credit.
I don't have to blame you. Okay. But yes, Jensen was a huge part of that, able to hold off. And it's got to be a little frustrating because you worked really, really hard in that game. You were doing work, and at the very end, I think that Zhonya's like, I'm going to go watch that play 2-3 times and be like, okay, was it necessary to actually Zhonya's there? Was he dodging something? Because as soon as he came up, there was already a piercing arrow charged, ready for him, and they were able to strike afterwards, whereas he would have had 4 people in a prime position for 1 or 2 hits with his auto attack.
And then Pyrion on the other side playing that Varus, winning player of the game for that game. Just so many snipes.
Yeah, highest damage in the game. Very hard to decide player of the game here. Because Pyrion was consistent. He was the one who was still up at the end of team fights, had 1 death in the entire game, despite the team fights going back and forth. The one holding the waves, the one poking out C9 and kind of softening them up, and had some really good ultimates in fights. Wasn't always the best with his piercing arrows in the middle of them, but the fact that he was able to avoid death a lot of the times while still being kind of mid-range was rather impressive. But like Mark was saying on the desk, big shout out to Zig. He was definitely in the running for it because going from 0 CS to 40 and then being able to get back up there, win in levels eventually, and then have the kill on Sneaky at the very end to get themselves that victory, really big. And then Gates kind of the double runner-up. And I gotta talk about it because that ultimate from Zyra, the tier 2 top turret, was what gave P1 even a chance in the game.
Zyra, such a strong champion, and it's something that C9 haven't really started playing just yet. Nice to see it there from Gabe, but we'll see what happens here, because we only have 1 game left for the whole day, would you believe?
Welcome, other stream.
Yeah, welcome to this stream. If you're not familiar with it, we play 6 games here in our best, 6 games total, 3 games each in our best of 3s. Let's talk about the bans though. Ash, Swain, and Trundle. The bans are from P1, and C9 there with Vladimir and Rise. See both the coaches scoring off. Charlie's gonna have to make it a good one. This is his birthday. Happy birthday, Charlie.
Yeah, and what better present than your new team beating your old team. Charlie definitely wants to win this one.
I would say outdrafting Reaper is probably a pretty good birthday present for a coach, given that his Kindred is the last ban there for C9. See what P1 want to take for their first pick. It is going to be Rek'Sai.
All right, so Zyra falls through the cracks, and I know that Bunny Fufu can play Zyra, and they've had the Ashe Zyra bot lane before Ashe banned away from C9 every single game, so they don't have that reliable engage, which seems to be kind of a crutch. When Cloud9 don't have that really reliable long-range engage from Sneaky, they haven't been able to close the game out. They've had to play the slow macro game and then force team fights.
Yeah, I mean, they played Bard for Bunny in game 1, so that sort of gave them an aggressive element. You saw that he was making a lot of the plays, right? But definitely need to put the power in the right hands here.
And there they go again. A lot of engage. This is what I think is going to be the key for Cloud9 here, is having the ability to actually start the fight off on your terms and have pick potential.
And it sounds silly, but even if they're playing macro games, you still need the ability to do proactive stuff. Because as soon as you find an opportunity that you can act on, you want to be able to use your champions to do that. Zivra's great for moving around the map and pushing out waves and all that macro level stuff. Bard is great for catching people out in rotation. So these 2 champions, in a lot of ways, are actually surprisingly good macro champions. As P1, Aurelia Zyra, if it ain't broke, no need to fix it.
Exactly.
Won the last game, easy.
Same with Zyra as well. Zyra, 3rd highest damage in the game behind both mid laners. Outdamaged both AD carries. And that's the power of that Zyra. It's funny because it's the way that solo queue supports build, you're just like, nah, I'm not, no, AP, that doesn't have AP on it. You just build those items. He's able to actually do a ton of damage. Leandri's is one of his first completed ones. Had a really good performance on that Zyra.
Yeah, he did. Zyra's a champion that's kind of slowly, not even that slowly actually, making way up in the LCS, yeah.
Why she has a skin like that.
Okay, and Olaf there for C9. So curious jungler for Meteos, taking, I guess, the reign over.
Man,
here.
Wonder what scrims were like. Meteos. Oh, this is actually quite interesting because when you pick Olaf, you aren't waiting for that late game.
Yeah.
Olaf is really good even before his first item is completed, after he gets his cooldown reduction in like 1 or 2 items. After that, he just gets some durability, and that's really what you're focusing on. And he's gonna have Ghost, so he's gonna try to dive that backline. He is the Zyra killer.
Yes.
This is his job.
Which we saw from Rainover. That was the MO. Not enough to win the game, unfortunately. But certainly enough to do damage and take out that threat. And he was a big threat. for C9 there in that last game. Don't think we'll see a teamer. I can't imagine Coach Charlie's birthday draft involves a teamer. We'll have to find out. Caitlin's going to be locked in. They'll actually steal the Azir away as well. So Jensen's counter pick for this matchup finally pushed off Azir by Pyrion.
I think he goes Victor here and plays the opposite of the matchup.
Give me Zed.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to be Zed.
I feel like if you go that, you stack too much physical damage.
True.
Like, I probably would have said Varus and just play the opposite side of it because Jensen has a really good Varus. We have seen it before. And I assume it's going to be the Victor here just so you have mixed damage.
That does not look like the face of a man that wants to play Varus. He wants to kill his mid lane opponent. I mean, it's
play Fizz.
It'd be interesting to see what the mentality is like for Cloud9, right? It's a pretty frustrating game to lose. If you've been on the other side, P1 must feel great momentum-wise moving into the final game of this best of 3.
I love these cams because it's just like Jensen.
Aww.
It looks a little frustrated. And then Sneaky looks a little frustrated. And Bunny's just really happy.
Yep.
It's like, last game I played was the Slaughter. It's great.
I played Bud. We won. It was great. Hung out for an hour. Oh, you guys lost that game. Now I'm back in. I'm ready to carry, as it is the victor there for Jensen.
Jensen is literally tilted in his seat.
It's okay. He always plays like that. It's his secret. It's like the Hulk of tilt.
I'm always tilted.
Well, drafts are completed now. So curious to see how these comps match up. Really doesn't feel like a whole lot changed, actually. This happens a lot in best of 3s, especially when you get to the final game. You kind of take the 2 comps that the teams played over the first 2 games, and you kind of mush them together, and that's usually what happens in drafts for game 3.
You take that, I'll take this. This beat me last time, so this is really interesting because P1 have a good top lane matchup. They have a really early pressure jungler. They have Caitlyn Zyra, very highly desired bottom lane for the laning phase. And then they have Azir for the late game. Like, overall, P1's draft is rather strong. They just lack a tank, but when you have Zyra for the disengage, you really don't need a dedicated tank for Azir.
Well, kind of interesting to see how this works out, 'cause I don't know if anyone can really predict what's going to happen after that, but we want you to tell us who is going to end the day on top. Cast your vote with either hashtag P1win or hashtag C9win. Fans are getting awfully loud. It's great to have you guys all here. Thank you so much for being with us all day long. It's been a marathon.
Yes.
In the battle arena. Let me tell you.
6 games.
But it's been a whole lot of fun.
Tell me about it. I've been here for 3 games, man.
Just hanging out. As far as overall draft changes go, like you mentioned, feels like similar elements we've seen already from the first 2 games. Immediately, eyes drawn to Meteos here in the Olaf. Can he make it work?
Yeah. Ghost, such a low cooldown. Also, of course, Strength of Ages, so he's got the Insight Mastery. What Reignover did was he rushed Ionian Boots of Lucidity, so the cooldown on his Ghost was incredibly short. Right now, it's 153 seconds for Meteos, so 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So if he ends up getting just a little bit more, 10% off that, he's going to be looking great. And that's the thing, is you'll be able to use it 2 times before they get there. Basically, they flash once, and by the time they flash again, you've already ghosted twice, and you'll have your 3rd ghost.
Well, we'll have to see how that works out. We're going to have a slight pause to start this game off here. If you're just having a quick client restart, so it shouldn't be too much longer before we're into our final game. Certainly important for teams to be refocused now that we've entered this last game. Again, must be frustrating for Cloud9. It's a long series now that they've had to play.
Yeah. You're anxious to get in.
Have to reset for game number 3. And that's really where we're going to see these coaches have that big impact. It's not just, the drafts they're preparing, how they're adapting in a best of 3 situation. Now that we've gone the full 3 games, it's also making sure in the break your team is ready and reset. Because again, I said it was a frustrating loss for C9. Lots of momentum there for P1. Both teams have to make sure they come in measured, ready to play this last game. Because at this point, no one is letting go of this series without one hell of a fight.
Yeah, and I think that the team fight comp from P1 is going to suit that. But I also think that Cloud9, if they're able to go back to the first game that they had with Bunny Fufu and play that style, P1 showed that over time, they can't match it. That they're going to slow bleed, that they don't have the macro coordination yet to actually answer. And with a Bard, your magical journeys are just going to get you across the map slightly faster. And if you do that over and over again, eventually the seconds add up to minutes.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here. Will Cloud9 play the same way? Feels like the teams have sort of started to feel each other out a bit more. They tried to do it in games 1 and 2. Definitely worked in game 1, but we'll see what happens here in our final game. We're into the Rift for one more time here on Saturday. P1 versus C9 has gone the distance. Let's play game 3.
Fan out. Nobody's going to take the early risk here of the invade from what it looks like. But 2 members forcing. So yeah, it's going to be the top side invade, and they get the ward.
I like it. Good start there for C. Ryan.
Impact already has more CS in the first 40 seconds than Zig did in, I think, what was it, 7 minutes?
Sig was a good sport about it, from what I understand.
Yeah. I mean, I think Gate had actually, on Zyra, had 1 CS at that point as well. So even the support was out CSing him.
It's a sad day.
It just feels awful.
Well, let's check if we have another lane swap, because that's been the hallmark of the first 2 games.
I think so.
Up, but Peace already gone. Gate and Slushy here on the bottom side, setting up with the Krugs, and Sneaky, he's off.
Yeah, every time I see a Zyra, the other team lane swaps. They do not want to go up against a Zyra, and if they do, it's usually you're just kind of asking for it, because she has gank assistance. Granted, she is squishy, but her early harassment is just so brutal.
Do you not want to have to deal with that? Bunny Fufu picks up a chime. And we'll just keep things going here in another lane swap. So we've actually kind of, in a cool way, had both standard variations played of the lane swap in games 1 and 2. Curious to see which one we get here. If I had to bet, I would say we'll probably just get 2 outer towers felled on either side, but we'll at least check in, because like we saw in game 1, it is the little things that matter. Pyrian and Jensen, though, going to match up here as Azir versus Victor. And for the first time this series, Jensen has swapped champions. It's not a weird thing for him to be playing Victor, but just have to play without his Azir, which did look very good in both games that he's played already.
And he's just playing the opposite side of the matchup, and ooh, not getting that CS. Just barely. Let's see what he goes for. I believe he upgrades all the way to the red on his Hex Core immediately.
Ooh, flash from Gate.
Hey, but it's Ghost.
All right, Topping going to chase him down. Little damage there to Gate. Jensen getting harassed by Pyrian. Crushing off the old Azir here.
Yeah, they got to jungle on the strong side of the map there. Or their weak side. Cloud9, Meteos, and Impact were... Yeah, the lane swap actually didn't hurt them in their jungle path right now.
Well, good news there as Bunny Fufu going to pay a visit mid lane. Pyrian, though, once again, very easily dodges the gank here. Zig also in. That's a weird roam, but Bunny Fufu going to try and fight it out. Does get the Q down, but he doesn't stun. Pyrian will flash out of the way. But Zig just getting slapped by the Bard. Very nice, effective roam from Bunny Fufu.
Yep. It's 2 summoners for 1, and it's on the support. So big summoner spell advantage in that mid lane. And the advantage as well that Cloud9 will eventually take is that they're going to have a triple buff. Bunny Fufu invaded and pushed them off of the blue buff on that top side on P1, so that blue buff has not been taken yet. And because Meteos was able to start on his side of the map, there's just a little bit more for them to take.
Good death ray there from Jensen. Pyrian actually getting a little too low, but he's going to farm out this wave and should be okay for now. Meteos though will get the 3 buff like you mentioned. Jensen's playing up here. He wants to kill so bad, but Sentinel's here now. That's going to force Jensen away. Can flash towards Meteos, but might just run it out. Meteos
oh, he stopped moving. He stopped moving.
Nice play. But I think they know, yeah. They're pinging it. They're like, I don't really want to go here. Sentinel just going to track Jensen. Stay annoying for a while. Impact takes the top lane turret, gets all the local gold. And the 3 buff will now be started for Meteos' Gate. Tanked a tower hit.
Yep. You actually saw in that minion wave that was up there by Impact, it had 1 extra caster minion in it. So able to save 1 in Jensen. TP. Ooh. Okay. Impact TP's in and actually cancels it. So.
Yep. Just to make sure Jensen was okay, because Sentinel did revisit Gravity Field enough to keep the Victor safe, but a Victor getting a little greedy there on the waves. Meteos, though, taking all the jungle. Hasn't had time to take the Gromp yet, though, but certainly up at this point in the game.
Yep. Able to go through the jungle, especially because he saw Sentinel holding mid. His Pyrian needed to back after being chunked out. And that's why Jensen has to match the back. Upgraded his Hex Core once, I believe.
And 2
Actually, no, it's still it's a Doran. It doesn't have 1,000.
All right, well, double Dorans for each side then. Pink one up for Jensen, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, like, I always forget. It goes purple, yellow, blue, red.
Red, yeah.
Yeah. Freak taught me that it's blue for 2. That's how you know.
Oh.
And then you know the red ones, so you fill the other ones in. So I don't always know the other ones.
Oh, Impact still knocked up there, but Sig not able to capitalize with a potential stun. Impact now going to be flashless in this top side of the map. Does have a tower for safety though, so once again we have the uneven standard lanes. Curious to see that C9 would rather do this again than take the safe gold.
Yep. Meteos though, level 5, has Ghost.
Gonna go in for something. Sentinel locked up. Good flash, gets out from under. Now back through the tunnel. Hello. And that's actually enough.
Yeah.
Maybe. Ghost popped again.
Zig level 3 though.
Oh, Meteos.
No twisted advance for Impact. He hasn't leveled it up, but it's a long
Well,
lane.
yeah, Undertow might just do the job here. Zig again going to get caught out, and first blood does go to Meteos.
Yep, looking for that on the Olaf, trying to run into these lanes over and over again. So when you pick Olaf in the jungle, you want to use your Ghost cooldown every single time it's up. If you are in your jungle farming and you have Ghost, you're probably doing it wrong. You can even run from behind somebody's turret and rush through. And if you get their summoner, it's completely worth it because yours is a much lower cooldown. And he went for the boots first. You can see there, Ionian Boots of Lucidity. It's a 135-second Ghost cooldown. So
awfully close to 2 minutes.
2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Damn you being good at maths.
I did the math, man.
Oh.
Yeah, most people's flashes are 300 seconds, right?
Bunny Fufu still rotating around. We kind of have a similar situation to last game. Zig will not be nearly as kept out of this lane, but every time Meteos comes to visit, especially against an Olaf, it is so frustrating to run down a long, long lane trying to escape an Olaf.
Yeah, it's quite confusing because P1 don't actually go for the opposite lane swap again. They just kind of equalize and go back to standard lanes and then put Zig. This is not the first time that they've done this.
No, they did it last game.
They put him in a long lane. That is so frightening as a top laner to be in a long lane where your opponent has a turret still. You can't do anything. And, oh, misses.
Good damage though, but might have been a kill there.
Yeah, at least a summoner if it had landed.
Instead, Meteos just going to go ahead and start this blue buff. I think wants to give it over to Jensen, who's coming back from base now with that first tech score upgrade.
He has to be a little careful. When your mid laner backs and you're doing a camp, you have to be very careful of the enemy mid laner showing up.
Well, thankfully they can see Pyrian. He's hanging out in the mid lane.
He stopped doing it.
Yep. Meteos is like, oh, you weren't ready? Can I have it? No.
I mean,
okay.
most Olafs are like, I already put in the work. Help me throw more axes. I'll never run out of mana. Fine.
Actually hiding in the bottom side. Magical Journey?
They think they're being clever, but why? Okay. That's so scary. I don't know why Slushy would back there when he just saw everybody walk through the ward. Like, if they had Magical Journey through the wall, he's probably dead.
What I thought was going to happen. Instead, it's just Jensen getting that blue buff.
Yeah, especially since Ragnarok, I believe, was up for Meteos, so you wouldn't even be able to stop him with the Zyra.
Back to farming though for these mid laners. So a pretty wave clear heavy matchup in game 2. In fact, I think all of our games this series have been very wave clear heavy for the mid laners. So kind of a different game than game 1, which again, I'm kind of surprised Cloud9 didn't just want to take some more towers, but Zig's certainly getting a little starved out. Impact still ahead there in the lane, but now he's got some creeps to deal with there on his side of the map. So we'll keep bouncing his waves for a while. Mid lane turret's going to stay up. And we'll see maybe if the teams have any changes in mind. Maybe an early Drake could be on the cards.
Yeah, Cloud Drake is the one that people perceive to be the weakest. And Freak will argue that statistically it is still good. But in comparison to all other Drakes you can take, it isn't as universally good. Infernal Drake, universally good. Because you will always want attack damage and attack our ability power. Mountain Drake, you're always going to interact with structures at some point in the game to end it.
Oh, it works on the Nexus? I was going to say, maybe not at the very end of the last game.
Well, you're at least killing turrets at some point.
I mean, at some point they ran out of turrets to kill. Maybe you don't want Mountain Drake, man. Maybe we'll swap it. Give me the Cloud Drake.
Okay.
Instead, P1 is going to go ahead and take that Grump. And again, Jensen playing up. Impact, I'll lock up Zig here for a bit of damage, but Aurelia is going to do Aurelia things.
Yep, right out of turret range as well for Impact. So
got to make sure to push that wave in so it bounces back. TP down. Stay down again.
Yeah, that's Impact coming down with the flank.
Spotted him. Sentinel. Kind of flanking around. Gate locked up. Azara's a very vulnerable target. Does flash out for a little while longer, and the damage isn't quite there. Sneaky, though, does slay Slushy on the right-hand side. And Gate is running for his life. Spindle his Zyra legs. Can't go too far. Sneaky gets the double.
Yep. P1 caught off guard there. Zig still clearing the top wave. Perfect time for Impact to actually make that TP play. Comes in from a great angle. So far up, and that's what that's why this looks so strange, because you're seeing P1 push up so far and they aren't prepared for the play that is rather obvious from a macro perspective. You have to be ready with your teleport, or you have to put pressure on the Maokai thinking that this will happen when your entire team is up this far.
Creative flash there. Yep. Things up. Gate gets away. Slushy not so lucky.
Yep. Gate not also lucky either.
No.
Gets away.
Doesn't really have anywhere to run to. Sneaky snaps his head off with a boomerang. Trust me, that happens. I would know. Furion still farming up though. Working towards an early stinger. Will be Nash's Tooth as the standard hit. Trinity Force also on the way physic. Got his stinger and that fade. So no Sheen. Wanted to have a bit more health. Finally Cinder there for impact. So again, little things do matter here. So I'm going to give that blue buff over and settle in for another medium-paced early game.
Yeah, CS looking pretty good across the board for Cloud9. Up in that bottom lane, Sneaky, 2 levels up over Slushy. Mostly because Slushy had been split in experience for a good while. And he's also down now, top of those kills. So Sneaky's just in a really good spot now on the Sivir to succeed.
Well, always what you want. Sneaky picks Sivir, I believe, every single game this series. So if he wants to
no, he had Caitlyn last
Oh, he
game.
did too. Mistake. Yeah. I guess Sloopy stole it.
It's taken away.
Meteos farming up well, actually.
Oh, he'll probably pop Ghost and rush him, but nope. Just throws it through. All right.
Doesn't commit. Maybe worried about damage there.
Yeah, you don't also know where Rek'Sai is at the moment.
Oh, level 8, so usually everywhere. Cloud Drake?
Yep.
Hey.
Looks like it's Cloud Drake.
All right, so C9. This is a kind of a change, actually. We saw really turret-heavy focus for a lot of these teams, especially Cloud9 for the first 2 games. They're finally realizing, okay, we can't really knock down these turrets. We have a bunch of long waves to deal with. So it's going to go ahead and take the Drake. Sure, it's you know, it's Cloud. It's not great, but Mountain's coming up next. C9 can maybe find a different avenue into this game by playing around the Drakes this time around.
Yeah, I don't think they need to find too many new avenues either. Slushy by himself. I believe they saw him back, and here comes the cavalry.
Bunny Fufu moving in with a magical journey. That's 2, and now Meteos just going to charge in there. Good ult from Slushy. And they'll try and line up this stun. Slushy getting it locked up, and Bunny Fufu, a well-earned kill.
Super late TP as well from Zig if he was going to do that. And Jensen has to flash away, blows both summoner spells, flash and heal against Purion in a 1v1.
Very impressive Empyrean. He went from struggling versus the Azir in game 1 to actually bullying Jensen now on the same pick, almost getting himself a solo queue. Sentinel not there in time to try and clean things up on the back end, but C9 with the Bard starting to play a bit more proactively. Oh! What? Good clutch stun! Sentinel locked under the tower. Needs more damage though.
He's got an exhaust. I don't know if he's even going to use it.
There's Sentinel's flash. Gonna ulti out. Needs some damage. Oh,
he got him.
And Bunny Fufu gonna give Sneaky another kill. That was quite the interaction. Bunny Fufu. The one true Bard God.
Oh, man. Bunny Fufu. He didn't mean to click on that. That was quite a strange interaction because the knock-up and then immediately takes it was not what he was looking for.
Well, getting good awareness there from Bunny to flash past him. We'll have a watch of this one again. This is great.
Knock-up, knocks him back, and it's like, hey, by the way, alley-oop, I'm behind you now. And then gets him underneath the turret. And we can't talk about it because there's more.
Yeah, Impact locking down Zig on the bottom side. Twisted advance in. Sneaky. His 4th straight kill of the game. He's making it look easy.
Yeah, it's looking a lot like game 1 over again here. The plays from Cloud9, they're really fast about this. As they approach the 15-minute mark, they're looking at a 4,000 gold lead, which is more than what they had in that game 1 as a gold lead at 15 minutes.
And you know what? They're done playing super heavy macro style this time around. They're just going to make sure they play, a bit more aggressive, take the opportunities that are presented to them.
Brute force.
Use Bunny's Bard to open up the positions that they've created. And it's working a whole lot better so far. P1 backs up against it. This is a big early deficit.
I think also the fact that they have pick champions is really helping Cloud9 out. The Sivir in game 1 and here, and the Bard allows them to pick these fights, allows them to pick off people who are uncoordinated with the main squad. And that's what you need to do against P1 if you want to just win the game outright, is try to capitalize on the fact that they have not been together for a long time. And Slushy's like an AD carry pushing top, right? There's nothing he can do if a fight breaks out.
No, it does get a tower though, so it evens that up at least. Kevin will be happy for the gold. C9 still up by about 3k though. Meteos also stole away the red buff because he's a jerk, but also because it's good to get jungle, and Meteos does like to play aggressively. I'm kidding, of course, as Purion takes some damage here from the ulti. Solo kill time! Jensen! He's the one that gets the 1v1.
Yep. Looks like Jensen ends up getting the kill there. Just complete outplay, 1v1. going back and forth. Oh, man. The damage from the ultimate. Pyrion tried to flash, it was just so much. And Slooshy.
Yeah, lined up again. Gravity field down. Slooshy pretty much going to be insta-stun. Meteor going to try and take him out, but the ulti from Zyros earns the rest of C9 away. Zig TP's in and takes one down. Now Bunny Fufu chased out. They go through the magical journey. Has to wait, but they do stagger it. The damage zone turns it around to Sneaky. Just kills everyone. Sneaky going to flash forward and take out Slooshy for the double.
Literally everyone. He goes after the entire remaining forces of P1. And that knockup that was not something that connected from Sentinel. If Sentinel had knocked up Bunny Fufu as he was entering the magical journey, they wouldn't have had to overextend to get underneath that turret and actually be in range of Sneaky Sivir. When we watch that again, that's what you need to watch out for.
Well, this tower's going to go down, so C9's starting to play way faster in this particular game. Again, I talked about it being a draining series. C9 saying, you know what? Maybe we just get it over with. We're tired.
They want to go home. They're done.
I don't want to go home. I want to watch my League of Legends.
They want to.
Yeah, probably.
Have it be over with.
More than anything, I think I just want to claim the series. But P1 do have the same objective. Cloud9 definitely off to a nice early lead.
Yeah, especially Sneaky. 6-0 and 2. Level up, almost 2 levels up over Slooshy. Just really, really good time here for him. Looking at his gold, multiple thousands up at this point. The 1v1 pushes him, gets stunned, and has to eat all that damage where he's not returning. So the gravity field is the big MVP there from Jensen, right on the edge. And as everybody rushes by, Slooshy, no flash, gonna get picked up immediately afterwards, but no. Meteos walks it out, gets killed, and now it looks like it's gonna be awful. And this right here, oh, Sentinel went too far. Didn't get the knockup on Bunny Fufu. He goes through, and now everybody's in this choke point where Jensen and Sneaky are just throwing all of their damage at him.
C9, 10 kills to 1 right now.
Oh, okay. I was like, he's not gonna chase, is he?
You never know.
Yeah.
In fact, probably thought about it, but decides against it. Uses that better judgment. 30 seconds, sorry, till the next Drake. It will be Mountain Drake. So given the pace C9 are playing at, they'll try and take it and maybe shove down some structures. They are starting to convert their kills into different leads around the map as well. It's a far cry from the Game 1 macro game we saw them play, but again, unsurprisingly, the series moves on because they're playing sort of an amalgamation of the styles they've shown in this series.
Yeah, Cloud9 are definitely, I would even say, playing better. It's a little bit riskier, but they've mounted a larger gold lead in this game at the same time than they had in the first game. So although they're playing a little bit what would be perceived as like sloppier, they're still taking more of the opportunities that they're seeing as opposed to letting them pass, not punishing.
Yep, definitely picked for it. Felt like they sort of fell asleep at the wheel a bit in the macro game for Game 2, so good to see them back on top of it here. P1 now still mounting a defense and farming away. Azir will be quite strong. Actually, Zig's nice and strong as well. That Trinity Force, as C9 going to go ahead and take this second Drake for themselves. Mountain Drake now in their hands. Bunny Fufu once again straight back into the enemy jungle with the rest of the team. Aggressive invade here from C9. Ultis
No
gets
flash.
2.
Gate doesn't have flash.
And they
Slooshy
line
does.
it up. Gate absolutely dead. Meteos takes him out. Now Slooshy going to get dove. Can't stop the Olaf, and Sneaky now godlike gets another kill.
It's the pick potential. Cloud9 love picking people off. And Bunny Fufu, it's been his expertise since day one. The guy was a Thresh player, and he's coming back in, getting them their 2 victories here if this ends up being theirs. But look at that.
Pyrion moves Impact back in, but after defend this turret, Jensen stunned up in the front. C9 is trying to do damage to this turret. Impact will live. That turret got awfully low. Will regen, unfortunately. C9 have to back squad out. Back to the Krugs. Everyone's going to go back and heal up. Sneaky, no. He thinks better of it.
One more wave.
Going to take the wave.
One more wave.
Well, he's very strong, so I don't really blame him.
Yeah.
But I agree. Bunny's been having a great game so far.
Exactly. I think that this duo has ended up doing work. Slooshy has flash, so he'll flash afterwards, but it's already enough time for them to close the distance. Gate doesn't have that luxury, so keeping the flash timers there and using them and abusing it on the people that don't have it available.
And the Sivir Olaf Bard looking pretty good so far. C9 sticking together and finding the picks constantly here. And it's not going to get easier, unfortunately, for P1. Jensen actually went first item Rylai's.
Yeah.
Accentuating more of that catch potential.
Yeah. It's the choice that we've been seeing. It seems pretty flexible for Victor. Seems really flexible for them. You pretty much just have to get your upgrade for your Death Ray. And then afterwards, you're like, okay, do I go all the way? Do I get the Rylai's? And it looks like there's the Rylai's for him, but I expect the Hex Core rank 3 to be the final one.
Funnel up as the next Drake as well, so Cloud9, if they continue that control, looking good as they move through here. Sneaky though, have to keep watching him. 703, ulti popped again.
They see Zig is not in position.
No pick this time, maybe on Sentinel. Sneaky's not doing insignificant damage, because that is a very squishy Rek'Sai at this stage. Talked about it already, 703 having a huge game so far, and he's almost at Infinity Edge.
Yeah, I think he's just like a flat item up over Slushy. I'd love to see the gold here because it's 3,000. It's 3,000 gold up between Sneaky and Slushy.
Pretty much a flat item at this stage, and Slushy gonna have to put the Ruined Hurricane into overtime. Start farming up some minions. It's Cloud9, maybe even posturing aggressively towards the Baron side of the map. They know Drake's not up for a few minutes, so more than content to try and get vision now that that objective has spawned as well. And Sneaky top lane busy pushing things out, while P1 is sort of still busy fiddling with this mid turret, hoping it goes down, but Gatekeeper Jensen there in 2-0-3 with the victor. Awfully hard to break this mid.
Not really anything to come of that. But yeah, they can't break that mid just yet. The Victor wave clear, incredibly potent. The Death Ray.
Oh my god.
Speaking of death.
Jensen just stops. He's like, yep, that was me.
Zap those plants.
Oh yeah, bit of extra gold. But that was a ridiculous amount of damage on the Virion. Sad to see why people like picking Victor into Azir.
Jensen's like, you got player of the game. It was my player of the game. I mean, granted, Jensen was working really hard. If that game had gone over, it probably would have been Jensen.
Sentinel trying to check. Everyone's in again. Ulti's out from Sivir. Funny Fufu probably looking for the Tempered Fate. Throws one onto Slushy. Impact gonna move in. Slushy, I'm sorry. Oh no, Sneaky gonna chase you. He will crit your face off. And now Impact actually diving the turret with Meteos. No one else gets caught. Zig actually caught in there in a binding, but they might redive. Not just yet. Death Ray out.
Yeah, Bunny Fufu is just picking on whoever doesn't have flash. Gate didn't have it either, and he goes, nope, yep. Slushy's way more important to take off the field right now. Get Sneaky even further ahead and just have that gigantic delta in 80 carry gold.
Well, P1 defend that tier 2 for now, but it just seems really simple for C9 right now. Get your vision down, get your ultis up, use them, find someone, kill them, figure out what to do next.
Rinse, repeat.
8,000 gold up already.
Rinse, repeat, rinse and repeat over and over again. And eventually you'll be able to take the Baron. Impact looking for a TP play.
Hanging out in base. Sentinel not really safe to go near in jungle. Up Burrow! That is bold. Meteor throws a few axes back in, and Jensen's just one-shotting people. Talked about poor Zyra.
Yeah, no assist on that either. It's so squishy. And Impact goes, well, I guess I don't need to stay in the base anymore. Wasted time.
Hold on. Better walk back out towards this Baron, because I think that's where CNI might set up next.
Yeah, I am not needed there.
Drake up in a minute as well, so options here for Cloud9. Jensen, the Victor flank. Huron looks awfully squishy right now. Meteor's coming around. Oh no.
Oh boy.
Sivir ulti. Magical Journey through. Flash forward for Impact, not going to lock it down. There's one onto Zig. Bunny Fufu ready with a stun. Zig, I'm not sure he can run. There's a flash, and Bunny Fufu has a Tempered Fate now. Sort of ready to go. Is he Magical Journey again? Yeah, he's going to wait. Go through. They're going to keep chasing onto Zig here. There's the ulti. And now the rest of Cloud9 are here. Lock up. There's one. There's two. Missed the stun. Oh, Zig's Blade Surge away might be okay, but Jensen's going to say no. And Zig's top says, yeah, you got me.
Yep. Got him. At that point, he has the Rylai slow, so no problem there keeping up. And meanwhile, the push just comes out on top lane from Slushy. And now they're going to come in mid lane from Cloud9. But the fact that they're using this combo so effectively with Sneaky and Bunny Fufu, the Sivir ultimate is going to put Bard in range for the pretty much undodgeable Tempered Fate because it scales with travel time based on how far away you are. So it's got actual travel time as a set missile side. Set missile speed.
And you mentioned it already, Bunny's really just picking on people without flash. They chased Zig for so long. Wait up to this, oh no flash, and they went in for it, but a desperate play here. The ulti used for plants, look at the plants go! Smashing down the Baron, but Bunny Fufu, this is a juicy ulti, but it's down, and P1, he can get away with this. Meteos is in! They do not get the Baron though, but P1 getting shredded on the other side gate. Slowed by Cosmic Binding as Zig's now caught up in the pit. Jensen gonna move in, Zig's gonna do what work he can.
Is he the only one that dies?
Yeah, for now.
Oh, Gate has to back like now. And they don't even pick him off, they don't even continue. Oh, that's Baron for one.
Really clever by P1.
Yeah, P1 just rush it. Set up in the Baron pit, have the Azir. It's a lot of damage on top of the Zyra. Yeah.
Didn't they do this
well
already
played.
in this series?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what P1 will be known for. The most aggressive Baron calls known to man.
Being multiple thousands of gold down, 7,000 gold down, and getting the Baron. And now they're looking at Infernal. Like, P1 are going to start playing like there's no gold difference at all very shortly. Just don't look at the 17.
Are we sure High isn't playing on P1? That's a high tier Baron call.
Really good point. You would think that some of these members, Jensen and Sneaky, would be kind of familiar with the situation in which you would sneak a Baron.
Well, again, Cloud9's kind of still working on that team synergy. Furion, though, going to knock Impact back in, but the rest of Cloud9's chasing him. Bunny Fufu, ulti's at the ready. Flashes in, and that's it. Arms it. Doesn't get it. Nice forward step, but is that enough? Zig's there to protect him. Axe misses.
They're buying time. Oh, whoa. He's going up.
Oh, Hatu got caught up by
he's giving him the okey doke. That's going to be Slushy pushing bot side.
We solved it.
He's got Baron buff.
Yeah.
So he might get an inhibitor if they keep this up. There's 3 people chasing one guy. And on that bottom side, that might be outnumbered on Sneaky. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we'll keep running in.
It doesn't matter.
Whoa, Sneaky just comes up with a double somehow. Cross-map play attended by P1. Slushy's still going. Going to be pushing away. He will break here.
Oh, but here comes Jensen. And Slushy hasn't even set up traps or anything like that. Tower goes down. Likely a trade in towers right now. And there goes the inhib as well.
Feels like C9 know what they want to do here. It's a little scrappy.
Yeah.
It's definitely a little scrappy, but it's making it work so far. 20 kills to 1. I feel like they've almost quadrupled the amount of kills in the last 2 games. There's a lot for this stage in the game. And Jensen managing to stop Slushy there, who, to his credit, was trying to push as hard as he could.
Yeah, and buying time. I thought this was going to be a 3-on-2, but Sentinel a little bit late because everybody else was early. And Sneaky is 9-0-5 now.
Yeah, it's probably something to do with the 3 items for 25 minutes.
Probably.
Causing all the issues. Cloud9 are also obscenely ahead in gold. 8K and counting. Sneaky has the lion's share of that gold lead. They'll get an Infernal Drake as well. And Sneaky's damage increases. Cloud9 really putting the screws in this game. Playing much faster after their first 2 games. Definitely corrected a lot of things we've seen earlier in the series.
Yeah, I think the Olaf pick at the very beginning to get some summoner spells and the rush down were crucial in getting Sneaky some kills. And then Bunny Fufu took over with his picks as Jensen was just wrecking the mid lane with the solo kill. So everybody's kind of been doing their part in this match to make it come to this point where they're already 8,000 gold up at 28 minutes.
Baron has dropped though. T1 did manage to sneak that away, so not obvious where Cloud9 should play next. Next Drake will be Cloud. Isn't up for a little while as Pyrion's going to go ahead and get his blue buff. Zig taking some damage. Cena looking for a dive here.
Gonna go around the back. They can reach Pyrion.
Waiting for Meteors to rejoin the team as well, but pretty effective siege here for C9. They know they can't actually straight up siege, so they're just threatening dives consistently. Top lane supers are pushing in, so C9 just have to wait and buy some time.
Yep, if Bunny Fufu ulties the turret, there's a flash twisted advance from Impact. There is the possibility of forcing this. See if Cloud9 don't let that last game shake them up. What happened in the top tier 2? And just try to go for it, because this top has super minions in it. Gonna have some time, and there they go!
Yeah, goes right in for it. They get the turret and 2 on there as well. Pyrion just gonna get destroyed as Jensen goes legendary. Zara ulti gets a few, but it's just not enough to disengage, and Jensen flashes forward, takes out Slushy, gets a triple kill by taking out Zyra. And Zig running away. 3 of his teammates dead already, and C9 are pushing in to end the game.
They want to go home. Jensen says, you know what? Last game was a fluke, and carries this one with his entire team, and Cloud9 looked great in that one.
Dual carries of C9 team up for a huge scoreline, 20-0-11. Jensen and Sneaky go off and push Cloud9 to a series win. It was a slog, but they got there in the end, and that's what counts in best of 3s.
It's a marathon, it's not a sprint.
You're telling me.
Exactly, and they ended up taking it 2-1, but every game very different than the previous one. First game, all macro for Cloud9, by the book. Game 2, really some mistakes that P1 were able to capitalize on, and it just came down to the team fight. This one was just force it. this is what I was expecting in game 1 and throughout the entire series from Cloud9 was the lack of hesitation. That was a play that you could see coming a mile away. You're just like, he has no flash, flash twisted in advance, ultied the turret with Bard, and they had time to set it up.
And what's the biggest difference? Hard to say this yet, but we asked the question at the top of the series. What's the real difference between the two supports they're currently subbing in? I mean, one of them plays Bard, one of them plays Karma, is apparently part of the difference, but maybe Bunny Fufu is at least a proactive element they'll need sometimes. Because there's 2 games in this series, that's exactly what he showed.
Yeah. And it always has to be that tempered aggression as well. Because the way that they started losing the second game was because they were out macroing, right? Zig had so little farm. P1 had messed up that lane swap. And it was the dive. So the tower dive is really the aggressive call, so you have to temper that aggression. And the question is whether or not that was Smoothie, whether or not that was the team as a whole. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to Smoothie and say, you know what, probably wasn't. But they got straight up outplayed by Gate in that one. And this game, completely different because Bunny.
Yeah, Bunny played an awesome Bard game there. And C9 do take victory. Have to give credit to P1 though. That was a well-fought series. And again, given the circumstances coming into this best of, the fact they were able to win a game was very well done. And just in general, we keep talking about P1. Yes, they might look like the weakest team currently in the league, but they just keep impressing us. And with that roster of all things, a very impressive win versus C9. So still credit there.
Yeah, the roster put together kind of last minute.
Very last
and
minute,
like you said, don't have intended starting jungler either. Nori, not here at the moment. And right now, they look like they're individually skilled. They have some degree of knowledge about the game and macro and stuff like that. But it's just bringing it all together, making sure that everybody's on the same page, need leadership as well, and direction. Because in the game, you should always be saying, what are we trying to do next? What is the next step for us? Because as soon as you start sitting on your hands and you're not accomplishing something, even if it's like, oh, I'm going to shove this wave out, like shove it out for what purpose later.
And I think we're going to apply the same thing to Cloud9. Like, the moments they showed were very, very brilliant. And in the first 2 games, they definitely showed strong macro play, but it kind of just fell apart in the middle of game 2 somewhere. P1 found some fights. It's like, oh, we can just win now. And eventually managed to win that game. But Cloud9 had all the tools there to take over in a huge way with the way they were playing around the map. So definitely some things to tighten up there for C9.
Yeah, a lot of things. You have to go look at those replays. I'm sure Reaper will be talking to them about it.
I can't imagine that no game ends and Reaper doesn't have strong words for his team, but we are done with this one. So let's send it down to Jat, who's stage tag with Cloud9's man in the mid lane.
Thank you, guys. And yes, as you mentioned, I'm with Jensen. So Jensen, 3-game series, maybe not what you expected somewhere during game 2, but how do you feel overall about the victory over P1?
I feel pretty good. Game 2 was pretty sloppy, but I think overall we played pretty well.
And talk to me a little bit about game 2, because you guys did jump out to that really early advantage, but then had the game fall away from you. A little bit of why you think that happened, and then how you recovered so mightily for the game 3 matchup.
Well, I think game 2, we weren't playing to our comp strength and to their weaknesses. So I think we messed up on that part a little bit, but I think moving forward in the series, like, we know what to do and how to win the game, so we just played to our game and won the series.
And another thing that changed between games 1, 2, and 3 was your support. You're still swapping Bunny Fufu in and out of the lineup. Can you talk to me about the different dynamics you have when Bunny is in the lineup versus when he is not in the lineup?
I'm not really sure. I can't really go into specifics, but I think they have like different strengths and different weaknesses. So we just swap around whenever we feel like one of the supports would do better if we need certain champions or something like that.
Okay, is there a shot calling element to it as well? Do they both serve kind of the same shot calling duties, or do maybe you take up more of a mantle when one of them's in the lineup or the other one?
I think shot calling is something we all do. We don't really have a specific shot caller, so I think Bunny talks a bit more, but we don't really have a specific shot caller. We all just talk and yeah.
That's really interesting because we've obviously had this probably hit a little too hard storyline about High being the shot caller for Cloud9. Are you guys looking to dispel that a little bit, that kind of all of you can exist in a world without High this split?
Yeah, for sure. I think it works better as well if you don't have like one specific shot caller. So that's something Rebirth is helping us with, like just have us all communicate a bit more and just everyone have their own opinion and whatever we need to do in the game.
Awesome, that's really cool to hear. And I also remember a comment you made at the start of the season saying that this was the best Cloud9 roster you've played on. Do you want to elaborate a little bit on those comments?
Well, I think it was just mainly coming from the scrim results we had in Korea. I know scrims doesn't mean everything, but I could really see that we came together as a team and we all had like the same goal and ambitions. So we all really wanted to win, and I think we were just meshing really well as a team, and that's why I think this lineup has the most potential of the one I've played with.
Awesome answer. How do you guys think you're going to do against COG tomorrow?
I think we're going to win. We're going to body those fools.
All right, good to hear. Embracing the meme. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Jensen, exuding some confidence there, even after having to go to 3 games against Phoenix 1. But they do get the win in Game 3, again, in more dominating fashion here. Not without a few kind of extraneous chases around the map. It was probably a longer game than it even needed to be, given how well they started off.
A lot of Benny Hill-esque kind of moment.
They needed their exercise.
For the most part, you know, they understood the macro a lot better. They were going in the right places, making up the right plays, and it seemed like it was orchestrated all by Bunny.
Right.
So I'd give him a lot of credit. And, you know, they did struggle a little bit too much, but you saw just how fed they got by the end of the game. So maybe they wanted to have a little bit more fun, you know, and just let them relax it out, because that was a grueling game too.
Yeah, definitely seemed a lot more confident. I like that you brought up the fact that, you know, this was with Bunny returning to the lineup. I'm just going to jump right to our player of the game, because it is Bunny who's going to receive that honors. So let's talk about him a little bit more. What is our assessment? We heard from Jensen that between the two of them, maybe Bunny talks a little bit more, but they're still very willing to swap the two players in and out. What do we think about Cloud9 with Bunny, Cloud9 with Smoothie?
I think they're just a little bit maybe more decisive with it, and they don't always seem to go to the mid lane. A lot of these plays were happening in the side lane. We saw that in Game 1, Game 3, and in Game 2 we saw a lot of more mid focus. So I think, you know, maybe it's just how Bunny is. He sees the plays in the side lanes better. A lot of it was enabled by the Sivir and the Bard being able to close distances extremely quickly, as well as CC people from long range. So I think it was a little bit of the comp and probably a little bit of the players.
I think it's too hard to judge what they're trying to do and what they bring to the team just from shot calling, because I can't really hear what they're doing. But, you know, I'm not sure how decisive Smoothie can be, because he was put on the Karma as opposed to Bunny's 2 games on Bard, which is a much more decisive, engaged champion. Like a Bard-Sivir combination is a lot more aggressive than what a Caitlyn and Karma can offer to a team. So I would like to see what Smoothie can bring in a more engaged kind of champion, and after that point we can really decide who's truly outshining who.
All right, let's flip the tables one more time. Phoenix 1. We did talk earlier today about the fact that they are working with a makeshift roster here. They've got a mid laner playing ADC. Granted, he does have some experience having played ADC, but yeah, just like Expecke. So we're mirroring the European LCS, but I do want to touch on this team, because they did take a game, you know, off of Cloud9, even with this makeshift roster. So we did see some fight in this roster, but there's clearly still plenty of breakdown when it comes to just the larger macro game of League of Legends.
Right now, it looks like if you put them in a 2v1, they're clueless, basically. Every single time they're falling behind in some way, getting crushed in long lanes. This time, we saw that there was a big TP flank play by C9 that just pretty much blew the game wide open from there, as well as already having made a play on the top side. So it just seems like once you get the turrets down and the lanes are open, they get totally lost. And I think that's really where they need to look at to shore up in the coming weeks.
And it's a key trait of most teams that just come up together that don't have a very strong competitive background.
Yeah, well, there you have it. The rookie team falling to the more veteran team of Cloud9. Time now, though, for us to have a look at the LCS big play of the day. Thanatos says, have you read Hans's survival guide? Bear Grylls couldn't do it better. Let's take a look.
Shrimp is going to get the chrono shift, but that means Keen is undefended. Apollo gets destroyed by Bjergsen while Svenskeren is in the back. Hanser is shielded on the front side, and TSM are cleaning it again through another auto attack.
Scary point for TSM was, oh, will Hanser die while we kill the rest of the team? He gets down to 1 more hit, able to Q to the other side, and Biofrost shields him, so the answer is no.
I think not enough credit for Biofrost there. He got 2 huge shields.
Got 2 shields, yeah, exactly.
And then I think Doublelift popped a heal. I mean, that's a team survival effort, not just Hanser.
All right, well, all right. But it was an LCS big play nonetheless. Right? And I mean, for TSM though, the way that they're playing right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw many an LCS big play coming from them, because they're styling on people as of right now.
Absolutely, and it's all coming from the team synergy that they're working on. It's not really one guy just really carrying the team in terms of the map movement and everything. They're all doing these things together. When they pressure, they're all pressuring at once. When they team fight, what Doublelift had said, they all commit to it, and it's a joy to watch.
It very much is. Be sure to send us on Twitter at LOL Esports. Tell us your favorite highlights on the day using that hashtag LCS Big Plays. That's going to do it there. Now, though, with Saturday's games in the bag, the standings have shaken up just a bit. Let's have a look at how the league is coming together. Locked in a three-way tie for first are TSM, Immortals, and Envy. Fourth place belongs solely to Cloud9. In fifth, we have Apex. Fox and CLG sit in a two-way tie for sixth, followed by 8th place NRG. Finally, down on the bottom of the table are still winless Liquid and Phoenix One. Moving to tomorrow's schedule, we've got more LCS games on tap that you won't want to miss. You can catch TSM face off against Immortals on NALCS1, followed by Echo Fox versus Liquid in the Battle Arena. And over on NALCS2, you can see Team Envy go head-to-head with Phoenix One before CLG take on Cloud9. Our broadcast hits your browsers at 12 p.m. PST, so please set your alarms. Gentlemen, obviously, we've already spoken about the TSM Immortals matchup that's going to be taking place on our first game of the day tomorrow. Now, having seen TSM play once again today, how we feel about this matchup here. Can Immortals challenge them? Take them at least to a third game like no one else has?
Yeah, I think they can. They're mechanically proficient, and they do bring a lot of aggression to the table, which is what you should meet head-on against a team like TSM, who's really trying to be aggressive all the time. So it can certainly go three ways to 3 games just because of the nature of the champions and style of these players. But I kind of favor TSM a little bit more because they seem to have a lot more restraint when it comes to remembering what their plan is and making their opponents play reactively. We've seen the Immortals be really sloppy in their draft as well, not just in their play.
Yeah, I think it will probably be a 2-1, but I wouldn't be surprised to see 2-0 just because these are going to be such bloody games. Right. I don't think either of these teams are going to hold back and play scared. Every team has experience. They're not going to be scared of a best of 3 in the middle of the season. I think you'll see a total bloodbath.
Yeah, we know Immortals as a pretty bloody team, pretty aggressive team, and then Doublelift himself declared on the desk that this TSM roster not afraid to get in there and fight and be messy. One of the other series I do want to zero in on is that Cloud9 versus CLG game. Just given the fact that CLG still, we're waiting to see more from them. We're waiting for them to kind of return to that championship form. And for C9, given the fact that they're still subbing out their support player and they drop a game to the likes of Phoenix One, I think that's going to be a really interesting matchup where we're looking for both teams to prove something to us.
Well, the cool thing about that matchup is that CLG has shown glimmers of their former self, but a lot of times CLG just get ahead against weaker teams with a lane swap. So they're really proficient in making sure that their lane swap goes well, and often they'll get Darshan ahead that way. But Cloud9 has shown that their lane swap, it's pretty good too. They've been able to really shut down P1 in a couple other games, even though they had a little bit of blunders, and they put Meteos in the champion that's a little bit better for that. So I think that it'll come down to the mid-game macro, not so much in the early game where you just take 2 turrets and try to trade a Dragon or a Herald.
Right, and I think that's exactly going to be the point to watch, because we've seen C9 kind of stall out in these mid-games where they don't seem to know exactly what to do. And I think CLG is the type of team that will punish that. They'll get Darshan ahead on some split push. They'll get some picks off, and CLG hasn't looked 100% up to form, but that was always one of their strengths, was this kind of mid-game playmaking and moving around the map.
All right, well, 2 of the 4 big matches that we're looking at tomorrow. That, though, is going to do it for us here in the studio today. For myself, our guest analysts, the casters, and crew, thank you for joining us, and we can't wait to see you back here tomorrow.
2 Titans from the playoffs in spring will now go head-to-head for the first time in summer. And not the 2 teams we expected to start 0-2, but slow start's just that, a slow start. There's still plenty of League of Legends to be played. Got that again, but Lolo's just going in. Chain pass, solo kill! Lolo takes out Darshan.
What world are we actually in right now, where Lolo is solo killing Darshan?
And NRG are going to kill everyone on Echo Fox. Quadra kill for GBM. What a game. This was a close one right down to the very end.
Let's go. I have exhaust solution and comes in. Good job, good job. Good job. Damn, let me get the quad, bro.
Smithy and Darshan combined for 18 kills.
I'll give you the Daylord. We're not here to be friends with these people. We're here to crush them.
They could look for a dive here. Campo,
oh my gosh! Oh my, he's gonna go down! Campo tries to flank, but Quas is in everyone! And NRG pick up their first win of the 2016 summer split off the back of Quas!
Darshan gonna move in. He's gonna cut him out. Phoenix! Huge putback at Afro! Not enough. The exhaust is down, but Dada gets back in! Go, CLG! Take the Nexus and the series.
I'm coming. Keep going, keep going.
I'm Richard Baron, but I'm low.
Nice. All right, let's go Baron.
Go Baron.
Nice!
Svenskeren dashes forward, triple kill for double lift. Might they finally push for the Nexus and end the game? Yes,
Dom.
TSM are undefeated, both in matches and in games.
Oh, Flucci! Just walks into Jensen, and look at the damage. There's a double in for the Azir.
He is ripping through P1.
Might go down. Second Meteor's having a 1v1, but Sentinel outnumbers Impact. P1, they get the ace. I think the game's finally over. Sneaky Space does it all there, I think. He does not look happy. Here's Sentinel splash. Gonna ulti out. Needs some damage. Oh, he got him. And Buddy Pooper gonna give Sneaky another kill. And they line it up. Gate absolutely dead. Meteors takes him out. Now Slucci gonna get dove. Can't stop the Olaf, and Sneaky now godlike. Jensen and Sneaky go off and push Cloud9 to a series win. It was a